We waited over an hour for the next stagecoach. During that time, Aris fidgeted constantly, her eyes darting around as though expecting an ambush at any moment. Occasionally, her gaze landed on me, as if checking to ensure I hadn't disappeared. She was definitely more bratty and selfish than I remembered from the novel, but now there was a noticeable vulnerability. After all, she was only 7 and had just endured a kidnapping in an unfamiliar land. When the stagecoach finally arrived, I handed over some money to the coachman, and we boarded. Practicing magic in secret. I can't stand sitting idle, so I spent the journey practicing magic. With 2 other passengers on board, I kept my training discreet. Using gravity magic, I floated and spun a large copper coin in my palm, keeping it hidden from prying eyes. Telekinesis, as an application of gravity magic, was still the most manner-intensive spell in my repertoire, even more so than crafting figurines. Aris occasionally glanced at me but said nothing. I suspected she was still processing everything that had happened. Arriving in the neighboring city. The trip passed without incident, and we arrived safely in the next city. For our inn, I deliberately chose a shabby-looking shack, hoping to give Aris a glimpse of how harsh the outside world could be. Walking up to the counter, I opened my purse just enough to flaunt the gold and silver coins inside. "How much for a night's stay for 2 people?" I asked casually. The innkeeper, a greasy man who matched his establishment's dilapidated state, barely glanced at us before replying, 1 gold coin. I silently turned to Aris. "What?" "We have enough," she huffed, crossing her arms in irritation. I turned back to the innkeeper. 1 gold coin? Do you think I'm stupid? The regular price for a night is 2 large copper coins. The man's expression faltered. Just joking. 2 large copper coins. He laughed awkwardly, clearly disappointed. Feigning nonchalance, I handed him a silver coin, forcing him to give me change. Predictably, he shorted me. "You gave me 6 large copper coins." "It should be 8, I said flatly, fixing him with a pointed stare. The man grinned sheepishly, adding the missing coins to my palm. Teaching a lesson. Our room was as expected, rough straw beds and a generally uncomfortable atmosphere. Still, it wasn't infested with insects, so it could have been worse. As we sat down, I turned to Aris. "Did you see that? He tried to cheat me because I'm a kid." Aris frowned but said nothing. "If you don't study arithmetic, you'll get cheated like that all the time," I added. Her face darkened, clearly embarrassed. She didn't respond, but I could tell she got the message. Dinner and rest. From my backpack, I pulled out some rations, dried bread, crackers and meat, and prepared simple cups of water using earth and water magic. "It's not much, but it's safe," I told Aris. "Better than risking poisoned food from the inn." "Oh okay," she replied, biting into the bread with surprising enthusiasm. "It's like a real adventurer's meal." Her optimism made me smile. Despite everything, she was still a child. She devoured the hard bread and crackers with gusto, even pretending to enjoy them. I ate my share, focusing on the dried sausage for protein. That night, I barely slept. The innkeeper's shady demeanor and the lingering memories of my first kill kept me on edge. Aris, however, slept like a rock. Watching her peaceful expression, I marveled at how easily she seemed to bounce back. Return to Roa. The next morning, Aris sprang out of bed, brimming with energy. "Wake up. Let's go home," she demanded, shaking me awake. Still groggy, I rubbed my eyes and nodded. Fine. We caught the first stagecoach to Roa. Aris spent the journey alternately scanning for attackers and glaring at passing horsemen as if daring them to try something. She seemed almost eager for another fight, her fiery spirit unbroken. After hours of travel, we finally reached Roa's gates. The sight of the liege lord's manor made Aris visibly relax. The signal. To ensure our safety, I cast a special fireball into the sky. It ascended with a loud whoosh before exploding into a brilliant flash of light and sound. "Whoa!" Aris exclaimed, looking both startled and impressed. "That was a signal for Gislan," I explained. "Just in case there's a trap waiting for us." Within moments, Gislan appeared, leaping down from a nearby rooftop. "Gislan!" Aris cried, running to her protector and burying her face in the Sword King's chest. "Aris Ojusama, Seraphim." "You're safe," Gislan said, patting Aris's head. "Yeah. Seraphim killed the kidnappers." "Humph," Aris declared proudly. Gislan's sharp gaze turned to me. "Killed them? We were kidnapped by real bandits." "I had no choice," I replied. She nodded solemnly. "I see. We'll discuss it later." Back at the manor. When we reached the manor, Aris struck a dramatic pose, declaring her triumphant return. Phew! I'm back, she shouted, ignoring the bustling maids. Turning to me, she added, Seraphim. You saved me. You can ask my father for any reward. Oh. Was it really okay for her to make such promises? Either way, I wasn't going to turn down a reward. The aftermath. As expected, the butler Thomas was the mastermind behind the kidnapping. His ties to Darius Silvaganius, the Prime Minister of the Azura Kingdom, explained everything. Thankfully, Thomas was apprehended before he could leak any information about me or my abilities. In the reception room, Philip explained the political nuances of my situation. The Notos family, led by Paul's brother Philemon, would consider me a threat if they learned of my talent. For now, keeping my existence a secret was paramount. And that's how it is. Understood? Philip asked. Yes, I replied, suppressing a sigh. The reward. Soros, Aris's grandfather, burst into the room, brimming with energy. I heard you saved Aris. What do you want as a reward? I hesitated. Magic tomes are expensive. Maybe some money? How much? 100 gold coins? I asked tentatively. Done. Soros bellowed, tossing his head back in laughter. With that, my financial worries were over, for now. And as a bonus, Aris had apparently resolved to study magic, reading, and arithmetic. Her admiration for me, however short-lived, was an unexpected victory. Soros handed me a heavy sack filled with gold coins, a reward for saving Aris. With over 100 gold coins now in my possession, I was richer than I'd ever imagined in either of my lives. After the chaotic events of the kidnapping and a sleepless night on the road, it took me some time to get back to my routine. But soon enough, life resumed its rhythm. The interruption had delayed my experiments with the medicinal remedies I'd purchased, but now I had the resources to delve deeper into my plans. 2 days later, after sword training with Gislan and a brief chat with Philip, I packed some gold coins into my bag and prepared to explore Roa. An unwanted companion. As I approached the manor's gate, I found Aris and Gislan waiting for me. Just where are you going? Aris demanded, hands on her hips. So Philip snitched. I'm going out, I replied simply. By yourself. Her tone was incredulous, bordering on indignant. Yes. Not fair. I've never gotten to go out by myself, not even once. She stomped her foot in frustration, her bratty nature on full display. I stared at her silently, waiting for the tantrum to pass. I'm going too, she declared. Fine. Really? Her eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, I said with a sigh. I had no real reason to refuse. After the kidnapping, Aris seemed more subdued, less arrogant and more willing to listen. Besides, her tagging along could be an opportunity to teach her a thing or two about the world. Wait here. I'll be ready in a second, she yelled before darting off, her voice echoing through the manor. A warning from Gislan. As I stood waiting, Gislan approached silently. Her towering figure loomed over me as she spoke in a low, measured tone. Your magic is strong, but don't grow overconfident. Her words were a pointed reminder of the dangers that could arise if I let my guard down. Yes, I replied. Even with my abilities, I knew better than to underestimate the world. A single mistake could lead to disaster, no matter how powerful I thought I was. Gislan's presence served as a stark reminder of that reality. If you're ever in trouble, fire off that loud fireball again. I'll come to help, she added. Thank you, I said, genuinely grateful. After a moment of silence, she asked, do you have a plan for today? Yes. I want to visit the bookstore and the Magician's Guild. She nodded, her expression unreadable. Exploring Roa. Aris soon returned, dressed in a surprisingly cute outfit. Her black and red hat and neatly coordinated ensemble clashed with her usual bratty demeanor. You look cute, I said with a small smile. Humph. She immediately tried to punch me. I dodged with ease, already prepared for her antics. Her follow-up kick aimed at my groin was also blocked. She was getting predictable. Let's go, I said, brushing off her childish aggression. The bookstore. The mercantile district was bustling with activity, and Aris's excitement was palpable. She darted between stalls, her energy boundless. Gislan and I followed silently, observing her antics. Eventually, we reached a high-end bookstore. The spacious interior was lined with shelves brimming with books. I gravitated toward the magic section, browsing the titles and prices. Most of the books were guides on elementary and intermediate magic, with little of use to me. What are you looking at? Aris's loud voice startled me.
I turned to her.
Magic books.
Are they useful? She asked. Not for me. Oh, right.
You're a high-rank magician, she proclaimed loudly, earning a few curious glances from the clerks. Haha, something like that, I laughed nervously, brushing off her words. Among the shelves, I spotted a book on intermediate detoxification magic that I'd already studied. At 5 gold coins, it was overpriced compared to what the Boreas family library offered. Not buying it?
Aris asked.
Your family already has it.
Right.
Our library is huge, she boasted, puffing out her chest. Yes, but it lacks advanced magic books. As I continued browsing, I noticed a locked display case containing rare and expensive tomes. I jotted down their titles and prices in a notebook, ignoring Aris's constant barrage of questions. ####The Magician's Guild. Our next stop was the Magician's Guild. Before entering, I turned to Aris. Remember, don't talk about my magic abilities here. It's a secret. Got it, she said, though her tone suggested impatience. Gislan opened the door, and we stepped into the guild. The first floor was a store filled with magical tools, staves, and enchanted items. Aris was immediately drawn to the shiny displays, peppering me with questions about each item. Seraphim, don't you have a staff? She asked, pointing at an intricately carved one.
Not yet.
Good staves are expensive, and I have other priorities.
She nodded solemnly. Makes sense.
###registration. On the second floor, I met Camille, a friendly guild clerk. After confirming my ability to cast elementary water magic, I paid the registration fee of 1 gold coin. Camille handed me my guild card, smiling as she explained its features. You're now an F-rank member. With time and effort you can rank up, which will unlock more privileges, including discounts and access to advanced tomes. The card listed my name, age and rank in various magic schools. What's written there? Aris asked, leaning over my shoulder. My rank in different types of magic, I replied.
Can't read it, she grumbled. I smirked.
Maybe it's time you learned.
I will, she declared, her frustration evident.
###future plans. As we left the guild, I reflected on the day's events. While I had avoided making any major purchases, the trip had been valuable in gathering information. The discounts offered to higher rank members were too significant to ignore, and I decided to hold off on buying anything until I advanced my rank. For now, I would focus on training, research, and preparing for the challenges ahead. With the gold from Soros and my growing understanding of the world, I was better positioned than ever to carve out my path in this new life. Hey, welcome to another audiobook on Quantum Audiobooks. Sorry to disturb you, but if you enjoy it, please make sure to subscribe. It motivates me to create more audiobooks like this. Also, don't forget to like the video and share your thoughts about this novel audiobook in the comments below. Among other things, Camille basically told me to completely give up on purchasing magic books from the high-end bookstore that I visited earlier because everything can be acquired cheaper in the Magician's Guild. Anything that's in these kinds of stores comes from the Magician's Guild anyway. As for the other stores, it's possible they might be selling stolen second-hand books at a cheaper price, but with magic books it's always better to confirm with the Magician's Guild or I might be a victim of a fraud. For example, a novel could be sold as a fake magic book for several gold coins, or a legitimate magic book might be sold for a higher price than even in the Magician's Guild. People who know little about magic or can barely read, sometimes buy those. She mentioned that a frequent fraud is a book called Sigu's Summoning Magic. Sigu's Summoning is considered a classic on summoning magic, and it certainly is. It's sold as a book on summoning magic, but it is, in truth, only a story. In general, Camille said that the Magician's Guild is the most reliable. If something isn't in stock here, it could be imported from the capital, which is not that far away. The guild's library is also supposed to not be a bad place for me to study the basics in. In general, the chance of acquiring rare or valuable magic books from common bookstores is very low. If magicians resell books, they would sell it back to the Magician's Guild instead. The only magic books that would be sold secondhand on the market are stolen goods. But she said that if I want to fish for cheap deals, I should directly visit the Thieves' Guild with my master instead. I will have better luck this way.
The Thieves' Guild.
It interested me a bit. As for useful summoning books, after I've shown interest in summoning magic, Camille emphasized that I read Sigu's Summoning in the guild's library first. Because I also think this book might be one that was introduced in the novel, I'll definitely read it. Once our conversation ended, I ended up only buying some cheap magic ink Camille recommended to me and several large scroll sheets. Because Camille was so helpful, I felt I should pass her a silver coin.
Haha, there was no need.
It's fun to talk with you, Seraph Kuan. But since you seem to be doing well, I won't decline. She said that and happily took the silver coin anyway. A silver coin should be a sizable portion of her salary, but I gained and learned a lot today, so I didn't mind it.
It was an investment.
I had enough money for that, and I will surely have to rely on her even more in the future. After storing the materials I bought in my backpack, I bid Camille farewell and left the second floor with my 2 companions. At the staircase, I turned to Aris and Gislan, who were mostly silent until this point. I'm now going to go visit the library, and it's for guild members only. How about we split up? I hoped we'd go to the Thieves' Guild.
But okay.
Aris nodded, rapidly changing moods.
Gislan, it's fine, right? I asked Gislan. Fine.
Just don't visit the black market by yourself, she said.
Okay.
After parting from Aris and Gislan, I entered the 3rd floor of the Magician's Guild and walked into the library. Apart from the rows of bookshelves, my eyes met with a stern-looking thin middle-aged man who seemed to be the receptionist. Seeing how the man was honing at me with his sharp eyes, I approached him and showed him my guild card. The man briefly glanced at it and lightly snorted. He then wrote down my name in what seemed like the visitor's log. After giving me my card back, he said, "You're allowed to browse the library, but don't damage anything, or you'll have to compensate. The rules are written here. If you can read." The man pointed at a nearby pillar with a large piece of paper attached to it. I approached and skimmed through the rules.
Be quiet.
If you damage a book, you'll have to compensate. Borrowing books requires collateral. A price that has to be paid for each day that the book is in your possession. Thieves will be investigated and tracked down by the guild's officials. Not every book could be lent. Basic things like that. In general, the rules were quite harsh. I guess it's only understandable in a world where books are so expensive. It also seemed that the Magician's Guild had their own punishment department which dealt with tracking down and punishing criminals. After reading the rules, I gave the library itself a proper look. Apart from many ordinary bookshelves, what attracted my attention first were books that were laid down on desks and connected with a chain to their respective desks. Books you couldn't steal even if you wanted to. They gave you the feeling of valuable tomes with secret ancient knowledge. Feeling a bit intrigued, I decided to check these out first. As I approached the desks, I could notice the receptionist sneering at me from a distance. He probably expected something like this already, a stupid child being attracted to cool books he could never comprehend.
Well, whatever.
Sneer all you want, old man. Currently, there were 3 other people there who were reading and writing notes. One of them glanced at me, then ignored me, while the other 2 didn't even notice me and were engrossed in their research. I checked the other books that were available. I checked the 1st, 2nd, and the 3rd. No, these were not tomes with saint rank magic, unfortunately. From what I could tell, these seemed to be more rare and expensive volumes about magic up to advanced rank and about magical theory. I planned to skim through these later to broaden my horizons, but when it came to learning new magic, nope, these were not it. But it wasn't like these books were completely useless. They touched upon some slightly interesting subjects that I still wanted to read up on. There were some books here on magic circles and enchantment magic. Some of them were even titled textbooks, as if they were meant to be used in magic schools. Books about detoxification magic also existed among them, up to intermediate rank, listing a variety of spells. I plan to study those after I get through the 20 detoxification spells back in the manor. After looking through all the titles, there were a few books I was at least mildly interested in. But for books about real summoning magic, there wasn't a single one among these. Camille mentioned Sigu's Summoning. But it also isn't among the chained books. I guess I'll just ask the librarian. I approached the librarian and asked him about that. Sigu's Summoning?
He snorted. Sure, go ahead.
It's on the 3rd bookshelf from the left. Following the man's instructions, I eventually found the book I wanted. I brought it back to one of the empty desks and began reading. It wasn't a thick book. As I read with interest, I eventually got through 1/3 of it. And by that point I already understood why this book was a scam. Basically, there was nothing in it about the practical methods of summoning or any magic circles so far. Among other things, Camille basically told me to completely give up on purchasing magic books from the high-end bookstore that I visited earlier because everything can be acquired cheaper in the Magician's Guild. Anything that's in these kinds of stores comes from the Magician's Guild anyway. As for the other stores, it's possible they might be selling stolen second-hand books at a cheaper price, but with magic books it's always better to confirm with the Magician's Guild or I might be a victim of a fraud. For example, a novel could be sold as a fake magic book for several gold coins, or a legitimate magic book might be sold for a higher price than even in the Magician's Guild. People who know little about magic or can barely read sometimes buy those. She mentioned that a frequent fraud is a book called Sigu's Summoning Magic. Sigu's Summoning is considered a classic on summoning magic, and it certainly is. It's sold as a book on summoning magic, but it is, in truth, only a story. In general, Camille said that the Magician's Guild is the most reliable. If something isn't in stock here, it could be imported from the capital, which is not that far away. The guild's library is also supposed to not be a bad place for me to study the basics in. In general, the chance of acquiring rare or valuable magic books from common bookstores is very low. If magicians resell books, they would sell it back to the Magician's Guild instead. The only magic books that would be sold secondhand on the market are stolen goods. But she said that if I want to fish for cheap deals, I should directly visit the Thieves' Guild with my master instead. I will have better luck this way.
The Thieves' Guild.
It interested me a bit. As for useful summoning books, after I've shown interest in summoning magic, Camille emphasized that I read Sigu's Summoning in the guild's library first. Because I also think this book might be one that was introduced in the novel, I'll definitely read it. Once our conversation ended, I ended up only buying some cheap magic ink Camille recommended to me and several large scroll sheets. Because Camille was so helpful, I felt I should pass her a silver coin.
Haha, there was no need.
It's fun to talk with you, Seraph Kuan. But since you seem to be doing well, I won't decline. She said that and happily took the silver coin anyway. A silver coin should be a sizable portion of her salary, but I gained and learned a lot today, so I didn't mind it.
It was an investment.
I had enough money for that, and I will surely have to rely on her even more in the future. After storing the materials I bought in my backpack, I bid Camille farewell and left the second floor with my two companions. At the staircase, I turned to Aris and Gislan, who were mostly silent until this point. I'm now going to go visit the library, and it's for guild members only. How about we split up? I hoped we'd go to the Thieves' Guild.
But okay.
Aris nodded, rapidly changing moods.
Gislan, it's fine, right?
I asked Gislan.
Fine.
Just don't visit the black market by yourself, she said.
Okay.
After parting from Aris and Gislan, I entered the third floor of the Magician's Guild and walked into the library. Apart from the rows of bookshelves, my eyes met with a stern-looking thin middle-aged man who seemed to be the receptionist. Seeing how the man was honing at me with his sharp eyes, I approached him and showed him my guild card. The man briefly glanced at it and lightly snorted. He then wrote down my name in what seemed like the visitor's log. After giving me my card back, he said, "You're allowed to browse the library, but don't damage anything, or you'll have to compensate. The rules are written here. If you can read." The man pointed at a nearby pillar with a large piece of paper attached to it. I approached and skimmed through the rules.
Be quiet.
If you damage a book, you'll have to compensate. Borrowing books requires collateral. A price that has to be paid for each day that the book is in your possession. Thieves will be investigated and tracked down by the guild's officials. Not every book could be lent. Basic things like that. In general, the rules were quite harsh. I guess it's only understandable in a world where books are so expensive. It also seemed that the Magician's Guild had their own punishment department which dealt with tracking down and punishing criminals. After reading the rules, I gave the library itself a proper look. Apart from many ordinary bookshelves, what attracted my attention first were books that were laid down on desks and connected with a chain to their respective desks. Books you couldn't steal even if you wanted to. They gave you the feeling of valuable tomes with secret ancient knowledge. Feeling a bit intrigued, I decided to check these out first. As I approached the desks, I could notice the receptionist sneering at me from a distance. He probably expected something like this already, a stupid child being attracted to cool books he could never comprehend.
Well, whatever.
Sneer all you want, old man. Currently, there were 3 other people there who were reading and writing notes. One of them glanced at me, then ignored me, while the other 2 didn't even notice me and were engrossed in their research. I checked the other books that were available. I checked the first, second, and the third. No, these were not tomes with saint-rank magic, unfortunately. From what I could tell, these seemed to be more rare and expensive volumes about magic up to advanced rank and about magical theory. I planned to skim through these later to broaden my horizons, but when it came to learning new magic, nope, these were not it. But it wasn't like these books were completely useless. They touched upon some slightly interesting subjects that I still wanted to read up on. There were some books here on magic circles and enchantment magic. Some of them were even titled textbooks, as if they were meant to be used in magic schools. Books about detoxification magic also existed among them, up to intermediate rank, listing a variety of spells. I plan to study those after I get through the 20 detoxification spells back in the manor. After looking through all the titles, there were a few books I was at least mildly interested in. But for books about real summoning magic, there wasn't a single one among these. Camille mentioned Sigu's summoning. But it also isn't among the chained books. I guess I'll just ask the librarian. I approached the librarian and asked him about that. Sigu's summoning?
He snorted. Sure, go ahead.
It's on the third bookshelf from the left. Following the man's instructions, I eventually found the book I wanted. I brought it back to one of the empty desks and began reading. It wasn't a thick book. As I read with interest, I eventually got through 1/3 of it. And by that point I already understood why this book was a scam. Basically, there was nothing in it about the practical methods of summoning or any magic circles so far. A day passed since I visited the Magician's Guild and began training Aris in my gym. The results of the healing herbs were not very clear yet. Apart from doing my usual magic, strength and swords training, these days I spent most of my free time studying the book on the 20 intermediate rank detoxification spells that came from the Boreas family's library. Learning the incantations was easy for me, but studying detoxification magic past the elementary rank was much more than that. Even at the elementary rank, detoxification magic is able to cure a wide range of common sicknesses like the flu and purge the body of most poisons including alcohol. But when it comes to rare diseases or the venom used by high-rank monsters, you need to know more advanced spells which target specific illnesses and require using lots of mana. Each disease requires a specific detoxification spell to be used. Apart from showing the incantations, the book spoke in length about how to identify the related diseases and what their symptoms are, so I had to become familiar with these as well to be able to use the right spell in the right circumstances. The incantations for intermediate rank detoxification magic were painfully long. The chants were several times longer than those of elementary or intermediate rank spells from the 4 attack schools. It seemed that while the incantations for attack magic were shortened at one point, ones for intermediate rank detoxification magic were not. I remembered it from the novel. If a regular magician had to memorize all of these chants, it would be a huge pain. Fortunately, after using any spell once with an incantation, I could then repeat it silently. It was the same with the chants for detoxification magic. It was very convenient. Despite that, it was still difficult for me to keep track in my mind of which detoxification spell was which when I have never even used them in practice to cure someone. For that, I began creating a small and convenient detoxification magic spellbook that included the last sentence of each incantation to help me identify the specific detoxification spells quickly, as well as include the basic symptoms of the related illnesses. For my wants and needs, that was good enough for now. It isn't like I planned for my main occupation to be a healer. Bang bang bang. Just as I was engrossed in studying the diseases in the book that evening, someone banged on the door to my room while shouting,
Seraphim. Open the door. It's me.
I could hear clearly that this someone was of course Aris. As she continued knocking, I approached the door and opened it. Aris bursted into the room and plopped her butt on my bed. Seraphim, how do you cast magic without chanting?
Tell me.
I slowly closed the door. I then recalled and said, right. Today you started studying magic with a home tutor, yes?
Yes.
But that old woman can't even cast magic without saying a line of words.
I'll fire her. Oh, okay.
I formed a wry smile. If not being able to cast silent magic was the reason she wanted to fire her magic tutor, then she'd have to fire almost every magician in this world. I let out a sigh inwardly and patiently explained, casting magic with an incantation is the norm. Almost no one can cast magic silently, you know. That's what she said too. But Seraphim can do it.
Yes. But I'm a rare talent.
So I won't be able to do it? Aris looked at me with a pitiable expression. Maybe you could. Perhaps if she started at 7 years old it wasn't impossible? According to the novel, a person's mana pool stops its growth at around 10 years of age. At least, that seemed to be noted by Rudeus. If I recall correctly, Rudeus had also only started teaching Aris silent casting after teaching her magic already for around a year. At that point she was already 10 years old. But what if we started early? I feel there was a good chance she might be able to pull it off.
Really? Yes.
As long as you can learn the fundamentals, I can try teaching you silent magic using my method. So there's a special method? Her eyes sparkled.
Yes. Yes.
Aris got up and started jumping in excitement as if it was already settled she'd succeed. After she calmed down she asked me, so I still need to learn the basics?
Yes.
Even I needed to learn the incantations first.
It's because the basics are important, right?
That's what Gislan says too.
Well,
at least, you need to learn the incantations for elementary magic. After that I can teach you how to cast them silently.
Got it.
But it's really a pain to learn these incantations, Aris grumbled again. I could see the annoyance on her face.
I thought of something and said,
Aris, do you maybe have a bad memory?
I don't.
She immediately denied it. But although she denied it, I knew that she had a very poor memory in the novel. It was never mentioned early on in regards to her magic studies, but Aris did have an extremely limited and selective bad memory. I think, by the end of the novel, she forgot almost all of the magic Rudeus had taught her. Out of all the spells she learned, probably from all schools, she only remembered how to cast Fireball. As for Gislan, perhaps she had forgotten even that as well. And that's why I already thought that memorizing incantations might be difficult for Aris. Even if she eventually learns one, she might forget it soon after. I knew it from experience, the difficulty of recalling things. Not from this life, but from my previous one. I asked her, "Have you learned any incantations yet?"
Not yet. I see.
So what I wanted to previously ask is, do you have difficulty remembering the long incantations in full? If yes, I know a trick that will make you never forget them after you learn them.
Really?
There is a trick like that.
Yes.
But if you can remember them normally, then you don't need it. What is that trick?
Yeah.
I could see she did have trouble remembering incantations. Since I think she will need to repeatedly practice each spell many times for even a chance of grasping silent magic, I already thought of a method that might help her memorize an incantation at hand. It would especially be helpful in making her begin practicing magic early since she is unable to read yet.
It's the link method, I said. Link method. Yes.
It's a method that connects something that you want to remember to an image or a story. I'll show you how it works. I reached for the magic guidebook, opened it and then flipped through its pages. In the meantime, Aris straightened her body and sat straight in anticipation.
Here.
After finding the incantation for Fireball, I placed the guidebook on my lap and glanced at Aris.
Okay. Let's see.
The incantation for Fireball is like this: "Let the great protection of fire be on the place thou seekest. I call the bold heat of a torch here and now."
Fireball.
To not forget it, you will need to create an image in your mind that you will connect with the incantation for Fireball. To make it simpler, you'll have to create a story.
Give me a moment.
I thought for a while writing down various ideas. After a few minutes I said, "Okay, I got it. Close your eyes."
Yes.
I slowly said, "Now imagine yourself adventuring in a forest by yourself. It's night and you are in a forest haunted by ghosts." "Oh, and what then?" Aris sounded curious. I knew it would interest her. "You are on a mission to hunt down the ghosts in the dark forest. You have a mission letter in your hand and a torch with a round head in another, round like the head of the bald man who kidnapped us before. You are seeking ghosts." After a brief pause, I continued, "Now focus. You wanted a great fire to protect you, help you see in the dark and help you seek the ghosts. Next, you called the flames from the torch with a round bald head into a fireball, and dropped the torch here and now. You let the great protection of fire be on the place thou seekest. You called the bold heat of a torch here and now."
I said again, "Remember.
You're in a dark forest haunted by ghosts, on a mission."
Yes.
I repeated the entire thing slowly to help her burn the story into her mind, adding in some small details. Maybe it wasn't perfect, but I felt this kind of story was quite good and somewhat personalized. After Aris repeats it several times, the images should burn into her memory and she should associate the fireball incantation with that story. It would help her recall the chant and the trigger words by thinking back about the ghost story. I hardly used this method myself, but I once learned it either in school or online, I'm not even sure anymore.
I then said, "Listen.
The incantation for Fireball is, "Let the great protection of fire be on the place thou seekest. I call the bold heat of a torch here and now."
Fireball. Yes.
I'll say it again and you try to repeat it while thinking of the story. First, recall the letter.
Yes.
After a moment's pause, I slowly and clearly recited the chant again. "Let the great protection of fire be on the place thou seekest. I call the bold heat of a torch here and now."
Fireball.
Think back to the story and repeat it. Speaking slowly, Aris repeated with closed eyes, "Let the great protection of fire be on the place thou seekest. I call the bold heat of a torch here and now."
Fireball. I couldn't help but chuckle.
It went better than I thought.
Eh?
I said it all on the first try. She shot her eyes wide open and looked at me as if for confirmation.
Yes. Good job.
Try to do it again.
Why yeah.
How was it? I recited the chant again, and Aris repeated it. This time she repeated it more clearly without pausing in the middle.
What was that feeling?
Aris opened her eyes and looked at her hand in shock. Did I just cast magic? What magic?
Nothing happened.
No, I don't think you did. Try to focus more. Maybe focus on the feeling of gathering mana in your fingertips, concentrate. I continued guiding Aris, and on the next try she succeeded in creating a spark of a flame over her fingertips, but by the time she opened her eyes the flame had already disappeared. I then made her recite the incantation again, but that time without closing her eyes.
Eventually, she succeeded.
She succeeded in creating a spark of a fireball. But although it was only a spark, Aris looked accomplished, as if she just cast a god-rank spell.
Ha ha ha.
I cast my first magic. Seraphim is a genius. You should be my magic tutor. When Aris asked me to be her magic teacher, I dodged the subject for the time being and only said that I'll think about it. With a grumbling face, she left and rushed off somewhere. She could at least close the door. I closed the door and returned to my studies. A while later, someone strongly pulled at my door, as if to pull them off its hinges. When this didn't work because the door was locked, he then began to bang on it as if to break it down.
Bam bam bam. Seraphim. Open.
A loud voice of a man sounded out. I had any doubt who that was.
I'm here.
I rushed up to open the door. Then I did a hurried noble's greeting before the person that came over.
Soros-sama.
You're locking yourself up. Are you doing something bad?
Soros asked. No.
I just like privacy. Soros walked in and then looked at some of the items I bought. Are these the books you bought? These are only borrowed from the library. I haven't bought anything yet. Soros replied non-committally and then sat down at the bed whilst I closed the door. He then crossed his arms, lifted his chin and looked at me. I have a request. I want you to teach Aris magic. So she went to ask Soros in the end. She was still such a kid, and was so predictable. Me. I faked surprise as I sat down on the wooden chair and looked at Soros. Yes. She came to me and told me that she cast her first magic thanks to you. She said you're a much better teacher than the tutor she had. I see. I pretended to contemplate. However, I have already thought about this. Originally, I didn't want to be Aris's tutor to not waste my time and instead outsource it. Even for magic, once she learned the incantations from a hired tutor first, that's when I could try teaching her silent magic to supplement her swordsmanship. However, if it was only magic, I realized that it would be perfectly fine. I would need to teach her using my methods anyway, and if I taught her from this moment onwards, it would only be more optimal since we could get started earlier. Besides, teaching magic doesn't consume much time. Learning magic is a simple process that relies on mostly talent and practice. A person has a limited amount of mana as well, so the lessons wouldn't last long either. I knew it from Sylphie's example. In other words, I have already decided to be the one to personally teach Aris magic. Before she learns how to read, I would certainly be the best magic tutor for her. It would also be a good way to see what it's really like to attempt teaching someone silent magic from scratch when they're not a magical genius with a Laplace factor like Sylphie. I wanted Aris to become stronger. She was a heroine, and my potential wife in the future. I could even do it for her for free. But of course, I wouldn't mind a reward. The Boreas family is rich, after all. They could spare some change for the peasant me. As I was faking being in thought, Soros eventually spoke up. You don't need to be here all the time. You can stay here, train with Gislan and Aris, teach Aris magic, and go back to your family from time to time. Yes? I dragged the conversation. Won't he mention a reward at some point? I'm a young genius saint-rank magician with talent for silent magic, also being distant family rather than just a random guy. Surely it warrants a reward better than just normal salary? Then what's the problem? Will you teach her or not? As Soros raised his voice and glared at me, I saw that his patience was running thin. Okay, perhaps I was being a bit too selfish and greedy. I'll agree first. I'm sure the Boreas family won't be ungrateful. Besides, I need a reason to stay in the manor, so it isn't like I could have declined it either way, or even wanted to decline in the first place. I quickly replied, there's no problem. I'll teach Aris. Good. Yes. I'll do my best teaching Aris magic. Good. You do that. You can settle the rest with Philip. Yes. I just have one question. It's about the red orb in the sky. Since there was an opportunity, I finally asked this question. I went out to watch the sky a few times these last few days, but I never managed to notice the orb in the sky. Soros should know more about it. But he bluntly asked me, what's that? What's that? Is he bluffing? It didn't seem like it. To probe anyway, I said, one night I went out and saw an orb in the sky. Maybe you imagined something? I don't know, maybe? It could have been something coming from the flying fortress. Who knows? Well, don't wonder about it night. After saying so, Soros left, without closing the door. And I was left alone in my room with a still expression, lost in thought. Soros didn't seem to be lying. He simply knew nothing about the red orb. Yet, to my knowledge, it should be about time for it to appear. I even kept making more changes in the world and influencing the fate of people in Roa, yet the orb wasn't visible yet. I already suspected it might be the case, but could it be that the orb simply wasn't there? From what I understood from the novel, the more changes Rudeus caused after reincarnating, the larger the hole in between worlds over Roa became. When Rudeus was in the world for 5 years, something like the resistance of the world weakened enough that the rift in spacetime caused by the Miko from the future increased and the red orb of mana became visible to the naked eye. That's how it was explained. Then, when Novel's Aris offered to sleep with Rudeus as he happened to be 10 years old, enough changes in fate accumulated and the hole became large enough for the summoning to finalize and physically summon Nanahoshi to the world. In other words, any of my influence that I caused on top of what Rudeus did, if significant enough, would have hastened the timing of the mana disaster, if I was in a somewhat similar world to the novels at least. I think fanfics probably make the mana disaster's timing fixed and always happen at the time of Rudeus's 10th birthday to preserve canon events or simply don't bother thinking about it, but something like this would have no reason to happen in reality if an OC similar to me made significant changes. Just me coming to Roa and meeting Aris earlier would have had the effect of hastening the mana disaster. For example, if Aris decided that she was in love with me earlier, the displacement incident might happen right at that moment, since her fate would have been altered forever. Practically for my situation, my actions I should have only hastened the appearance of the red orb, yet it wasn't even visible. The most likely explanation I had was that the orb simply wasn't here. And perhaps it's because it had no reason to be here. I suspected this might also happen. The more I thought about the topic, the more I believed that the presence of the orb over Roa was a 50-50. And that's why I wanted to come to Roa to confirm it. After all, firstly, it's a different world from the novels with Seraphim Greyrat instead of Rudeus Greyrat. It is a different universe and any number of things could be different here. Second reason, connected to it, is that the special set of circumstances that led to the mana disaster in the novel was a result of a single out of hundreds of loops. I could live in any of the other countless loops as well if I came here in another way, it didn't have to be exactly that one. Lastly and most importantly, Rudeus plus Nanahoshi and I are from 2 different worlds and even time periods. And the same summoning magic logically can't be targeted at 2 completely different places. Simply put, I couldn't have been summoned in the same way as Rudeus's soul was while Nanahoshi still gets summoned through the mana disaster because I'm from a different earth and time than these 2. For me these 2 are even just fantasy characters. If there was a mana disaster related to Nanahoshi in this world, then I would have had to come here in another mysterious way. Of course, although it seems like a nonsensical concept, being thrown into a novel-like world by a random omnipotent being, ROB, or due to another divine intervention was still not impossible. After all, here I am. But in contrast it meant that if I came here as a result of the same Miko from the future related to Nanahoshi's and Rudeus's summoning in the novel, which is more grounded in reality, then there would be no reason for a mana disaster involving Nanahoshi. The underlying story behind my reincarnation would have to be different. The problem here was that I simply did not remember my death. How did I die? Why did I reincarnate? And why don't I remember my death? I had too few clues. There was just one more thing I could do. This night I will ask Gislan to scan the entire sky with her demon eye to confirm whether the mana orb is really there or not. It would also be a good way to see what it's really like to attempt teaching someone silent magic from scratch when they're not a magical genius with a Laplace factor like Sylphie. I wanted Aris to become stronger. She was a heroine, and my potential wife in the future. I could even do it for her for free. But of course, I wouldn't mind a reward. The Boreas family is rich, after all. They could spare some change for the peasant me. As I was faking being in thought, Soros eventually spoke up, "You don't need to be here all the time. You can stay here, train with Gislan and Aris, teach Aris magic, and go back to your family from time to time." Yes? I dragged the conversation. Won't he mention a reward at some point? I'm a young genius saint-rank magician with talent for silent magic, also being distant family rather than just a random guy. Surely it warrants a reward better than just normal salary? Then what's the problem? Will you teach her or not? As Soros raised his voice and glared at me, I saw that his patience was running thin. Okay, perhaps I was being a bit too selfish and greedy. I'll agree first. I'm sure the Boreas family won't be ungrateful. Besides, I need a reason to stay in the manor, so it isn't like I could have declined it either way, or even wanted to decline in the first place. I quickly replied, "There's no problem. I'll teach Aris." Good. Yes. I'll do my best teaching Aris magic. Good. You do that. You can settle the rest with Philip. Yes. I just have one question. It's about the red orb in the sky. Since there was an opportunity, I finally asked this question. I went out to watch the sky a few times these last few days, but I never managed to notice the orb in the sky. Soros should know more about it. But he bluntly asked me, "What's that?"
What's that? Is he bluffing? It didn't seem like it.
To probe anyway, I said, "One night I went out and saw an orb in the sky. Maybe you imagined something?"
I don't know, maybe?
It could have been something coming from the flying fortress.
Who knows?
Well, don't wander about at night. After saying so, Soros left, without closing the door. And I was left alone in my room with a still expression, lost in thought. Soros didn't seem to be lying. He simply knew nothing about the red orb. Yet, to my knowledge, it should be about time for it to appear. I even kept making more changes in the world and influencing the fate of people in Roa, yet the orb wasn't visible yet. I already suspected it might be the case, but could it be that the orb simply wasn't there? From what I understood from the novel, the more changes Rudeus caused after reincarnating, the larger the hole in between worlds over Roa became. When Rudeus was in the world for 5 years, something like the resistance of the world weakened enough that the rift in spacetime caused by the Miko from the future increased and the red orb of mana became visible to the naked eye. That's how it was explained. Then, when Novel's Aris offered to sleep with Rudeus as he happened to be 10 years old, enough changes in fate accumulated and the hole became large enough for the summoning to finalize and physically summon Nanahoshi to the world. In other words, any of my influence that I caused on top of what Rudeus did, if significant enough, would have hastened the timing of the mana disaster, if I was in a somewhat similar world to the novels at least. I think fanfics probably make the mana disaster's timing fixed and always happen at the time of Rudeus's 10th birthday to preserve canon events or simply don't bother thinking about it. But something like this would have no reason to happen in reality if an OC similar to me made significant changes. Just me coming to Roa and meeting Aris earlier would have had the effect of hastening the mana disaster. For example, if Aris decided that she was in love with me earlier, the displacement incident might happen right at that moment, since her fate would have been altered forever. Practically for my situation, my actions I should have only hastened the appearance of the red orb, yet it wasn't even visible. The most likely explanation I had was that the orb simply wasn't here. And perhaps it's because it had no reason to be here. I suspected this might also happen. The more I thought about the topic, the more I believed that the presence of the orb over Roa was a 50-50. And that's why I wanted to come to Roa to confirm it. After all, firstly, it's a different world from the novels with Seraphim Greyrat instead of Rudeus Greyrat. It is a different universe and any number of things could be different here. Second reason, connected to it, is that the special set of circumstances that led to the mana disaster in the novel was a result of a single out of hundreds of loops. I could live in any of the other countless loops as well if I came here in another way, it didn't have to be exactly that one. Lastly and most importantly, Rudeus plus Nanahoshi and I are from 2 different worlds and even time periods. And the same summoning magic logically can't be targeted at 2 completely different places. Simply put, I couldn't have been summoned in the same way as Rudeus's soul was while Nanahoshi still gets summoned through the mana disaster because I'm from a different earth and time than these 2. For me these 2 are even just fantasy characters. If there was a mana disaster related to Nanahoshi in this world, then I would have had to come here in another mysterious way. Of course, although it seems like a nonsensical concept, being thrown into a novel-like world by a random omnipotent being, ROB, or due to another divine intervention was still not impossible. After all, here I am. But in contrast it meant that if I came here as a result of the same Miko from the future related to Nanahoshi's and Rudeus's summoning in the novel, which is more grounded in reality, then there would be no reason for a mana disaster involving Nanahoshi. The underlying story behind my reincarnation would have to be different. The problem here was that I simply did not remember my death.
How did I die?
Why did I reincarnate? And why don't I remember my death? I had too few clues. There was just one more thing I could do. This night I will ask Gislan to scan the entire sky with her demon eye to confirm whether the mana orb is really there or not. What was that? That's exactly why Aris is the way she is. Unlike my expectations, I didn't experience the Boreas-style etiquette that day. Aris again asked me to teach her, and I agreed. As I did so, her shoulders slumped down in relief. After Aris entered my room, I asked her some questions and quickly reviewed what she had already learned about magic so far. Once I got a basic idea of what the tutors went through with her in the past, I then informed her that what I will teach here will be partially things that are not known by the general public. I said seriously, the things I teach you, you're forbidden from sharing with anyone, even with your grandfather. I overdid it a bit on the seriousness, but in turn Aris nodded seriously and looked even more excited about studying. I guess, what kid wouldn't be excited about learning secret magical knowledge? Once I got her attention, I said, okay, the first thing is, magic needs to be trained every day. Every day you need to use magic until you completely run out of mana. It's the most important thing.
Yes. She nodded.
The more you use magic, the stronger your magic will become. That's why you need to quickly learn to cast your first spell. As I continued, Aris listened at attention. I said, in the beginning you won't be able to use much magic, so your magic training will be short. But first you have to learn your first spell, so you need to work hard at the very start. Taking out my notebook, I then again repeated the ghost story that I told her before to help her memorize the fireball incantation. For some time then, Aris casted the partial fireball spell again and again. Gradually, the flames that she could make were becoming larger and larger. At one point, before she succeeded in creating a complete fireball, she looked quite drowsy and tired. Still, she then pushed herself one more time and fainted. I watched as she dropped down onto my bed unconscious. Mana exhaustion. As Aris fell asleep on my bed, I saw through the window that it was still just afternoon. After thinking for a bit, I walked out of my room to search for Gislan. It isn't like it needed to be the night for Gislan to use her demon eye. However, Gislan was right outside my room, keeping watch with her back against the wall.
Gislan. Seraphim.
Did Aris Oju-sama fall asleep? She heard it through the doors? Nice hearing. I then also realized that she should have heard the contents of the lessons. But it did not matter, let alone the fact that Gislan was trustworthy and was made to practice silent spellcasting in the original. I didn't even teach Aris any secret knowledge today.
Yes.
She trained to the point of mana exhaustion and fainted.
I see.
Will you make her do it every day?
No.
I only let it happen now, so she can better learn how to identify the feeling when she's low on mana. There was no need to train to the point of mana exhaustion. As long as she used up her mana before it overcapped, she should have experienced optimal growth. I had no way to test it on myself and from the start imitated Rudeus, who seemed to just have done normal practice after fainting the first time, but I have also run this experiment with Sylphie. There seemed to be no benefit in training until mana exhaustion. Perhaps there were only demerits of doing that because this kind of abuse made you feel and perform like crap afterwards, and might also hurt your life force.
I see. That's good, said Gislan.
She then added, but you're not going to do anything to her when she's unconscious? If it were Paul, I'm sure he wouldn't pass on an opportunity.
Okay, that's enough.
I'm not like this. I stopped her right there. I was not like that. And I was neither a kid like Aris, so it was even less appropriate. Perhaps I was a degenerate by considering Aris as my future love interest as we grew up together, but it was not to the point that I would molest an unconscious and unwilling 7-year-old with a lewd grin.
I see.
Gislan was expressionless. Gislan, can I ask you about something?
Go ahead.
About your demon eye. It can be used to view mana, right? So Paul told you about my demon eye.
Gislan looked at me, then nodded. Yes.
Apparently it allows me to see the flow of mana. It's mostly just a bother though.
I see.
Did she view her demon eye as a bother because she wasn't a magician? Though I'm not sure what use it would have for a magician, it would probably not be useless. Whilst thinking of this, I then planned to go along with the thing I wanted from her, but I suddenly thought of something and asked, if you use your demon eye, could you see through the wall?
No, I can't. I see. So she cannot.
That's why she covers it with an eye patch and it manages to block it.
It's a shame.
It would be a rather useful ability otherwise. But perhaps she simply could not control it fully? Brushing aside these thoughts, I asked, Gislan, there's something that I want you to check out with your demon eye. What is it?
The sky. The sky. Yes.
I just want you to check it out. I saw something strange in the sky, but I could have been mistaken. After we agreed to simply lock Aris in my room with a key, I walked outside into the courtyard with Gislan. Gislan took off her eye patch, showing a deep green eye with a cross-shaped pupil. She then began to scan the sky at my request. I kept observing her. Gislan looked around the open sky. She then put her eye patch back and looked at me. There's nothing here. It's just a normal sky. My heart humped at those words. I asked, are you sure? Did you scan the entire sky?
Yes. I'm sure.
I looked over the entire sky. How sensitive is your demon eye? It's very sensitive. If there was anything strange here, I would have noticed.
I see.
If she went so far to say that, there's nothing more I could say. Maybe the thing you saw was the flying fortress? It sometimes flies over Roa. She told me the same thing Soros did. But I no longer listened to her as my mind was focused on what I just learned. The red orb was not there. Which means that the mana disaster will probably not happen. As Gislan and I made our way back inside, I kept thinking about it. I felt both a bit freaked out by this change, but also relieved at the same time. But it was not that I originally worried about the mana disaster happening or about the consequences. I could cope with those. Even if things spiral out of my control, then so be it, as long as me and the few most important people to me are fine. The mana disaster wasn't something I could fully stop. Or I might also not even want to stop it, since if I did my future knowledge advantage would suffer. Instead, I was relieved because I finally knew what my situation was. Ironically, if the mana disaster doesn't happen, the future only becomes more uncertain. The results of the mana disaster's teleportations should not be quite random, but had to do with people's fates. Since I've likely inherited Rudeus's fate, I would probably end up on the demon continent anyway to meet with Rudeus and so on. Even if something unexpected happened and there was a huge twist, I would just aim to ask Kishirika for the location of people important to me and improvise, doing a similar thing to Rudeus but better. Especially if I guided things toward that path, the results might have been surprisingly close to those of the novel. Hidegami's actions could have been predicted to a degree as well. But as it is currently, with no orb, my meta-knowledge and future knowledge advantage will be minimized. History will follow a different course. The man-god Hidegami will become unpredictable and make very different moves. And I can't rely on the novel events to simply do the same thing but better.
But that's fine.
Even if most of my future knowledge becomes useless, I will just have to make the most optimal choices and carve out my own path. My advantage of reincarnation is much more than just the knowledge of one possible future. Originally, I was always somewhat worried about making changes. My actions might have caused growing unpredictable consequences that might make things more difficult for me down the line after the mana disaster. If the mana disaster happened early as well, at an unpredictable timing, it would have also completely thrown things out of order. Some crucial characters would not have been at the place where they should be, or certain things would have not happened yet. But now I know that I can go all out on doing what's best, without a worry and without holding back. Armored Dragon Calendar, Year 500, around 90 years into the future. There lived a young girl called the Blessed Child of Restoration. There was no life in her eyes. Ever since she was born, they had been empty save for despair. The adults around her thought of her as ominous and kept their distance. The girl knew what fate had in store for her. She had known since before her birth. No, it is not quite true that she knew before birth. She had not known before her first, true birth. But this girl had been reborn many times. Again and again, she had repeated a life with only slight differences each time. Different lives, albeit only slightly. Nevertheless, they all ended the same way. There was never a big change that occurred, and she approached the same conclusion time and time again. That conclusion was her death. She would always die. No living creature may escape death, but her death was a particularly awful one. Most often, after being manipulated as a tool by her country, she was captured and murdered by an enemy nation. She was like a toy fought over by children. Sometimes she was brutally raped, sometimes she was eaten alive by monsters, sometimes she was bound and thrown into water. The girl died each time, in pain and despair. To her, life was just a road that always ended in anguish. Every day was nothing but another step closer to the executioner's block. She was without hope. Still, the girl had a power. She could restore the time of an object by, at most, a single day. With this power, she could restore broken things. She could even resurrect the dead. But only within 24 hours. The power to bring the dead back to life within just a single day was enough for her to be pressed into service by the nation. The king kept her all to himself, monopolizing her powers. Her power freed the king from injury and illness. Mysteriously, she could not stop him from aging, but this was of little importance to the king. The girl had known 3 versions of the king. Though his name and appearance never changed, there were small variances in his personality and his conduct. Every time she died, and a new nightmare began, the king she served changed a little. But none of it mattered to the girl. There was no difference in how any of the kings treated her. To her, the kings all blended into the same monster. The power that made her a blessed child brought her no happiness. She could not turn back her own time, nor could she use her power for her own purposes. All it did was shackle her to the palace that served as her prison.
And then, she died.
She was kept like an animal in a corner of the palace, meeting slightly different people every time, until she finally perished. Sometimes her power was insufficient, and she incurred the wrath of the king. Sometimes another nation invaded the kingdom, and she was taken prisoner. Sometimes the kingdom was overrun by demons that slaughtered them all. Her life faded away in misery. And then, she returned to the beginning. She started again from her birth in a remote rural corner of the kingdom. After spending her early years enduring the adults' disgust, she was taken to the palace where she would ultimately die yet again. The girl tried to escape her fate in the beginning. She hid her power so that she could stay with her mother and father. It did no good. For some reason, just before her 5th birthday, soldiers came from the palace and took her. She tried to run away from the village before the soldiers came, but that too was futile. She was either killed by a monster or was captured by bandits or kidnappers, who she was sold on to next varied, but she ended up at the palace without fail. Fate dragged her back to the palace like an Alshan's trap, crushed her hope, then murdered her. It was hell, an eternal, unceasing hell cycle that utterly destroyed her. She ceased to feel anything. She followed the king's orders like a machine, her face devoid of expression. 100 years passed, then 200.
Or was it 1,000? 2,000? Perhaps 10, or 20,000.
She no longer remembered how many times she had died, or how long she had lived.
Her memory was
perpetually hazy, and she couldn't recall a single instance of joy. However, the moments of her death were always crystal clear. Perhaps it was instinct. Some pure animal urge within her that clung to life, that recorded the memory of her death as something to be avoided. Alas, the result was that her whole life was blotted out by her own deaths. She no longer recalled anything else. It was nothing but a chain of memories of death. Immersed in an endless cycle of death, the girl made a wish. She wished within all her heart. I can't bear this anymore. Someone save me. In that moment, the laws of the world shifted. Things in her next life had changed. She was again born in a provincial unnamed village and was taken to the palace. She obeyed the king's every order and used her power day in and day out. None of this had changed. But when she was 10, something different happened. Something that had never happened before. It was her 10th birthday. As though to celebrate the occasion, the girl was taken away. She was taken beneath the palace, to a space with a vast magic circle. The girl hadn't known whether there was such a magic circle in the palace, for she had never been allowed to walk freely within it. Several dozen adults stood around the magic circle. They held staves and wore black robes. Hoods covered their faces. The knowledge she had gleaned from her eternal hell told her that these people were magicians. But what would happen to her, she did not know. She knew little about magic and magic circles. She had never had the opportunity to learn such things in any of her lives. The girl was bound to the magic circle. Her eyes were empty as always. Something new happened, but it failed to stir her heart at all. She would still die in the end. No matter what happened along the way, nothing would change. The sense of resignation crowded out everything else. The ritual began. The magic circle relentlessly drew the mana from her body. As a blessed child, she held an inconceivable volume of mana within her body. It was a different stripe of mana to that which was used in magic and swordsmanship, and in theory, it could not typically have been used for a magic circle like this one. Was it a chance, then, that the magic circle was drawing out her mana? No. This magic circle had been created for a purpose. It was designed to be activated using the mana of the blessed child of restoration. Who had made it? Though they were out of the girl's sight, the architect was present at the ritual. The kingdom's prodigy, a magic knight, she observed the magic circle looking only a little less bored than the girl. The ritual was a success. The magic circle blazed with light. Light in a prison of 7 colors, the light of summoning. Then, when the light died away, there was a man standing in the middle of the circle. It worked. We did it. The kingdom is saved. While the magicians celebrated, the man looked around his surroundings in amazement. He was a muscular man. Although he was not huge, his body was sculpted in great detail. His hair was standing right up in a strange unusual haircut and he wore unfamiliar clothes. The magicians looked overjoyed. A powerful-looking hero was summoned. The girl paid little attention to any of it. The man turned his gaze to the girl with empty eyes who sat on the ground in front of him. This is... Can you understand me? The language he spoke was unknown to all there, and yet somehow, the girl understood. Perhaps it was because her own mana had been used, or perhaps it was because she was connected to his presence here. As the girl failed to respond, the man asked again, "Hello?" "Hello," she replied indifferently like a machine. "Can you understand me?" "Yes." "Oh. So, what is this place?" "It's the royal palace," the girl slowly answered. "Royal palace?" My name is hashtag, he said, as if suddenly realizing. "How about you?" "I am the blessed child of restoration." "Blessed child of restoration. So you're a healer? And what about your name?" With those words, the girl realized that in every iteration of her endless hell, and in particular after she came to the palace, no one ever asked her name. A blessed child had no name. Perhaps if they were royalty, an expedition might be made, but as a rule, blessed children had their names taken from them. From that point on, they were only ever referred to as Miko, the blessed child. The girl was no exception. But while usually blessed children had their names taken before they could learn them, the girl remembered her name. She remembered it precisely because she had died so many times. It was the name her mother and father had given her.
Riria, she said. Riria? I see. It's a cute name.
The man smiled and then patted the girl's head.
The girl's heart stirred.
The girl had felt something had changed. The king released her from her duties as a blessed child. Instead, she was made to be the boy's interpreter. After a mage knight joined them as a bodyguard, the three of them wandered freely through the palace. Riria, what's that? The man from another world asked her about everything, about the world, about how they lived, about the people in it. But despite dying so many things, the girl knew nothing. He asked what this is.
That?
It's a magic tool. When you put mana into it, fire comes out of the end. I wonder if they're going to the forest to drive out the monsters. The girl, knowing nothing, asked the magic knight and the knight answered. The magic knight looked half asleep, but answered all the questions. Unlike the girl, she knew everything.
I see.
So it's like a flamethrower, the man said. Do you know who made it? He asked who made it. Riria again passed the question around. The knight yawned and answered again. This thing was invented by the Azura Kingdom. Many current magical tools were made there, and summoning magic also made great progress. It's because of the last queen who heavily focused on magical research.
I see.
The man seemed to be deep in thought again for a while. Riria, please thank her again. She's very helpful, he finally said whilst glancing at the magic knight with gratitude. The girl passed it around. No problem, the magic knight answered nonchalantly.
The man was very kind.
The girl knew that much. To her as well, unlike anyone ever before, she did not take her help for granted. Riria, can you use magic? He asked.
No.
I never learned it, Riria said slowly.
Ah, it's a shame. Do you know?
There was no magic in my world. There was no magic?
Yes.
But just relying on their inventions, humans still became the top of the food chain. Even without magic we still made many things. For example, we had planes. A plane is, how should I say it, it's like a mechanical flying bird. The girl's life as an interpreter was nothing like her life before. Everything was fresh. The man was very curious about the world. Every time he learned something, he smiled his easy smile, and every time, the girl's heart stirred. At first, she'd think nothing would change. She'd think everything was over for her. But she could dream about the stories the boy sometimes told her about his strange world. When the knight answered the man's questions, she also felt her own world expanding. She learned that this world was unimaginably vast and full of all sorts of people she had never known. A little while after the man came, she realized that her food had taste. Her ears opened to the chirping of the birds when she woke up in the morning and to enjoy the warmth of the sun.
She felt alive.
She believed her stint in hell was over. The man had come to save her. He had come to pull her out of this long hellish cycle. She had been born to meet him. Now, her life would begin.
This is fate, she thought.
The man was so strong and so gentle, and such a support to her, that it seemed true. She didn't know how to think of him, as a parental figure?
A friend? A lover?
She only knew that he was her savior, and she loved him. But that's why when the man did what he did, she decided to put her trust in him.
Read the comment, important. War engulfed the kingdom.
The girl knew that every time this war came, it swept her up and she died. She knew it better than anyone. But there were things she didn't know, that the man had been summoned to win the war. That the kingdom's prophet had advised that they summon a champion from another world and have him fight for them. And that after the kingdom had taken the prophet's advice and spent 10 years summoning the man, they were now at a point of no return. The girl knew nothing. But the man was different. He approached her on his own. Then he told her that he's going to die, that it's his fate. He told him the reason why the kingdom summoned him and that he's going to be sent into the battlefield where he will die. And after that she will die as well. The girl didn't know how the man could know about the future. But she did have her own power. She also knew that death was also the end that awaited her. And that's why she believed the man. Somehow, he knew about the future. Not only that, but after that he revealed that he also knew about her power of rebirth, about a power that no one should have known. Rather than feeling fear that her secret was revealed, the girl felt unbelievably relieved and glad. Someone knew. Someone knew about what she has been through, and about what kind of hellish life she's been living. She could share that curse with someone. Then the man made a proposal, saying that there's a chance for them both to live. He asked her to use her powers to the limit and send his soul back to the past, to the year of 406. He said that he will create a future in which she will be saved. But the girl had no belief whether her powers would be able to accomplish something like this.
She told him this.
She fully trusted the man, but she simply couldn't do it.
You can do it.
Use your powers to the limit. Even if it kills you, you won't truly die, won't you? Still, he attempted to convince her. But she still had no confidence. Her ability could not be used this way. She proposed that they would attempt running away instead. But that's when the man took out a dagger and suddenly stabbed his own heart.
The girl panicked.
She wanted to rush in to stop the man, restoring him back to full health. But the man kept her at bay with the bloody dagger that he pulled out of his chest.
She couldn't approach him. Stand back.
This is the only way. Riria, you can do it. Please believe in me. While speaking with an anguished and terrified expression, slowly, the man fell to the ground into a pool of blood. The girl rushed up to him immediately this happened, but then hesitated. If she healed him, couldn't he just do the same thing again? The man was determined. And he trusted in her to the point he was ready to take his own life. She also wanted to trust in the man. He was her only hope in all of her lives. Watching the dead body of the man who saved her, she decided. Even if she will die for good, she will try it. The girl made a wish. For the first time since she was first born, she wished and wished with all her heart, I want to be saved by him. I want to live with him. She picked up the bloodied dagger and then stabbed her own heart. Her power could turn back time for a single day. Or at least, it was believed to do so. Everyone had a vague sense that something was strange about her power, but the ability was so convenient that no one had bothered to investigate it further. But the man knew something. And the girl also had this feeling. What he said might be possible. However, she inwardly knew that she could only use her special powers at the time of her death. Perhaps the man didn't know that. Regardless of this, the time she had spent living with the man had not been long. Even in that short time span, he had stolen her heart and usurped all the memories of death that had filled it.
The man was hope.
He was the first hope the girl had known. That hope kept her head raised high and facing forward. For the first time since she was first born, she turned an eye to her own power. The moment she also died whilst holding the man's hand, she bit her lip hard enough to draw blood, then used her power. Even this fails and she dies for good, then so be it. At least, she will no longer have to suffer. Now, the girl forced out so much of her own might that she thought her mind would burst. She used the power to alter the past. And the world looped, with the girl at its center. The girl's power stretched back into the past of the year 400 of the Armored Dragon era, the citadel of Roa in Fitoa, where she and the man both lost their lives. A rift in space-time opened in the sky above the town. Through that rift a soul was summoned from the future. Because it was only a soul, the small disturbance of mana was not noticed by anyone. But the time when the girl's power reached was too far off from the man's intended target. His soul wandered aimlessly for years, and during the process his memories of this world gradually faded away. Finally, in the year 407 it came across an infant on the verge of death and slipped inside. That soul belonged to the person who would be named Seraphim Greyrat. Year 412 of the Armored Dragon King calendar, present time. Seraphim's POV. After I had Gislan scan the sky over Roa with her demon eye, we both came back into the manor. By the time we returned, Aris had already woken up and started banging on the door. After letting her out, I had enough presence of mind to warn her to not practice fire magic on her own before I secluded myself in my room. She asked me to guide her in her strength training, but I told her to first recover after fainting. There was still some time in the day. Being left by myself, I sat down at my desk. I thought back to everything. The red orb was not there. The mana disaster will probably not happen. Now that I know this fact, I can make my plans for the future with this in mind. Even if some kind of other disaster happens, there is at least nothing that would hold me back mentally. I don't need to worry about making changes that might spread out, majorly influence the future and make me lose my future knowledge advantage with the perspective of hoping to imitate canon events. Previously, I have always kept this in mind. I thought of various things I could do, but I had to balance my actions to not cause unexpected changes down the line which might be detrimental in shape.
It's just a shame.
If I knew about this from the start, I could have begun teaching Sylphie magic at least 1 year earlier. There was also some regret.
It felt like a waste.
I felt bad for Sylphie. I could have made her stronger. But logically, I also understood that there's no point in dwelling on it. It isn't something that I could have foreseen. Shifting the timing of the mana disaster was one thing, but my main concern with meeting Sylphie early was that after seeing her and her talent, Roxy would have pitied her, felt kinship and accepted her as her disciple, and it would make Roxy not reach the Chiron Kingdom on schedule. This would have messed things up even more going forward. Whereas Sylphie having more mana wouldn't have changed or helped much in the grand scheme of things. Then at 5 years old I came to Roa. It was a decision that went against what I previously tried to prevent and was a risk, but I eventually felt that it would be too much of a waste if I didn't go, in the case that the orb isn't there. Or perhaps even if I hasten the mana disaster and make things more difficult for myself, it might still be worth it.
In the end, I'm glad I came, I thought.
The details could be decided later, but I formed a rough plan for the future. For the years 5 to 7, I will stay in Roa and focus on my growth and basic studies, that's for sure. After that I'll probably try going out to acquire access to various Saint and King rank magic. But first I should probably register in the Magician's Guild with a higher rank. I'd then buy the advanced rank healing magic book, try to get some textbooks on magic circles and probably order some books on summoning magic from the capital. I still don't know how I reincarnated, but even if I don't know that, my actions wouldn't change. I might possibly only find out about it in the future, or if a ROB decides to pay me a delayed visit. That night I couldn't sleep. My brain was filled with racing thoughts and I couldn't stop myself from thinking of what I learned that day and the consequences of it. But I knew that I needed to sleep. At this moment, I was in the middle of testing the effect of healing herbs. Tomorrow I should see the first results. For reliable results, I needed a full night's sleep each day to give my body a proper chance to recover and grow. That's when the sleeping pills I snatched from the kidnappers came to my mind. Eventually, I swallowed one of the pills and fell asleep in a matter of moments.
Ugh. It hurt a lot. It was so sudden.
I abruptly woke up, feeling a piercing pain in my stomach that made me think that something had drilled a hole in it.
Who attacked me? Hidegami? Did he detect me already?
But to have agents even in the Boreas family.
No, I saw my assailant. Red hair. It was Aris.
She was sitting on top of me, staring down on me.
Seraphim.
It's time for training.
Get up already.
She loudly called out.
Uff.
I let out a pained groan. I wouldn't mind being woken up by a cute girl on top of me, but this hurt so much. Why, Aris, why?
You're late. Aris said again. I see.
So it was like that. I overslept. As a consequence of taking sleeping pills, I overslept. To the side, I saw some maids as well, overlooking the scene. Using some of my willpower, I cast a silent healing spell to rid myself of the pain. Good job, young miss.
He woke up.
Yes, you did great.
Thank you.
The maids praised Aris. And Aris sent them a self-satisfied grin.
No problem.
I reduced gravity around me and then got up, pushing Aris off of me. She was easily pushed off and then tumbled to the ground, clumsily landing on the floor.
Ouch.
As I got up, I saw Aris glaring at me. Wingardium Leviosa, muttering a dummy chant for show, I used gravity magic, making the area around her turn into a zero-gravity zone.
What?
What is this? Aris called out in panic as her body entered the state of inertia. I said, it's my payback for hitting me. I controlled the gravity magic a bit more, reversing it slightly to make her float up. Aris began to flap her limbs around in the air in a panic, shouting, what is this?
Yeah. Let me go. Release me now.
The maids covered their mouths in shock at the scene. No, I will leave you like that for 2 hours as punishment.
What?
No way. I only tried to help.
Gislan. Gislan. Help me.
At Aris's shouts, Gislan rushed into the room. Gislan looked around expressionlessly, then told me, Seraphim, put her down. You were late for training, so Aris Ujo-sama woke you up. You can't be angry at her.
You tell him, Gislan.
Gislan continued, the training has already started. Stop this and hurry up to the square. Gislan looked serious. I felt it was time to stop my joke. Yes, release me.
Aris also shouted. I said, okay.
I deactivated my gravity magic and Aris fell down, just as she requested. Gislan rushed over and smoothly caught Aris by kneeling down before she hit the ground. It isn't like the falling distance was large enough for Aris to get hurt, she would have rather safely landed on her feet. I wouldn't have just released her otherwise, and there's still healing magic.
Still, it was a funny scene.
But Gislan also reacted quickly. Leaving Gislan's arms, Aris got up, taking a pose of legs spread out and hands on her hips, and glared at me.
Humph.
Sorry, I said a half-hearted apology and slightly smiled at her. After a while, I saw Aris's anger gradually dissipate. She crossed her arms saying, as long as you're sorry. Truth be told, Aris felt angry and at a loss at that moment. If it was anyone else bullying her, she would have already rushed at them to punch them as a payback. Or perhaps she would have plotted revenge. But she knew that it wouldn't work on Seraphim. Not only will he dodge or block her punch, he might even punish her for it later. Using his magic, he could even instantly kill an advanced rank swordsman. He was incredibly strong. Even without magic, she was not his match at all. Luckily, he apologized. I smiled at Aris. With all that I knew about her, I could understand her quite well.
I then turned to Gislan. I'm sorry, Gislan.
I couldn't sleep last night, so I took sleeping pills. So it was like that. Now that you woke up, hurry to the square.
Aris, come with me first.
Yes. I said, first, I'll eat breakfast. You can start without me. First I had to make sure to fulfill my rough protein and calorie goals for the day. Sword training could happen later. Gislan looked at me for a while, then nodded.
All right.
Aris and Gislan left the room. It's later that I found out that as the maids failed to wake me up, the head maid was called in to open the door with a master key, but they still failed in waking me up, so someone special was called over in turn. And that someone special was Aris. Since shouting didn't work, she jumped onto me and elbowed me in the stomach. Even if she was a bit too hard-handed, given the circumstances, I wasn't actually angry. I felt it was a bit amusing. But it would be no good if I accepted Aris hitting me whenever she wants as perfectly normal, like Rudeus did. It was actually the first time she hit me, successfully. This tease was just a small lesson. Though if she seriously pisses me off one day, maybe I should really make her dangle in the air head down using telekinesis. Unlike my worries, I wasn't very drowsy during sword training that day. The sleeping pills didn't have any negative side effects that you would expect from powerful sleeping drugs back on Earth. Even back when I was kidnapped by the kidnappers in the middle of the day, I didn't feel very tired once I woke up. I guess magic. Still, I wasn't at my best and was slightly distracted during sparring. It was because my mind was still focused on the stuff related to the mana disaster and my mysterious reincarnation. Back in my first life, I had insomnia and would often be unable to fall asleep due to racing thoughts. For the most part, this has subsided in the new world and I sleep quite soundly here, but it seems I still have a tendency to overworry and overthink things. If I cannot overcome it myself, I'd have to use sleeping drugs then. After the morning sword practice finished, Aris and I went to grab something to eat. Except that we couldn't eat together because of our differing social statuses. After eating a post-workout meal brought in by the maids, I visited Philip. Philip wanted my magic lessons to simply happen in the afternoon after Aris's normal studies, but I didn't like the idea. I asked him about Aris's current lesson schedule and what kind of subjects she studied in total. Since I had a chance, I wanted to set up for her the most efficient schedule. Philip could only tell me the subject she studied and a rough lesson plan that Aris currently had, but it was enough. After passing me this information, he told me to come to the reception room slightly later when it will be lunch break. It was for me to meet with Aris's current home tutor Anastasia. I guessed that he went with my suggestion here and did not directly reject me because he was curious what I would pull off this time. Having made my preparations, I came to the reception room where I made some small talk with Philip while waiting for the other guests. Eventually, the door opened and two people walked inside. One was a slightly overweight middle-aged woman, and another was a muscular beast woman with strong abdominal muscles that would make any man jealous. I already knew the latter, so I focused on the former. The woman that should be the home tutor looked like a chubby middle-aged noblewoman, with a soft and gentle face, and with bound-up hair of a somewhat ordinary dark brown color. Lord Philip. The woman did a noble's greeting while speaking in a soft voice. Anastasia, I'm glad you're here. How did the arithmetic lesson with the addition of Gislan go? Anastasia gently smiled. The lesson went very well. Calculations are certainly the young lady's least favorite subject, but today she was especially motivated to learn thanks to Miss Gislan. Oh? Is that so? Yes. There were some difficulties at first, but Miss Gislan did well to motivate the young lady by talking about her adventures and the difficulties she encountered because she didn't know arithmetics. The idea of including Miss Gislan in the lessons was a huge success. The woman spoke softly, with a gentle happy expression throughout. To the side, I saw some maids as well, overlooking the scene. Using some of my willpower, I cast a silent healing spell to rid myself of the pain. Good job, young miss. He woke up. Yes, you did great. Thank you. The maids praised Aris. And Aris sent them a self-satisfied grin. No problem. I reduced gravity around me and then got up, pushing Aris off of me. She was easily pushed off and then tumbled to the ground, clumsily landing on the floor. Ouch. As I got up, I saw Aris glaring at me. Wingardium Leviosa. Muttering a dummy chant for show, I used gravity magic, making the area around her turn into a zero-gravity zone. What? What is this? Aris called out in panic as her body entered the state of inertia. I said, it's my payback for hitting me. I controlled the gravity magic a bit more, reversing it slightly to make her float up. Aris began to flap her limbs around in the air in a panic, shouting, "What is this?
Yeah. Let me go. Release me now."
The maids covered their mouths in shock at the scene. "No, I will leave you like that for 2 hours as punishment."
What? No way.
"I only tried to help."
Gislan. Gislan. Help me.
At Aris's shouts, Gislan rushed into the room. Gislan looked around expressionlessly, then told me, "Seraphim, put her down. You were late for training, so Aris Ujo-sama woke you up. You can't be angry at her."
You tell him, Gislan.
Gislan continued, "The training has already started. Stop this and hurry up to the square." Gislan looked serious. I felt it was time to stop my joke. "Yes, release me."
Aris also shouted. I said, "Okay."
I deactivated my gravity magic and Aris fell down, just as she requested. Gislan rushed over and smoothly caught Aris by kneeling down before she hit the ground. It isn't like the falling distance was large enough for Aris to get hurt, she would have rather safely landed on her feet. I wouldn't have just released her otherwise, and there's still healing magic.
Still, it was a funny scene.
But Gislan also reacted quickly. Leaving Gislan's arms, Aris got up, taking a pose of legs spread out and hands on her hips, and glared at me.
Humph.
"Sorry," I said a half-hearted apology and slightly smiled at her. After a while, I saw Aris's anger gradually dissipate. She crossed her arms saying, "As long as you're sorry." Truth be told, Aris felt angry and at a loss at that moment. If it was anyone else bullying her, she would have already rushed at them to punch them as a payback. Or perhaps she would have plotted revenge. But she knew that it wouldn't work on Seraphim. Not only will he dodge or block her punch, he might even punish her for it later. Using his magic, he could even instantly kill an advanced rank swordsman. He was incredibly strong. Even without magic, she was not his match at all. Luckily, he apologized. I smiled at Aris. With all that I knew about her, I could understand her quite well.
I then turned to Gislan. "I'm sorry, Gislan.
I couldn't sleep last night, so I took sleeping pills. So it was like that. Now that you woke up, hurry to the square."
Aris, come with me first.
"Yes." I said, "First, I'll eat breakfast. You can start without me." First I had to make sure to fulfill my rough protein and calorie goals for the day. Sword training could happen later. Gislan looked at me for a while, then nodded.
All right.
Aris and Gislan left the room. It's later that I found out that as the maids failed to wake me up, the head maid was called in to open the door with a master key, but they still failed in waking me up, so someone special was called over in turn. And that someone special was Aris. Since shouting didn't work, she jumped onto me and elbowed me in the stomach. Even if she was a bit too hard-handed, given the circumstances, I wasn't actually angry. I felt it was a bit amusing. But it would be no good if I accepted Aris hitting me whenever she wants as perfectly normal, like Rudeus did. It was actually the first time she hit me, successfully. This tease was just a small lesson. Though if she seriously pisses me off one day, maybe I should really make her dangle in the air head down using telekinesis. Unlike my worries, I wasn't very drowsy during sword training that day. The sleeping pills didn't have any negative side effects that you would expect from powerful sleeping drugs back on Earth. Even back when I was kidnapped by the kidnappers in the middle of the day, I didn't feel very tired once I woke up. I guess magic. Still, I wasn't at my best and was slightly distracted during sparring. It was because my mind was still focused on the stuff related to the mana disaster and my mysterious reincarnation. Back in my first life, I had insomnia and would often be unable to fall asleep due to racing thoughts. For the most part, this has subsided in the new world and I sleep quite soundly here, but it seems I still have a tendency to overworry and overthink things. If I cannot overcome it myself, I'd have to use sleeping drugs then. After the morning sword practice finished, Aris and I went to grab something to eat. Except that we couldn't eat together because of our differing social statuses. After eating a post-workout meal brought in by the maids, I visited Philip. Philip wanted my magic lessons to simply happen in the afternoon after Aris's normal studies, but I didn't like the idea. I asked him about Aris's current lesson schedule and what kind of subjects she studied in total. Since I had a chance, I wanted to set up for her the most efficient schedule. Philip could only tell me the subject she studied and a rough lesson plan that Aris currently had, but it was enough. After passing me this information, he told me to come to the reception room slightly later when it will be lunch break. It was for me to meet with Aris's current home tutor Anastasia. I guessed that he went with my suggestion here and did not directly reject me because he was curious what I would pull off this time. Having made my preparations, I came to the reception room where I made some small talk with Philip while waiting for the other guests. Eventually, the door opened and two people walked inside. One was a slightly overweight middle-aged woman, and another was a muscular beast woman with strong abdominal muscles that would make any man jealous. I already knew the latter, so I focused on the former. The woman that should be the home tutor looked like a chubby middle-aged noblewoman, with a soft and gentle face, and with bound-up hair of a somewhat ordinary dark brown color.
Lord Philip.
The woman did a noble's greeting while speaking in a soft voice. Anastasia, I'm glad you're here. How did the arithmetic lesson with the addition of Gislan go?
Anastasia gently smiled.
The lesson went very well. Calculations are certainly the young lady's least favorite subject, but today she was especially motivated to learn thanks to Miss Gislan.
Oh?
Is that so?
Yes.
There were some difficulties at first, but Miss Gislan did well to motivate the young lady by talking about her adventures and the difficulties she encountered because she didn't know arithmetics. The idea of including Miss Gislan in the lessons was a huge success. The woman spoke softly, with a gentle happy expression throughout. For a 5-year-old, being able to use advanced rank magic in just one type of magic is freakishly monstrous already. It was enough to allow me to gain D rank in the guild and stop being treated like a nobody.
I see.
If it's like that, then it might still be fine. The guild master of Roa's Magicians Guild is from the Greencrow family, and the Greencrows are a middle-ranked noble family with fairly close ties to the Boreas. I'll make sure your information stays secure.
Thank you. You're welcome.
After all, we're family. I suppose you would not want to give up on registering yourself, so I can only help, Feely said with a small smile. He then added, I'll have Gilbert go with you again. As we chatted some more, Philip warned me against revealing my status as a saint-rank magician to the public and also against talking about the identity of my father. I already understood that well, so I concurred. Once I hit a bottleneck in the learning resources I can acquire, I might reveal my status as a saint rank, but there was no point in doing that just yet when advanced rank might suffice. It was still my early growth period, after all. And there were still Hidegami and Philemon out there. I left the manor with Gilbert. Eventually, I reached the Magicians Guild again. Just like it was each time I came there, the place was mostly deserted. While noting this inwardly, I made my way to the second floor. At the clerk's desk, Camille could be seen yawning.
Hello, Camille. Oh, Seraph Kuhn.
Camille smiled the moment she noticed me.
You're here again.
How can I help you? I'm here to pass a recommendation letter from my master.
A recommendation letter?
Yes, I'm actually an advanced rank water magician, I said as if it was only natural while handing her the letter. Camille raised her eyebrows and received my letter. Reading it, she commented, So Roxy Magurdia is your master.
So you're the disciple she mentioned.
I was silent, allowing Camille to read the letter in full. Once finished, she gave me a deep look then said, Your master visited us not long ago and told us that you might visit us in the future. She also mentioned your name and said that you're young. However, it's still very shocking that you're an advanced rank magician at your age. It isn't a joke, is it?
No.
I'm really an advanced rank magician. Do I need to prove it? Camille wryly smiled and said, Normally it wouldn't be necessary. There is no problem with the recommendation letter. However, the only person who can grant D-rank membership in our guild is our guild master. Before I tell him about you, it's better that as a receptionist I could somehow confirm that it isn't a joke. I could see that she was worried. To not put her in a difficult position, I guess I should show off my skill a little.
Okay.
I raised my hand then slowly said, Blizzard storm. 7 blobs of water formed above my head, then froze and transformed into rough conal-shaped icicles. Camille's eyes shot wide open in shock and she jumped. At the side, a bodyguard pulled out his sword and rushed out immediately, just to stop after a few steps. Gilbert also grabbed his sword and stepped out to shield me in turn, blocking the other swordsman. Camille slightly gulped as she looked at the icicles floating above me. I dispelled my spell.
Is that enough?
Camille stared at me in a daze. I asked again, Is that enough? I use shortened incantations.
Ah yes.
It is enough. Camille then told the bodyguard to sheath his sword, grasped the letter in her hand and excitedly jogged off to somewhere to meet the guild master. Her butt really looked quite nice when her butt cheeks were jumping up and down as she jogged with small steps in a hurry. Not too big, not too small, just right. You really are a Greyrat, aren't you?
Ah.
I looked up at Gilbert who suddenly spoke up. Gilbert slightly smirked and commented, Being interested in girls' butts at your age is a very Greyrat thing to do.
Is that so? I looked away in shame.
So he noticed the direction I was looking at. Although he said that it's normal for Greyrats, I don't think 5-year-olds being interested in butts is normal by any means. Of course, I was not really a kid. But I couldn't say that. Gilbert continued, Normally butts are a thing of the Zephyrus family though. They like big butts.
Aha.
So the Boreas like beast girls, The Nodos like big boobs and the Zephyrus like big butts. Then what about the Euros family, the last among the Greyrat family branches? Although I was very curious, I didn't ask. Our conversation between a 5-year-old and a 55-year-old was already awkward enough. As the old man looked amused from teasing me, I left him and approached the mission board again. I browsed through the requests one by one. Some of them were new, some of them were old. In the end, there weren't any missions that promised quick and easy money. As I kept reading through the requests for the second time, Camille eventually returned.
Seraph Kuan.
The guild master wants to see you. The Roa Branches Magicians Guild's guild master was a man around 50 years old, with long slicked back graying dark brown hair and a sharp contoured face. Wearing a robe and a stern somewhat arrogant expression, he looked what you'd expect from a desk-bound high-rank magician. With his sharp eyes, he looked at me judgmentally the moment I entered the meeting room. His first expression when he saw me seemed to be that of curiosity, but condescending arrogance and doubt was the primary emotion visible on his face. "Gilbert, you are here as well." The wizard's expression somewhat changed and he looked with surprise at the person beside me.
"Yes.
I'm assigned to protect young Master Seraphim during his outing. It's good to see you in good health, Pascal." It seemed like the two men knew each other. That's actually what I wanted to say." The man called Pascal looked at Gilbert, then turned to me. "You are the 5-year-old advanced rank water magician? The student of Roxy McGurdia?"
"Yes.
My name is Seraphim Greyrat. It's nice to meet you." I did a polite noble's greeting, regardless of the circumstances. "My name is Pascal Greencrow," the man said, placing down a letter on the desk with a thud, supposedly, Roxy's recommendation letter. "When I was young, I was also called a genius. I later realized that there are people in this world who are more outstanding and talented than I am. However, isn't your supposed ability way too preposterous even for a genius?" "Not a single word of my master's letter is an exaggeration," I slowly replied. "Is that the case? Camille here says that you're an advanced rank water magician. If I asked, you could prove it to me, right?"
"Not a problem.
I can prove it right now." I raised my hand, then slowly articulated, "Blizzard Storm." A similar reaction to before took place. Guild Master Pascal jumped up from his seat and extended his hand toward me as if in defense, but then hesitated with what to do next. He stared at me with an expression of shock and disbelief. I dispelled my spell, making the icicles turn back into mana and disperse into the air.
"What skill?"
"What did you just do?" Pascal muttered in disbelief, still standing up. "I can shorten my incantations." "Shorten your incantations? Don't joke with me. You cut it down all the way to the spell's name." "Unfortunately, that's my limit." I forced a faint smile. It's good to keep some of my cards hidden, and this seemed to be a good way to make people let down their guard. I feel that I already appeared talented enough to warrant attention. Pascal stared at me for a while. He then turned to Camille. I could see Camille grinning. Pascal said, "Camille, you didn't tell me of this."
Camille chuckled.
"I thought I wanted to surprise you a little, uncle."
"Uncle?"
"So Camille and the guild master are related?" As I was thinking that, Pascal cast his gaze on me again, but this time with more curiosity than arrogance. "Can you repeat what you did earlier?" I slowly raised my hand. Blizzard Storm. The 7 icicles formed in the air once again. 7 was the original number of projectiles for a textbook version chanted Blizzard Storm, so I went with that. I asked, "Should I release it as well?" Pascal smiled wryly and shook his head with an ugly expression. I smiled a little and cancelled my spell. Pascal let out a long sigh and commented, "You can freely disperse your magic as well." "Magnificent. There don't seem to be any magic circles here, nor a magic tool, you really just cast it yourself." Among the people present, Camille was grinning and beaming with pride, Gilbert was slightly smirking, both looking proud as if what I did was their own achievement. Pascal looked around at the gathered crowd, then settled his eyes on me, and asked, "To reach such mastery over your magic power at such a young age?" I stayed silent. Pascal smiled, then motioned to a sofa in front of his desk. "Please sit down, young man. Even though my pride was hurt, I must acknowledge talent when I see one." "Thank you." I stepped forward and sat down on the sofa. Gilbert didn't come in closer and instead remained standing at the door. Meanwhile Camille, after sending me a teasing smile, left the room, probably having to return to her desk.
"Are you from Roa?"
Pascal asked, his eyes aimed right at mine. "I'm from a village not far from Roa."
"From a village? How unexpected."
"To be so talented and well-educated when you were born in a village is very unexpected. My parents are rather well off. They have cared for my education since a young age." "Is that the case?"
"That's good. Early education is very important for certain.
Talent does not differentiate between nobility or not. I wish the buffoons in the capital could realize this. Nonetheless, as long as you're a magician from Roa's surroundings, that's good. Why exactly? Did he expect something from me? Pascal continued, if you don't mind me asking, how are you able to shorten your incantations so much?
It's just my natural talent. Natural talent?
That's also what the sources in the Royal Academy say about silent casting. However, I always had a feeling that it might be a lie.
I forced a small smile.
I have no idea why he had this suspicion, but just look at this smile. I'm definitely not lying. Pascal ignored me, looked to the side at one of the shelves and said, our first family head was a genius and by the end of his life he managed to shorten some of his incantations by half. I, on the other hand, had no talent in it and gave up long ago. Yet here you are, at 5 years old being more skilled at it than I could have ever dreamed of. It is really quite frustrating if it's just about talent. I looked at the shelf as well. I think he was looking at one of the diplomas that were there or a crest of his family, I'm not sure. The guild master looked at me again.
No, it is liberating actually.
If in the end it all comes down to talent, then I cannot blame myself for the lack of effort, can't I?
I think so. Pascal faintly nodded.
As the middle-aged magician seemed to be lost in thought for a while, the conversation eventually resumed. Pascal touched his chest, slightly bowed his head and said, let me introduce myself again. I'm Pascal Greencrow, of the Greencrow family, a family of mages. I'm a saint-ranked wind magician. A saint-ranked wind magician.
Him? Here in Roa?
I couldn't help but voice my surprise. You're saint rank?
Correct. Pascal nodded.
Although my talent is lacking, I'm a saint-ranked wind magician. Your last master was also saint-ranked, wasn't she? It's rare to hear you being so humble, Pascal. Gilbert butted in from beside the door. Pascal faintly looked at him. Gilbert, your lack of manners remains unchanged, I can see. Although I'm a noble, for nearly half my life I was an adventurer, I can't help it. Gilbert shrugged nonchalantly. I listened in on the conversation. Although it was a little interesting to hear about their backgrounds, these people that surrounded me were not professional at all, interrupting and getting on tangents. However, maybe it was just because I was a 5-year-old kid, so I didn't inspire much respect as a young master. Regardless, there was a saint-ranked wind magician in Roa. It was surprising.
Maybe? Or maybe not.
Roa was one of the largest cities of the Azura Kingdom in the end, an ancient city. Looking at me, Pascal said, Seraphim Greyrat, was it? You wanted to register as a D-ranked magician in the guild, correct? I confirmed your ability, so there's no problem.
Thank you. He waved his hand.
No need to thank me. Your ability at your age is more than enough to warrant you a D rank in the guild. No, I will raise it to C rank. You can consider it as a favor toward a fellow magician from Roa.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Your talent might be worthy of more than that, but granting C rank is the limit of my ability, Pascal said. You can give me your guild card.
Yes.
I pulled out my magician's guild card from my chest pocket, stood up and placed it on the guild master's desk. Pascal received it. He read the back and looked at me. Before that, I'd only ask you to show me some more of your truncated casting, if you will. It's to satisfy my curiosity. Did he doubt me a little after seeing an empty sheet on my card? Or he had second thoughts? Either way, it would be good to ease his doubts.
Okay.
I raised my hand.
What spell to cast? No, wait. Not here. Pascal shouted.
As a matter of safety, shouldn't we step out? It's fine, I can control my magic.
Explosion.
As I said those words, a roundish fireball formed in my hand and Pascal slightly jumped. However, he calmed down after he saw that everything was under my control. The building did not explode. I then dispelled explosion, and casted stone bullet, then sonic boom, all intermediate rank spell examples from their respective schools. Pascal looked impressed. It seems my little performance had eased all of its doubts.
Remarkable.
With just the spell's name, a perfect intermediate rank spell is invoked. It's so quick, it's almost as if there is no chant at all. If you kept training, one day you might reach the level of true silent spellcasting. I remained silent. Yes, perhaps I might reach the level of silent spell casting one day. Pascal then took out some tools and began tempering with my guild card. I soon received my card back and took a look at it. The back side read, Name, Seraphim Greyrat. Magician's rank, Advanced rank. Fire magic, Intermediate rank. Water magic, Advanced rank. Earth magic, Intermediate rank. Wind magic, Intermediate rank. Healing magic, Intermediate rank. Detoxification magic, Elementary rank. At the front there was also my rank in the guild.
Guild rank C.
It wasn't a reflection of my true ability, but for a 5-year-old, I felt the guild card looked quite nice. With this card you'll have a 20% discount on all purchases in the Magician's Guild. If there's something else that you need, you can visit me directly or ask Camille.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Pascal-san, there's something I would like to ask you.
Yes.
I'm beginning to research summoning magic and magic circles. Are there any magic books that the guild has on summoning magic? Camille already told me that the guild doesn't sell those, but since the guild master himself offered his help, it's better to ask him. Actually, at the room's window still there sat a fairly large black-gray feathered crow that attracted my attention from the start. Was that actually Pascal's familiar? Otherwise it would be strange to have such a strange crow around.
Summoning magic?
Do you mean enchantment magic?
Pascal asked. No.
Magic beast or spirit summoning magic? Pascal looked at me for a moment, then recommended that I read Sigu's Summoning. When I told him that I already read it, he told me more. If you read it, then you should already be aware of the dangers of summoning magic. Putting that aside, I do have books on summoning magic, but they're no good for anything apart from summoning barely useful familiars. The state of summoning magic is as such in this day and age. You will hardly find any learning material above the elementary rank. You should probably put it aside for now and attempt to polish your truncated casting.
I ignored the noise.
What did I just hear? He had books on summoning familiars. I said, I'm still interested in learning summoning magic. I want to study all types of magic. Pascal looked at me with the look of an experienced adult looking at an inexperienced youngster. However, after a while his expression changed and he looked as if he had suddenly understood something.
He nodded.
I see, so you're at this age. You probably just want a pet, don't you? I was also like that as a kid. Children in my family are the same.
Me?
Let's just go with this. If you still want to learn summoning magic, then I can lend you my book, Pascal said. After a moment of shock, I immediately expressed my gratitude. Thank you. Yes, you're welcome. It's a book that doesn't belong to the guild, but to my family. But mind it that what you'll summon will depend on your luck. Gilbert spoke up. Summoning magic? Isn't it dangerous?
Pascal shook his head.
With this boy's mana reserves, there's hardly a chance that a low-grade magic beast he summons would dare to attack him. He's at least at the level of an advanced rank magician, after all. Well, there is still a chance if he's unlucky and a strange magic beast responds to the call, so you should probably stay guard when he's doing the summoning. Pascal seemed to have assumed that Gilbert was my all-time bodyguard, but neither me nor Gilbert felt like correcting him. Thank you, Pascal-san. I thanked the guild master, and bowed my hand to fully express my attitude.
MHM.
My recommendation is that you try to summon a bird, just like my own familiar. Pascal pointed toward the partially open window where the crow was. If you choose a bird and train it to deliver messages, it can be useful for communication. I see, thank you.
Indeed. That made sense.
If the summoned familiar is meant to be low-ranked anyway, it would be weak and useless in combat, so the most useful would probably be something that can either send messages via flight or scout for enemies. Following that, I asked Pascal about a book to get me started on magic circle study. Once I mentioned the art of drawing magic circles, the guild master seemed very enthusiastic and excited. He immediately brought me to the library. The moment Pascal and I entered the library, the librarian stood up and bowed in respect. The other people present also got up and paid their respects. Pascal instructed the librarian to give me preferential treatment and access to something called the first restricted section.
The first?
Did that mean that there was a second restricted section as well? Either way, the so-called first restricted section was a room behind one of the doors inside the library that contained, no surprise, even more books. Instructing the librarian, Pascal together with the librarian began to take out different books from the main room and also the restricted section. Meanwhile, I thought about Pascal Greencrow, the saint-ranked wind magician from Roa. Saint-ranked magicians were rare. I'm not sure how rare exactly, but rare. How come one was here in Roa? I remember that last year there was a severe drought and our village's fields only got through it without damage to the crops thanks to Roxy. That drought should have also spread to most of the Fatoa region. In truth, a saint-ranked water magician is not what is needed to handle a drought. Instead of causing a saint-ranked storm that would only destroy the crops, what's needed is causing a gentle rain to fall in various places. So what was needed was an advanced rank water magician with a copious amount of mana or several advanced rank magicians. At the time of a drought, Roa should have employed the help of magicians as well. But for other weather cataclysms that might threaten the crops, the most effective magic at changing the weather is wind magic. Roxy had taught me this. In particular, The Saint rank spell Tornado seems to have this effect, being a spell that can be used to dispel natural violent storms or blizzards. That's probably why a Saint-ranked wind magician had found his way to Roa and lives here, a land filled with abundant fields of wheat, flowers and herbs. Or rather, it's probably the other way around. The Greencrow family probably specialized in wind and secondarily water magic because they lived here. After piling up a tall stack of books on one of the tables, Pascal said, "These are some of the basics on magic circles. Read them all." As someone who is talented in truncated casting, you might find the subject boring. However, for everyone else a magic circle allows for casting magic instantly without an incantation. Although the mana consumption is increased because scrolls and magic tools cannot be used together with a staff, they're still marvels of magic. During combat, the most important thing is to launch your magic quickly. You might even ask, why do people even use incantations to cast magic in combat in the first place? They're long and cumbersome, require a lot of focus, and a single spelling mistake can result in failure. However, as long as a magic circle is drawn correctly, it will work every single time and can be reused repeatedly. Isn't this incredible? Pascal looked very enthusiastic and highly spirited as he talked about magic circles. It was quite a transformation compared to the moment he first met me and simply looked at me with doubt. "Yes, quite," I replied half-heartedly. If a magic circle scroll could be reused repeatedly and by using it the spell can be cast instantly without an incantation just like he said, then it really was a marvel of magic. However, then why isn't everyone using scrolls? I immediately felt that there should be some drawbacks to it. Otherwise things would be too good to be true. Apart from that, I also had my silent casting, so magic circles were not an absolute necessity for me in combat, further lowering my hype here in contrast to the guild masters. Pascal patted my shoulder and said, "Study well. You can start with the textbook for beginners and supplement them with the other materials."
Yes.
I was grateful.
I truly was.
But the stack of books I received was quite staggering to take in at once.
I didn't expect it.
It seems that a lot of studying will await me in the near future. Apart from that, I also received a legitimate book on elementary ranked magic beast summoning. Seeming quite stern and arrogant at first, the guild master was very helpful. Naturally, anyone would want to get into the good books of a magic prodigy and a potential future god of magic like me. After thanking the guild master once again, I came down to the second floor. Gilbert carried my backpack full of books on magic circles and summoning magic for me. I then finally bought the book on advanced healing and detoxification magic that I wanted so much. With a 20% discount, it cost me 8 gold coins. In the end, that day I was lent a book on elementary ranked beast summoning magic, purchased a book on advanced healing and advanced detoxification magic, and borrowed a bunch of books to study the art of magic circles. It was an eventful day. Revealing some of my talents proved to be worth it. At one point in the future, I'll have to try making Pascal teach me Real Saint rank wind magic. After returning from the Magician's Guild, the first thing I did was to open the book I bought for 8 gold coins, skim through it and quickly learn the spell, Shine. At that moment, I reached advanced rank in healing magic. In the afternoon, Aris visited me for her magic lessons.
She looked excited.
"What is it that you did earlier? Will you teach me that as well?" "What did I do?" "That magic that made me fly."
"Ah, that.
Wingardium Leviosa?"
"Yes, that one."
Aris wanted to learn gravity magic? Unfortunately, gravity magic was the one type of magic that I did not plan to teach to anyone. Silent casting was not something new, and neither was disturb magic. The human god Hidegami was undoubtedly my most dangerous enemy in this world, since as an otherworlder I would be a variable that had the potential of eventually bringing down his downfall. However, he was an ancient being chronologically way older than Orsted. As an ancient god of humans, it's only natural that he would already know all there is about silent magic, disturb magic and perhaps all other kinds of magic that were already lost to time. There's no risk in Hidegami overlooking how I teach my students silent magic and disturb magic, putting aside the fact that Rudeus did the same in canon. But gravity magic was different. I knew that some methods of gravity manipulation already exist in this world, but what I was personally doing, basing it on my knowledge of physics from Earth, should still be a highly innovative type of gravity magic. It was my special magic, my lifeline. The moment I start teaching gravity magic to others, people directly and indirectly involved would begin to come up with counters against it. As I did that and explained the process behind my gravity magic, by observing it Hidegami might also receive various clues on it, on how to counter it and on how he could teach it to his followers. Although Hidegami shouldn't know about me yet, he was still somehow able to learn about Rudeus's life after the Mana Calamity, so he should have this kind of ability to observe my history as well. So gravity magic was one thing that I wanted to keep for myself and not teach others. Besides, I doubt that grasping gravity magic would be within Aris's ability for controlling mana anyway. First, she had to learn silent casting, and then there was still disturb magic, which should be enough of a challenge for her. If one day I could craft her a magic sword that can manipulate gravity, it would probably be good enough. I told her, "It's my special magic, I can't teach you. But before you even think of learning it, you still need to learn silent spellcasting. But you can't even cast an elementary rank spell yet. Focus on learning the basics." Aris grumbled, but she seemed to have gotten the picture. The magic I used was beyond her current ability, at least. "Will you teach me in the future?" she asked, looking at me hopefully.
It's too difficult. Okay.
If you can learn silent casting and pair it with your sword, it will already be amazing. You have talent for the sword, so focus on that, I said.
You think so?
But Seraphim is younger than me and you're better even with the sword. She looked like she lacked confidence. I think that if you give it your all, you can become someone amazing. I placed a hand on her shoulder and looked at her encouragingly. She brushed off my hand immediately with an annoyed expression.
But no punch came flying.
She pouted and looked away in annoyance.
Was she blushing?
Yes, definitely. It was probably not due to romantic feelings, but just out of embarrassment. I placed my hand on her head this time. She brushed away my hand again. "What are you doing?" She glared at me and raised her fist at me. She glared at me angrily and observed me. Her first seemed to itch, but no punch came flying again, as if she was hesitating. That being said, she's grown, huh? She might have understood to a degree that doing anything to me is only useless and stupid. It's like trying to punch her grandfather Soros. Is it because she's so simple-minded that she got it already? Truth be told, Aris's bratty behavior so far didn't quite faze me, perhaps because her tricks never worked on me. She was just a brat acting like a brat. It was too much for me to become triggered by a little kid's feats. I have dealt with way worse and way more unreasonable people back on Earth. In comparison, Aris's tricks so far at best might only be considered amusing. "Are you not going to punch me?"
I asked.
"If you keep making fun of me, I will." "I'm not making fun of you."
Humph.
She crossed her arms and pouted, with her mouth forming a reversed V shape like an anime catgirl. So back when she tried to punch me when we went out and I called her cute, it's because she thought I was making fun of her? Well, it was a bit of a tease, actually. Either way, what I knew about Aris from the novel and from my life's experiences, most of them from reading novels, allowed me to see through her somewhat. If it were another arrogant girl or another brat, then she might have required a different approach, but I knew Aris well enough. She was a heroine during her growth stage, a 7-year-old spoiled girl with a short temper and a habit of violence, not a modern world's entitled thought that needed to be brought down a notch. As long as I act with a bit of patience from a position of superiority, without arrogance, she'd eventually grow to admire me and actively look for my advice. Didn't she do that for Rudeus eventually? Of course, Rudeus still ended up as her punching bag even then, so I plan to take it a step further in the future and clearly show her how I want her to treat me and what is unacceptable. Perhaps all this was a method of manipulation, but manipulation is such a vague term. Skillfully influencing someone directly with your words to your liking is also manipulation. A special girl like Aris required a special approach, and that's what I was doing, using what I thought was the best method for the situation. She was like a riddle, and solving her with the information and tools I had felt quite satisfying. Is it how Hidegami feels when he manipulates people? Either way, my intentions were good, so I felt no remorse. "Then did you eat already?" I asked.
I did.
"Then let's go do your strength training first." After doing physical training with Aris, I had her go eat a post-workout meal and then watched over her magic training. For the time being, Aris was still practicing how to cast her fireball correctly, so there was not much for me to teach her. In the meantime, I invited Gislan to spar with me, since she was keeping watch over Aris nearby regardless. Using wooden swords, I clashed against Gislan in the courtyard while Aris was casting fireballs sitting at a patch of grass at the side with closed eyes.
Clang, clang, clang.
The sound of wood clashing against wood spread through the square. As Gislan was deflecting my attacks, I increased my tempo gradually and went on the offensive. My speed and strength slowly rose as the fight progressed, as if I was magically powering up.
Aya.
I eventually sent out a diagonal slash at Gislan's shredded midsection with my maximum strength and speed, but that was also easily deflected. Gislan swiped my sword aside, making my arm vibrate in recoil, and placed her own blade at my neck.
I froze.
Gislan's expression slightly changed and she said, "HM? Seraphim, were you holding back during sword training before?" "A bit," I replied while panting. "You shouldn't have." "No, you don't get it." I breathed roughly for a while. After recovering some of my breath, I continued, "What I'm using right now is a special type of magic. It increases my speed and power, but it doesn't increase my perception and reaction speed. That's why training normally is still good for me. You said a special type of magic? What type of magic? Gislan looked at me flabbergasted. It's something like a fake battle aura formed by magic. What I was doing right now was a form of gravity manipulation that I named space bending. Until now, I have discovered 3 main ways to utilize gravity magic. The first one is altering gravity in an area using physics, second is targeted telekinesis, and the last one is space bending. Each one is harder than the last. The first method is the most simple and my relatively most powerful form of gravity manipulation. I can drastically change the gravity in a given area with the least amount of mental effort. I can reduce gravity or remove it completely. I can increase gravity and I can even reverse gravity to make people fall toward the sky. Making people and objects experience a gravitational pull sideways along the ground is something that I'm still working toward. If I use myself as the center of my magic, it becomes the easiest to do. However, doing things this way naturally isn't very user-friendly, since it includes myself in the gravity field as well. But I can also alter gravity in what seems to be a spherical area of my choice, for example, not too far in front of me. If doing things this way, it requires my maximum concentration to be able to do this and also cast another attack spell. There is also a strict limit on the range of how far my gravity magic can extend. On another hand, bending time-space to influence gravity in a donut shape around me while completely disregarding the area around myself is as difficult as it sounds. When I change gravity in an area, I usually use a single point as the focus of my magic, so I don't even know how to attempt it yet. In essence, removing gravity in an area completely was a move that gave great results with the least effort, as it could be seen from my duel with Gislan back in the village. Reversing gravity and increasing gravity was also rather straightforward. Apart from this, the second method of using gravity magic is telekinesis. Telekinesis is significantly less powerful than the first method and requires very delicate mana control. It allows me to freely move objects around in the air. I don't know how telekinesis is scientifically possible as an application of gravity magic, but it is. It is not easy at all, but manipulating unresisting weak living beings is also possible. Someone like Paul can still easily break out of my hold, perhaps by the virtue of his raw strength or thanks to battle aura, I am not yet sure. Finally, the last way to utilize gravity magic, of which I'm the most proud of, is manipulating spacetime itself. Basic understanding of gravity should be enough to grasp gravity magic with enough talent and effort. That's probably how Rudeus eventually did it in the novel. However, by applying the principles of Einstein's theory of general relativity, I managed a completely different level of gravity manipulation. According to general relativity, gravitational force is an illusion. It is not that objects exert gravitational pull toward other objects as it was originally thought, but they bend spacetime itself by existing, which in turn makes nearby objects gravitate toward one another. As it said back on Earth, matter tells spacetime how to curve and curved spacetime tells matter how to move. From an outsider's point of view, it looks as if objects attract each other, but it isn't quite correct. Gravity is in truth matter's ability to bend spacetime. Utilizing this principle was how I managed to develop space bending. Practically, I wrap a layer of gravity magic around me, similar to how it's supposed to be done with battle aura, and use it to bend spacetime toward my liking as I move my body. Effectively, it makes me move faster and with more power as the spacetime itself bends in front of me to boost my movements, making them quicker and heavier. Other words to describe it are, spacetime bends in the direction that my limbs move, making my attacks be affected by a gravitational force that increases my speed and power. It was an ingenious method. Truth be told, as I thought back to the novel, it wasn't actually something completely innovative. During the final confrontation in the novel, Rudeus had overloaded the magical gravity sword of the North God with a crazy amount of mana, which in turn seemed to have caused a space rupture. That was an example of an extreme application of gravity magic's ability to bend spacetime. I also knew from the novel that using telekinesis to directly influence my own movements mid-fight and mid-air, and deflecting projectiles like Kalman III with his magical gravity sword should also be possible, but I wasn't yet at the level when I could do that. Is it your unique magic that you made up? Just like the magic you used before to suspend me in the air?
Gislan asked.
Yes.
I see.
Gislan gave me a very deep look. I said, that's what I wanted to ask you for a favor. I'm primarily a magician, so it would make no sense for me to fight in close quarters if I could help it. But with this ability, I can boost my speed and striking power. It pairs perfectly with the sword god style.
That's true.
If your magic could be paired with battle aura, then it would indeed make you a perfect sword god style user, she said thoughtfully. Sword God style users take the initiative in a fight and aim to cut down their opponent first. Even if my reaction speed is not affected by space bending, the fact still remains that it gives me a speed and power advantage, making this ability ideal to be paired with the Sword God style. As of this moment, space bending seems to only be giving me about 33% boost, but it was still an advantage over those who only had battle aura. Furthermore, I was continuously improving as I kept training in it. I still lacked skill and experience. Gislan said, I originally thought that North God style and Water God style would be better suited for you. But this new magic technique you mentioned complicates things. It makes it difficult for me to give you advice.
Right.
But it isn't certain if I will be a strong battle aura user in the future.
You will, said Gislan.
You're too strong for a kid your age. Was that the case? I trained in a systematic manner since 2 and supplemented it with healing magic, so I wasn't entirely sure. But it was still nice to hear Gislan say that. At that moment, the conversation died down. It seems Gislan forgot that I wanted to ask her for a favor. To get things back on track, I said, that's why I would like to spar with you and practice my close-range magic in the evenings by going all out against you using Sword God style. In turn I could try to teach you magic. You want to teach me magic? I scratched my head.
If you want to learn. And if you have talent for it.
It would normally be presumptuous of me, a 5-year-old, to say that to a sword king, but I already knew that Gislan would want to learn magic.
I don't know if I have talent.
I never tried learning magic seriously because my memory is bad. If you never tried seriously, then there's a chance. I can at least try.
Very well then.
I'll practice with you in the evenings and you can try teaching me magic, said Gislan, gently smiling in the end.
I smiled. Good.
While when training with Aris, I can practice my sword techniques and instincts. With Gislan, I will be able to go all out offensively to practice my space bending. As I talked with Gislan, I noticed Aris looking at us with a disheartened expression. I approached her and asked, how is your magic practice?
It's no good.
I still can't make a real fireball, she grumbled.
Just keep at it. Humph.
Seraphim, how long did it take for you to master your first spell? I started when I was younger and I have a talent for magic, so don't compare yourself to me.
Right. I'm not talented.
Okay, I can see it now. She should be feeling discouraged after hearing my talk with Gislan. Perhaps it hit her that I was actually holding back against her during our sword training, which was partially correct. In the novel, the one thing Aris had going for her was that she was better than Rudeus with the sword, yet she still had self-esteem issues because Rudeus was too outstanding. However, here I beat her even in that. I expected something like this eventually, that's why I didn't tend to talk down Aris unless necessary. There's no need for me to disrespect her when she'll come to realize her weakness herself.
I said, no you are. She looked at me again.
You can already cast a spark of fire magic after a bit of training. Most people can't even do that. Only 1 in 400 is even able to use the most simple magic. That's why you are talented, I told her. Even if you're not the best at magic, it's still worth learning it. If you pair it with the sword, you can still be amazing. I looked at her one more time and walked back to Gislan, leaving Aris with these words. I saw Gislan smiling in my direction.
What? Nothing.
Gislan's face turned expressionless. Let's go back to training.
Next day.
While Aris was doing her fireball practice in the morning, I began to teach Gislan magic. I imparted to her a different personalized story I made up just for her to help her learn and memorize the fireball incantation. In comparison to Aris, Gislan's talent in magic didn't seem any better. In fact, it was only worse. It's only at the end of the lesson that she managed to barely cause a small spark. But even though it was just a spark, Gislan looked satisfied. After that was sword training with Gislan and Aris, and then I had time for myself while these two went to attend Anastasia's lessons. Around noon, I grabbed my workout log and came into the gym. I was not sure of the results after just one day, but today I should notice if the healing herbs I took make a difference in my strength training. And the final conclusion was, well maybe but actually no. By taking the herbs I experienced a boost in my stamina and stamina recovery.
That was for certain.
I felt it during strength training and during sword training. I had more stamina and recovered quicker during and between training sessions. However, there was no difference in my maximum strength gain, and there was no difference in the amount of repetitions I could do as long as they were within the normal range of up to 12. At the end of the workout, I did something special, however.
It was bodyweight push-ups.
It was tiring to pump up so many reps, but I still pushed myself to the limit just like the last time I tested myself after my 5th birthday. In the end, I noted a very significant increase in the amount of total reps I could do. As long as it was any exercise with a low weight and a high amount of repetitions, I could do more. But it is not that I became stronger. It seems that the healing herbs boosted my stamina recovery and my muscular endurance by boosting my body's natural recovery through cell duplication, something like that. In other words, I recovered quicker during the training thanks to the herbs effect, but it isn't that it allowed my body to grow stronger. It might seem that just the increase in stamina alone would take my strength training to another level and allow me to grow more, but the topic was more complicated than that. I don't think it was helping me much. The truth is that ever since I began to approach the age of 5, my strength gains had significantly slowed down. Unlike before when I was making quick improvements, the rate at which I was growing slowed down, yet remained somewhat consistent. I figured I am stronger than a child my age should have been able to get normally. I think that by training hard since I was 2 years old, I may have approached my genetic limit as a 5-year-old child. After that point, my muscle mass did not seem to increase, but I continued slowly growing stronger beyond my biological limits. Back on Earth, a child before puberty can only grow so strong. It would have a lack of hormones such as testosterone and others, so a prepubescent child isn't able to build a significant amount of muscle. On another hand, it's probably quite easy for a child to approach what's considered its genetic limit. With this in mind, it's possible that after approaching the genetic limit for my age, I began secretly building up battle aura inside me, hence my progress slowed down, began to be more consistent, and I continued growing beyond a child's limits. One tidbit of knowledge I remembered from Earth was that the record for consecutive pull-ups for a 5-year-old child was 18. It was achieved by a gymnast girl, but in contrast I'm a boy who had trained his entire body, so I'd be heavier and it would only be more challenging. That's why I think that I am a little superhuman already, since I could do at least 25 at a heavier weight. There's no child that would have possibly pushed themselves properly and followed a scientific training program perfectly ever since 2 years old. In my situation, it might not be strange that I have hit the limits of a 5-year-old. So because I was no longer primarily building up just muscle, but perhaps mainly working on slowly increasing my reserves of battle aura, something like healing herbs would have no effect on my strength gains even if they work for a normal person. That was at least my theory to explain what I seemed to be experiencing. But although it was only a theory, everything clicked in my brain. I simply had no other explanation. I have no idea how I could boost the growth of my battle aura, but if I was close to reaching my genetic limit as a 5-year-old child, herbs that boost cell duplication and recovery would not provide a noticeable improvement, because I have simply hit my limit and my progress slowed down to a crawl. I began to view things this way. In the end, I planned to continue taking healing herbs. It was not to improve my strength gains, but to improve my stamina to push myself more during swordsmanship practice and during strength training. I think that even a magical testosterone boosting herb might not be helpful, because what I was doing now was no longer training my body, but my battle aura. With this theory, I have also convinced myself that I do indeed seem to have a talent for battle aura. I was stronger than I believe a 5-year-old child should be, and it seems to be a fact, so I guess I should just go with that. From that day onward, I made Aris drink healing herbs as well. I logged Aris's training before and after a few days I had more data. In contrast to me, she experienced a very noticeable improvement in her strength progress compared to before. To someone untrained, healing herbs did boost growth by a factor of around 75%. I guess that even though Aris was already stronger than a girl her age, her body itself was not yet as strong as it had the potential to be. Her previous strength should be due to the virtue of her raw innate talent for battle aura and the sword. So do healing herbs help with strength training? I updated my answer a little. Well, yes, but actually no. For some people they might, providing a nice boost when paired with healing magic thanks to the effect of boosting cell duplication, but not quite for me who isn't really growing muscle anymore. I plan to continue testing various magical herbs, but I didn't expect much. For my strength training, I plan to keep doing what I'm doing every day, keep noting my progress and periodize my training as I see fit. I can only slowly build up my hidden reserves of battle aura until I'd hopefully be able to consciously manifest it.
A few days passed.
I looked at a small calendar I made in my diary. Today marked the 11th day I was in Roa. Not even 2 weeks had yet passed in total that I've been here, but it felt like a lot had already happened. I had grown very close to Aris and Gislan, and I learned and experienced a lot. In recent days I had my hands full with learning materials from Pascal. For the first 2 days I read through the beginning sections of the book on summoning magic and a magic school textbook on magic circles. Before this, I have already repeatedly practiced drawing the beginner magic circles from the magic guidebook. It was the main reason I practiced my drawing skills in my free time from a young age. With this foundation, I hoped to create my first magic circle that day. Around noon, whilst Gislan and Aris were busy with their studies, I was holed up in my room. Bright summer sunlight slanted in through the open window and gave my room more than enough brightness. I opened the Magic Circle textbook on a page with a magic circle for the elementary ranked water ball. The same magic circle was also in the magic guidebook, which included snippets of information on magic circles, but in the textbook it was larger and drawn in more detail. The water ball, magic circle. That's what I planned to make, a basic beginner level circle. Taking out the ink, I subconsciously recalled what I knew on magic circles. In order to create a working magic circle, one must utilize a specific kind of ink. The device required to imbue that ink with magic are magic crystals. The result is achieved by crushing a magic crystal into powder and mixing it with the ink. A magic circle formed with this kind of ink may remain dormant for many years before being activated, without any decay in its effects. However, magic crystals are difficult to procure in high quantities, making them quite expensive. Although it may reduce the lifespan of the circle itself, these days there exists a special kind of magic ink that doesn't require magic crystals. This last piece of information wasn't included in the versatile magic guidebook, which seemed to be quite old. The magic ink I got was one recommended by Camille. Apparently, in different parts of the world different magic ink formulas are used, utilizing different materials, so the textbook from Pascal also only stated rough guidelines. The magic ink I got is cheaper than normal and perfect just for practice. Although the magic circle made with it cannot last too long, there are no detrimental effects on the circle's performance. After preparing the ink, I took out a large sheath of paper, dipped my quill pen in the magic ink and began to draw the magic circle. First, a triangle in the middle, then a pattern in its center, then a circle surrounding the triangle, then another circle, then paths leading to 3 other circles. I began drawing the magic circle, starting from the center. Slowly drawing line after line, I copied the magic circle from the textbook. In essence, magic circles is the programming language of magic, drawn patterns that shape the flow of mana to produce desired effects. It could be viewed as similar to coding back on Earth. Using magic circles, potentially any effect could be achieved. Because it was more systematic and reliable, and more scientific, it seemed more practical than attempting to make up new spells with pure mana manipulation, which I personally had no hopes of doing even in my situation. The most important thing about a magic circle is that all of the lines are connected together. The beginning and the end must meet. That is the one key element of all magic circles. Simply by closing the outer circle, we allow for the spell's construction to proceed within. Recalling the basics, I eventually closed my copied magic circle by finishing drawing the outer circle. I placed my pen aside and shook my slightly tired hand. The magic circle seemed just like I have made it in the past. There should be no mistake in it. To test it, I can now only try running my mana through the magic circle itself. I placed my hand at the center of the scroll, then gently sent my mana into it. The directional elements of the spell weren't indicated by the magic circle, so it was said to be completely safe. As I poured my mana into the scroll, a bubble of water arose from the center of the circle. It was a water ball, without a doubt.
It was a success.
At that time the vaguely shaped water sphere was in my control. I manipulated it and had it drop into a bucket at the side. I then poured my mana into the magic circle again, and a second water ball formed. I tossed the second water ball aside again. I then made a third one and approached the window. Controlling the water ball, I sent out my mana to assign it speed and then shot it out through the window. It flew out at high speed, just like it should.
Amazing.
Although I have heard it before already, a magic circle can really be reused repeatedly. A spell cast this way does not require voicing out an incantation. It's amazing. However, there was one caveat. The maximum amount of time I could spend increasing the velocity of the water ball was around 1 second. After that, that window closed. I could also not change the shape and size of the water ball. It limited the power of the spell. It was unlike with silent magic when the time to assign the power, shape and speed of a spell was unlimited. However, when it came to speed, it was just like when using incantations. It was still amazing. No, it was so amazing, it even feels strange. If magic circles allow you to fire off instant spells and can be used repeatedly, why doesn't everyone use them? I thought about it and felt that there wasn't a good explanation for it. I figured I simply can't take what I have seen in the novel at face value. The author created a world in which using magic circles allows for repeatedly used instant spellcasting, yet the magicians introduced in the plot hardly use magic circles or magic tools, instead chanting exceedingly long incantations during combat, making them only good for support. It isn't like scrolls or magic tools are difficult to acquire. It isn't lost or ancient knowledge. It is all common in this day and age. I can only excuse it by saying that the author didn't focus on it, and in the situations most often shown in the novel, the magicians sought mana efficiency. The main problem with magic circles was that mana cost that could instead be reduced by casting magic with a staff by at least 2 times. One magician from the novel that came to mind was Timothy. When repeatedly firing his fire spells to annihilate the hordes of bears, the most important thing was that he could keep at it. Magicians are meant to be a reliable support from the backline, so a few seconds of casting time did not matter as much when they were not the main fighters either way. Instead, they should maximize their mana capacity by using a staff, since that's what their magical power is based on. Roxy was similar when she was exploring the labyrinth in Paul's party. Her staff could reduce the cost of water magic by up to 4 times. But for the matter at hand, a fire-attributed staff seems to help with converting magical energy into thermal energy. To help someone in grasping their first silent spellcasting, I don't think it would be useful. That's because grasping silent magic is about imitating the feeling that comes from casting a spell and triggering the same pattern inside the body. Converting mana into heat is more of the final step on the outside when the specific mana flow was already invoked. In conclusion, an expensive staff with a fire-attributed magic stone will probably not help Aris in grasping silent fire magic. After giving back the staff to the sales clerk, I took out my guild card and money and paid for the magic tool wand. With a 20% discount, I paid 8 silver coins. The currency in the Azura Kingdom is like this. 1 Azura gold coin equals 10 Azura silver coins equals 100 Azura large copper coins equals 1000 Azura copper coins. For a rough estimate, if 1 copper coin could be seen as something like $1, 1 large copper coin would be $10, 1 silver coin $100 and 1 gold coin $1000. But in fact the value of a single gold coin in this world looks to be much larger than a mere $1,000 on the modern Earth. It had to do with income relative to a person's status. For commoners, a monthly income would be only around 2 silver coins, the same as a typical person's monthly expenditure to live in a city unless they owned a house. These are some rough numbers Roxy told me, at least. As we left the store, Gislan curiously asked me, "Seraphim, why did you buy that magic tool? Can't you already cast your magic?"
You know.
She meant silently.
Yeah, I got it. Yes, I know.
But I still want to test it. It seems it could be very useful if modified. Is that so? Now that I recall it, our thief tried using one of those to have an option for ranged attacks. He was terrible at aiming with it though.
I see. A thief?
I guess she meant Jisoo. Having bought the stone cannon wand, I went up to the second floor with Aris and Gislan. Whilst Aris was excitedly registering herself in the guild, I browsed the request board. That day there were new quests there, but again not something that I felt particularly interested in taking up that would promise quick money.
Seraphim, look. I'm now also a magician.
Aris showed me her guild card after receiving one from Camille.
I gently smiled.
Congratulations. It's because Seraphim is a good teacher.
I lightly chuckled.
I didn't teach her all that much yet apart from the fireball incantation. After taking a walk through the city and visiting the food market in the Adventurers District, we returned to the manor. While Aris began to spar with Gislan as the evening approached, I wanted to test the wand I bought. For the testing rig, I made an ice sculpture with a moderate hardness and a U-shaped stone wall behind it with gradually increasing layers of hardness. That should minimize the chance that the stone bullet bounces back at me or breaks a window. Aiming the wand at the ice sculpture, I said the trigger word, fire. Mana was drained from my hand and used to rapidly form a stone bullet of a generic round shape of the stone cannon spell. It took a near instant and the stone bullet was ready to be fired. Using a basic amount of power, I fired off the bullet. The result was an average level of power you'd probably expect from an intermediate rank. Of course, it didn't impress me at all. After that I poured some mana into the wand again and a second bullet formed. I tried to adjust the bullet's shape. As I thought, it's impossible. The bullet's shape, hardness and speed were all preset by the magic tool's magic circle. The only aspect that could be adjusted was the aim, where the bullet would fly. It made it so that the spell can be prepared and released in an instant with very minimal mental effort, but as a result its power was fixed and lacking. I fired off the bullet I had prepared just to get rid of it. After that I began to rapidly fire off bullets from the wand one after another.
Bam, bam, bam.
The round bullets hit the stone wall in rapid succession. The speed at which I could fire off my spell was quite staggering. What was that firing speed? About 5 bullets per second?
Quite nice.
An intermediate rank swordsman or a low mid-grade monster would probably be full of holes from that in a second. Because it was an intermediate rank spell, it's also quite possible that it would get through steel armor and typical defenses of most monsters rather easily. You could fire off the first bullet near instantaneously against any sudden threat, then keep raining bullets at the target. The wand was quite damn useful, being a user-friendly weapon. But of course, it would be even more useful if the power was cranked up a notch. Perhaps I could convince Pascal or someone in the Magician's Guild to do it.
Next day.
Whilst Aris and Gislan went to attend lessons with the home tutor, I went out to visit the Magician's Guild after testing the wand I bought. Philip did not want me to go out alone, so I had to wait for a while and eventually went out with Gilbert again. After visiting the second floor, Camille brought me to the guildmaster's office. Pascal seemed to be busy at work, with many papers scattered around his desk. Most of the papers seemed to be with magic circles. "Good morning, Pascal-san." I did the noble's greeting, slightly bowing my head, acting neither too humble nor too haughty. Standing up, Pascal greeted me rather warmly.
"Gilbert. Seraphim Greyrat.
"It's good to see you. How are the books I lent you?" "They were very helpful. I learned a lot. I also summoned my first familiar." "Is that so?"
"That's very good. Please sit down." "Yes."
As I sat down, Pascal looked at me intently, then said, "Why did you want to see me? Is it about your studies?
Or do you want advice?"
By the look of it, he seemed awfully eager to offer his advice. At those words, I brought the wand I bought in front of me. I said, "I bought this magic tool recently and have been testing it." "Yes, and what about it?" "As someone who can do truncated casting, it probably isn't very useful to you. I think it's very good and user-friendly."
"But it's too weak."
I wondered if it would be difficult to increase its power.
"Increase its power? It's a simple matter."
"However, it wouldn't be very useful." What does he mean it wouldn't be useful? "You rump up the power of stone cannon enough, you can slay demigods." Trying to calm down a little, I said, "Why wouldn't it be useful? If the power and speed of the stone cannon could be increased, even an advanced Rand swordsman would not be able to avoid it." Pascal shook his head in denial. "One of my predecessors in my family tried it before, but it doesn't work this way. Although the spell's power increases, the projectile still travels around the same speed, so a skilled swordsman can deflect it." My brain tried to process what Pascal was saying for a while.
What?
"Increased power, but the speed is the same?"
What?
After I thought for a while, something suddenly clicked in my brain. "Is it because you increase the power of the entire spell, so the bullet size increases as well?" "Yes, of course," Pascal said matter-of-factly.
I felt like facepalming.
"That's why this world's magic progresses at the speed of a snail.
People are too narrow-minded."
Probably the result of peace that lasted for too long. As Pascal started frowning probably at my reaction, I relaxed my own face. I put on a naive childish expression and I told him, "If the stone bullet becomes 2 times larger and 2 times heavier, and the force acting on it also becomes 2 times larger, then it's normal that the speed it travels at would remain the same, right? Then how about a modification that doesn't increase the size of the bullet and only increases the magic power put into its speed?" Pascal stared at me silently. I imagined a loading bar above his head as he seemed to be digesting what I had just said. After a good while, he looked at me with an astonished expression as if suddenly enlightened. This could increase the speed of the bullet to the level that even an advanced rank swordsman could not avoid it," I finished for him.
"Exactly.
However, with such a light bullet, I doubt it would be able to pierce through the defenses of an advanced rank swordsman and cause significant damage. A normal person wouldn't survive a shot to the head, but higher rank swordsman defenses are higher. It's the same for monsters with tough skin." "Then we can simply increase the speed more." "Yes, but the bullet would still be too weak."
"Then make it denser." "You don't understand, young man."
"The projectile would be too small and light to cause serious damage." Pascal shook his head in resignation. "What the F*********K? What is this about again?" It's only when I realized that the guild master is stupider than he looks that I understood what he was talking about. I swallowed some saliva, then patiently said, "I don't think that's the case. As the speed increases, the impact force increases as well, even if the bullet's weight doesn't." Pascal looked at me with doubt. I thought for a moment, then continued, "It's like a stronger swordsman swinging the same sword faster. The sword's weight is the same in the hands of both, but the speed of their sword strikes isn't. As the sword's speed increases, the striking and cutting power does as well. That's why even a tiny bullet should theoretically be able to pierce through a high-rank swordsman's defenses with enough speed." Pascal looked at me wide-eyed. As the guild master had a loading screen again, at the back Gilbert coughed and said, "I don't know all that magic mumbo-jumbo stuff, but it seems to make sense to me. It's logical. An attack doesn't need to be heavy to kill. This is the ideology of the sword god style.
It's all about speed."
"Yes, I noticed it in the sword god style," I quickly added and nodded to downplay myself. "Though it really doesn't take much brain power to figure it out. By default spells only get bigger with more mana, but magicians only needed to take a page from the swordsman. Is that the case? After the intermediate rank, Normal incantation spells focus more and more on area of effect and size to increase their power, rather than on raising their speed. Support and crowd control is the primary job of a magician, after all. But this kind of tool might be quite useful in an emergency against a single opponent, Pascal commented, trying to sound as if everything was as expected. I don't think it's only for emergencies, it could be an incredibly deadly offensive tool as well, but I didn't feel like saying anything. I talked for some time more with Pascal, and we decided to start a project of creating a stone cannon wand that could kill even an advanced rank swordsman and also stronger monsters. The bullet size would stay the same and it would be only made a little denser, but the attack speed would be increased by a lot. Pascal didn't even mention the shape of the bullet, which means he'll probably keep it standard in the form of a round stone ball. I could not trust him fully yet, so I didn't yet give him any suggestions to also modify the bullet. In the end, I convinced Pascal into making a wand magic tool that would consume 3 times more mana than the usual intermediate rank stone cannon. Most of this mana would be used to raise the speed parameter. When Pascal said that he wanted to make it cost 3 times more mana, I wanted to make it at least 5 times, but he tried to drill into my head that it was a ridiculous number. Although the mana cost would increase only by 3, he said that the required mana control to control such a fast spell would be enormous and surpass most advanced rank spells. Seeing how stubborn he was, I simply agreed with him on that kind of wand. I mainly just wanted to know the limitations that this kind of wand would have from Pascal's perspective, but it seemed as if he would be able to make it even stronger if he wanted to. The only thing he worried about is that it would be difficult to aim with if the mana is compressed too much. Let's test what he makes first. With 3 times the speed of an intermediate rank spell, it should still be a quite spicy tool. The wand was to be made by him not due to me ordering it, but in the process of experimentation. Afterwards, Pascal told me, from what I'm aware, your previous master had separated from you a while back, is that correct?
Yes.
She said that teaching me made her realize her shortcomings and she began to tour the world to polish her magic.
Ha ha.
Is that so? Pascal smiled wryly.
I can understand that.
Teaching such a talented student would make any saint-rank magician doubt their qualifications.
I faintly smiled.
I could see a greedy expression on his face. Is the conversation actually going in the direction I think it is? Pascal cleared his throat.
At any rate,
magicians tend to learn various things from different teachers. I believe that your old master would have nothing against it. How about you become my disciple while you stay here in Roa?
Your disciple?
Pascal continued, correct. Since your old master left you after just teaching you the basics, the things I can teach you are magic circles, saint-ranked wind magic and much more. What do you think?
I think
I would be honored. I would surely learn a lot more than through self-study. While speaking, I adapted a more respectful posture in my seat.
Then that settles it.
From today you can call me your master and come to the Magicians Guild. I will personally teach you here. Pascal had the audacity to make me call him master, unlike Roxy who was much brighter, but I did not call him out on it.
Yes, master.
With a childish respectful expression, I stood up and made a bow toward my new master. The guild master seemed satisfied. In general, Pascal went out of his way to take me on as his disciple. But was it strange? I think not at all. In his position, I would have also done that. It was only a matter of time it happened. Whether he wanted to raise his reputation by becoming known as a genius's teacher, thought well of my future or whatever, that was all irrelevant. The limited mindset and method of thinking of people in this world are very aggravating. After today's conversation, I could understand Nana Hoshi's frustration. If there is any way to excuse it, then I can only say that after the war 400 years ago the humanity was mostly wiped out and most of the magic knowledge was gone. What then followed was a period of peace. Either way, the guild master doesn't seem exceptionally bright, but there were still many things he could teach me. From that day, Pascal Greencrow began to personally guide me in the art of magic circles, wind magic and magic tool creation. Master, thank you for offering to teach me, but how can I repay you? I don't have much money, I told Pascal with an uncertain expression. I couldn't appear ungrateful.
Ha ha.
I'm not quite interested in money. Just teaching such a brilliant student is compensation enough. I decided to be your master because I think well of your future. Pascal spoke in a slightly arrogant tone and nodded his head. I understood that he should have had his ulterior motives, but I didn't pry into it. Since he can teach me things, I'll give him the satisfaction of calling me his student. It's nothing much. While I was already in the guild, I randomly asked Pascal something about magic circles, which then transformed into a long lecture that answered some of the questions and doubts I had. Hours passed as I began drawing actual magic circles, and Pascal guided me through the process from scratch. In the meantime, Gilbert looked very bored. By the end of the lecture, Pascal had thrown even more books at me. My first official lesson with Master Pascal after he accepted me as his disciple was scheduled to happen in the woods on the very next day. After coming to the Magician's Guild, I then boarded a luxurious carriage with a black crow emblem on a green background together with Pascal. Gilbert took the reins in place of the coachman. I think it's for the security of information. At that time Pascal had already made the prototype of the wand we talked about and showed it to me inside the carriage. The wand was a prototype and it was only made from regular wood. Would it help if the wand was made from special wood? I asked. Not really. In fact, using special wood for magic tools is just a cosmetic thing. Nobles like it, that is all. It might matter for a staff, but in magic tools mana flows through the magic ink of the magic circle, so the surface doesn't matter. I see. So it could even be made from metal. Correct. There's no problem making the wand from metal, but it would be quite heavy to carry. I see. But then it could be used for self-defense at close range. Why would a magician use a metal rod for self-defense? Pascal slightly snorted. If he was also skilled in water god style, he could do it. Pascal chuckled, then said arrogantly, "Magician is a magician. Fighting in close range can be left to others, to those brutes who can do nothing but swing their sword." I imagined Gilbert suddenly sneezing behind the reins. After a moment I patiently said, "Yes, but it would still be useful to be able to use water god techniques for defense, together with magic. It's better to focus on a single thing. You have an inconceivable amount of talent for magic. Don't waste it." Me? Just reaching advanced rank in a single magic school before 20 is a sign of a genius magician. But you reached that level and beyond at only 5 years old. Work hard. By the time you're 10 years old, I'll try to make you a saint-ranked wind magician. Yes. Later I will show you how a magician should handle close-range threats. Yes. Pascal was stubborn. And he had a very narrow-minded and old-fashioned way of thinking. I have noticed it very well by now. In comparison, Roxy is a genius and is only clumsy. Although I did not agree with him, I did not want to fight, so I simply nodded and quietened down. Give and take, this was the kind of relationship we had. Even if I have to act humble, I'll do it. It's all for an opportunity to learn and grow stronger. It doesn't mean I'll do what he says. To not waste my time while inside the carriage, I thought of something and asked Pascal another question, hoping I'd learn something. After riding the carriage for a good while, we eventually arrived in the woods outside of town. After we stepped out, Pascal asked me, "How much experience do you have with wind magic?" "I can use all of the intermediate rank spells from the magic guidebook plus some others that my previous master taught me. I can use Sonic Boom and Wind Slice quite well." "I see, I expected as much. I'll ask you for the details later. Let's put the intermediate rank spells aside for now. The most popular advanced rank wind magic spell is Sonic Blast. Let's focus on that." "Yes." Sonic Blast is an augmented version of the intermediate rank Wind Blast and the elementary ranked Blast. It sends out a pressurized wave of wind at the enemy at high speed, being both an offensive and defensive move. However, it is primarily a defensive move. Why do you think it is like this? It's because it will send the enemy flying back, I said. Obvious things are obvious. Correct. The closer the enemy is when you release the spell, the larger the damage and the force of the wind pushing him back, but it is mostly a defensive spell. Yes, I answered absent-mindedly. Not that I think about it, this kind of spell would be ideal to make into an overpowered wand with a fixed direction. You just point it at the enemy and blast them away to Africa with maximum power. Even Orsted might not be able to resist it and be simply flung back. I thought. Seraphim. Focus, Pascal said sternly. I looked up back at him. Yes. I just had an idea and thought about it. Pascal looked at me for a while then said, I'll demonstrate to you the advanced rank spell Sonic Blast. This is the level of power you can expect from a saint-ranked wind magician. Pascal aimed his staff in the direction of some trees, then chanted a long chant that consisted of 3 verses and the spell name. In the end he said, Sonic Blast. As the wind gathered in front of his staff, with a loud boom, a blast of wind traveled out into the clearing between some trees. The rocks, pebbles, leaves, grasses and all kinds of smaller objects were blown away. The grasses and bushes were blown back, some of them outrooted. The trees also received the blast and faintly swayed after the impact. Pascal turned to me expressionlessly and said, This spell doesn't have much destructive power at range. Even at close range, it is limited in power. As I said before, it's mostly a defensive or support spell used to push away the enemies that get too close. If the targeted monster is large and heavy, it might barely have an effect. However, against smaller monsters and humans, it is very effective. What about water god style users? Pascal slightly frowned and said, they can cut through it and avoid the wind blast, but they cannot disperse it completely, so it would still hit their companions. They also need to be at least at the advanced rank to do it. Even then, most advanced rank water god style users won't be fast enough to cut through a sonic blast of a genius magician. So if I boost my sonic blast, I could blast away all advanced rank swordsmen no problem if they get close enough. I have always seen in the anime Rudeus pushing away himself from swordsman enemies in a hurry to make distance, but almost never sending out powerful blasts to push away the enemies instead. It really seemed like a wasted opportunity. The only problem seemed to be the buildup of mana and how long it would take. But wouldn't I also be pushed back? Pascal said, to master this spell the easiest way is to repeatedly practice the intermediate rank, Wind Blast, while aiming to put more and more magical power into it. This way you'll train the required mana control. Starting today I want you to practice this spell every day. I looked at Pascal blankly. Should I even keep up this farce? I wanted safety and confidentiality, but as it is, Pascal is way too annoying. What is it? Pascal slowly asked. Actually, I already reached advanced rank in all 4 attack schools. Pascal looked at me weirdly. I'm advanced rank in all 4 attack schools already. The reason my master's letter didn't include it was to downplay my abilities at my age for safety. Let's just get this over with. It's getting too annoying. I could have kept up the play and made Pascal think that it was him who taught me advanced rank wind magic, but I rejected the idea. There's no point in making him even more full of himself. I have already thought about my situation yesterday. With what I noticed, Pascal seems to want to make use of me to increase his own standing and reputation. In that case, it isn't like he would sell me out. However, if I don't want to be used as a tool, I should probably show him the difference between us. I let out a small breath, then pointed out my hand toward the clearing. I gathered mana in my hand, transformed it into pressurized wind, then slowly muttered the words, Sonic Blast. After speaking, I released my spell. I tried to control my magic and let out a blast of wind with a strength that should be a little stronger than that of Pascal's spell. As the bushes and trees still swayed in the aftermath, and the small pebbles still rolled about in the distance, I expressionlessly looked back at Pascal. Pascal looked at the scene with wide-open eyes and a shocked expression. He turned to me. There was a huge difference in our height, a 5-year-old child and a middle-aged wizened-looking wizard. Pascal muttered, Are you really human? From what I'm aware. Not a magic god? Not a magic god? I couldn't help but chuckle at those words. Just how much was I holding back here? Either way, after my display of power, Pascal appeared much more respectful. He no longer treated me as an inexperienced youngster, but more as a magician of equal rank. In fact, he became incredibly invested in teaching me. He would stare at me intently, as if hoping that his teaching were useful to me and I'd appreciate them. First he asked me to show off my full arsenal of wind magic spells, and then attempted to give me advice based on his experience. In general, I can say that it seems that in this world wind is viewed as a very unpredictable magical phenomenon. It takes on different forms and intensities, and there is no explanation for why it happens. Instead of being seen as something caused by nature, it seems to be viewed as a random effect of magic power that permeates the world. As a person from Earth, I knew that wind is the result of the differences in atmospheric pressure in different places and the differences in temperature. However, even though I knew that much, I didn't really know how things work in practice. I managed to modify cumulonimbus to make the clouds self-sustain for some time, and also disperse them afterwards by reversing what I did, but just reversing the effects of the cumulonimbus spell alone would also allow it to disperse naturally formed storm clouds, so my knowledge wasn't overly useful. My only advantage seemed to be the fact that I was simply aware that pressure and temperature play a role in the formation of wind. I believe that large-scale saint-rank wind magic would also be based on natural phenomena like saint-rank water magic and lower-ranked wind magic, so I should be able to learn how to make it stronger through manipulating temperatures and pressure by analyzing the spell itself. By analyzing a given magic spell, I can see how it works. Then I can tweak it to increase its power and effects. That's the best I could do. Wind magic is fast, but perhaps because it does not have a form, it cannot be faster than a stone cannon bullet, so my wind magic was still not my strongest magic. By the way, wind magic is not related to the speed of magician spells, like the speed of stone bullet or a fireball. As I have theorized recently, what should give most spells their velocity is instead pure kinetic energy transformed from magical energy, and it's unrelated to wind magic in cases apart from wind magic itself. Using wind magic to affect the speed of my other spells was still not impossible, but it completely throws off the aim and isn't even a boost when used at a small scale, so it isn't applicable in most cases. Simply converting mana directly into kinetic energy was the most efficient and effective. In the end, Thanks to my knowledge and experimentation over the years, and mainly thanks to my silent casting, my wind magic and my control of wind were already above Pascal's. Perhaps because of this, during our lesson Pascal looked quite dispirited. But it isn't like he couldn't teach me anything. It wasn't much, but there were things I couldn't have known. Putting aside the regular wind magic, the thing that I wanted to learn from Pascal the most was everything else anyway, mainly magic circles, enchantment magic and saint rank wind magic. When it came to saint rank wind magic, I didn't mention the topic just yet. I have already shown off considerably and taken a small risk by doing so I decided that I don't want Pascal to know that I'm already at the level of being capable of casting saint rank magic and was a national level threat. Learning saint ranked wind magic at this point wouldn't have increased my combat strength much either way. Among his personal magic tools, Pascal showed me a wand that fires off the advanced rank, Sonic Blast, without the need for an incantation. A defensive magic tool. I used it myself as well. As a result, even when compared to my silent casting, when using the magic tool I could send out a Sonic Blast a few times faster than normal.
I want one.
After the wind magic practice, it was time for us to test the effect of the stone cannon wand prototype that Pascal had made. The wand aimed to increase the speed of the stone bullet by close to 3 times. In practice, it was an amazing speed that was impossible to track with the naked eye. Pascal looked a bit excited after seeing that effect. As for myself, I wasn't disappointed either. Our target practice was one of the trees. Although the stone bullet would crash on impact and was unable to pierce through an average tree, I could tell that this kind of result was simply because of the bullet's density and shape. If it hits a human or a monster, it should still easily shatter their skull. For both me and Pascal, it was easy to control the wand, so there was still some potential to upgrade it. I didn't bring the topic forward, but Pascal himself said that he'll attempt increasing the power up to 4 times while also increasing the density of the bullet. I said nothing. When we returned to Roa, it marked the end of my lesson with Pascal that day. As I began studying under Pascal, I was also teaching my own students magic. During the scheduled lessons each morning, I taught Gislan the foundational knowledge while Aris was receiving a repeat that would certainly not be useless. While I taught Gislan the basics of magic, I was also revising what I knew myself, keeping in mind what I learned about the laws of magic the other day. In her free time, Gislan continued practicing elementary rank fireball. As for Aris, I began trying to teach her silent spellcasting. To get her started, I first explained to her the idea of silently attempting to duplicate the feeling of casting magic she normally does with an incantation. She tried hard for a while, but was simply unable to do it on the first try, unlike Sylphie. Seeing as she grew increasingly frustrated, I think she didn't even have an idea on how to get started. At that time I felt that I needed to use a different approach. Apart from Sylphie and himself who had grasped it on first try, in the novel of Mushoku Tensei there was one more clear case of Rudeus successfully teaching someone silent casting. It was about the dwarf slave girl Julie who started learning magic at 6 years old, starting from scratch. To teach her silent magic, Rudeus simply made her attempt silent casting again and again every day until she finally managed it after a month. But I personally think it's a rather dumb approach and something I'd try as a last resort if nothing else works. Instead, I had Aris start with shortening her chants instead. She would cast a spell normally with a complete incantation, focusing on observing the feeling of how her mana flows, then she would attempt to cast the same spell again while skipping only the first verse of the incantation. I have done similar training with Roxy while trying to help her, which paid off well. Although Roxy didn't manage true silent spellcasting in the end, she still greatly shortened her chants. It isn't that getting used to casting magic with an incantation would make it more difficult for someone to cast magic silently. In the novel Sylphie had done first incantation only casts for a whole year, then still easily grasped silent magic just the same. But putting a fantasy novel's example aside, I have also understood the process, so I knew it wasn't like that. Silent spellcasting requires a strong power of imagination and visualization, that seemed to be all. For some reason, it comes easily to kids in this world, but theoretically an adult could also manage it if they were talented enough and had a good brain. The first sentence of a spell seems to be like the training wheels, making it easier to cast the said magic, but the given spell can also be triggered with the second sentence alone. This is called shortened incantations or truncated casting. I wanted Aris to reach that level first. Casting magic is more difficult this way, and once she manages to cast fireball with just half the incantations, it would serve as a proof that she's more familiar with the spell and is a step closer to learning true silent casting. Days passed by as I was studying, training, and teaching. Around 3 weeks have gone by since I came to Roa. My strength hadn't grown much, I was still elementary ranked in sword god style at most, but I certainly have learned a lot and my swordsmanship skills improved. Of course, I was still learning the most ordinary sword moves, so there wasn't much to report. It was simply a repeated practice of guards, slashes, and counters. There were 3 main guards in the sword god style, and Aris and I practiced all of them. Gislan also taught us the fundamentals of the longsword of light technique from the very beginning, even though there's no hope for us to perform the real longsword of light anytime soon. Combat strength-wise, my physical strength and size were both below that of a fully grown adult. I was like a 100 centimeters and 20 kilograms little agile goblin. Sure, I can handle a small blade pretty well, but without awakening battle aura and without using magic, I could probably be sent flying with just a kick from a decently strong average thug. So while my magic was already powerful enough to probably blow up half a city with a wave of my hand when I was only 5 years old, my strength as a swordsman was unfortunately limited by my age. There was no way around it. Aris was also growing stronger quickly, both when it came to her strength and also to her ability in handling the sword. When we first met, there was a huge gap in our swordsmanship skills, with Aris being mostly just a violent brute, but now she began to adapt to my fighting style and sparring with her became very tricky. Sometimes my strategies that worked the day before wouldn't work the following day, or Aris would do something completely different. Sometimes the things I couldn't do yesterday, I could do today, and the same went for Aris. Training with Paul in the past was not pointless, but practicing with an opponent closer to my own size and skill level was much better. As these small experiences and discoveries accumulated, I felt like I was becoming a more skilled and experienced swordsman overall. I was the kind of person that was good at formulating strategies beforehand, and then I would improvise in the moment anyway, because I would make a mistake. It was like that in my first life, at least. I was quite clumsy and bad at sports. In games I often played tanks and healers. That's because on a tank or a healer you have to adapt and sometimes change what you do in the moment. Even if you don't do the exact perfect thing to get you a top parse, as long as you respond correctly and in time to unexpected situations, it is good enough and you can perform at a high level. Even if sometimes I did stupid things, I was used to improvising. Now I think I benefit from this in swordsmanship. Using logic, I would formulate various strategies in my mind before a fight and analyze proper responses for the future after a fight. Then during the fight, I would follow my instinct and in the moment respond by executing one of the moves I thought was correct. Sometimes I was right, but sometimes I made the wrong move. But Aris was the same. I think what fighting practice is about is practicing to minimize the amount of times you make the wrong move, ideally down to nothing. My approach should be quite good. That being said, Aris was way more random than me and seemed to not think at all about what she does. Because I was not an easy opponent, she more often than not responded wrongly. Even so, she still did great. She was talented. You improved a lot, I complimented her one of those days with a light smile. Humph. Aris responded with a light snort and a reverse V-shaped mouth like a cat. After mellowing her a bit at first, I then added, but you're also very random. You're difficult to counter, but I think it's also very dangerous. I think you should think more, because you're sometimes doing very stupid things. Aris was silent and only maintained a pouting face. That's because she's the instinctive type, Gislan said. What's that instinctive type?
Aris asked.
Someone who can just do things without knowing how they do it, I said. Is there something wrong with that?
No.
It basically means you're a genius. But if you just rely on that and do random things, I don't think it's good. It's like Seraphim said. It doesn't matter how much talent you have, you won't get stronger if you don't use your head, said Gislan, looking at Aris seriously.
Why not?
You said I'm already doing well. It's because if you don't understand the entirety of what you're doing, you won't be able to improve properly. I used to be the instinctive type as well, but once I started using my head and thinking logically, I became a sword king.
Aris.
That's why practicing the basics with logic in mind is important, you understand?
Gislan continued.
Well, it's not like I care about becoming that strong. It has nothing to do with me, Aris proudly declared. I looked at her with a little disappointment. Aris continued, but I will do my best to keep up with Seraphim. After a moment's delay, I faintly smiled at her and said, is that so? Then you should try hard, because I plan to become the strongest man in the world. Without doubt. I nodded my head with a slightly solemn expression. I then added, and if you're too useless, I won't take you on an adventure. Apart from my usual training each day, what I was the most busy with these days was learning enchantment magic and the art of magic circles directly from Pascal. Enchantment magic, of course, referred to creating magic tools. There were still more foundations that I felt I should have studied first, but Pascal was very enthusiastic about teaching me personally regardless, so I didn't decline. I could see a fervent desire in the middle-aged magician to teach me anything and everything he could. He seemed greedy. But as long as it was greed akin to wanting to become remembered as a prodigy's teacher, which seemed to be the case, then it was a kind of greed I could accept. I visited the Magician's Guild almost every day. Pascal used the stone cannon wand as the basis of my studies, coming forward with the idea himself. Over time I learned how to adjust the parameters of speed of the stone cannon spell, how to change the bullet size, weight, density and also the rough shape by making changes in the magic circle. We eventually created 2 wands with the speed enhancement of 4 times and 5 times over the norm, and with much sturdier bullets. Having done that, we once again went out of town to test it. For the wand with 4x times speed, both me and Pascal could use it. It seemed to have saint rank level requirement of mana control. However, Pascal seemed to require a lot of concentration when using that wand and had to put his full focus on it, his forehead filling with sweat when he controlled the bullet. It was his limit. He was unable to use the wand with 5x speed with any accuracy. On the other hand, I could use that wand without a problem. Seeing how I was able to use the 5x speed wand with perfect accuracy, Pascal stared at me flabbergasted. Originally I made that 5x speed wand just as an experiment and Pascal doubted it would be usable, but in truth, I did it because I wanted to test it. In the end I could use it, and it was great. As the power of the wand increased, the amount of bullets I could shoot out per second decreased, but the wand was still great. Normally, when using silent magic, I needed around 2 to 2.5 seconds to power up my stone cannon to the limit. In contrast, when using the wand I made, I could shoot out about 2 bullets each second at the speed similar to my full-powered stone cannon. That was a difference of at least 4 times. Plus, with the wand I could prepare my first shot much faster, in just 0.5 second, and with little mental burden. The real party started when I tested using 2 wands in both hands back in the manor. Dual-wielding 2 of the wands we made, I shot out a rain of bullets at a mud target I made with double the amount of bullets. One after another, a barrage of about 4 to 5 high-speed and high-power bullets rained on my target. It was 4 to 5 bullets per second, and each of these bullets was more than powerful enough to kill an advanced rank swordsman and even threaten a sword king like Gislan. Before a month passed when I had to leave Roa, I made one more wand. Apart from the 5x speed modifier, the final wand also had more modifications to its bullets. The bullets were more aerodynamic, receiving a cone shape, and were made slightly bigger and denser. The wand's bullets didn't include a rotation, but logically the spin should only be there to increase the accuracy of the bullet and not the penetration, so it was just an extra aspect that I was fine with skipping for now. When a full month was about to pass, it was the scheduled time for me to get back home to Buena Village.
Special. My little owl, Lia. Evening. One of those days, to take a break from studying magic circles nonstop, I decided to do some sculpting with earth magic for a change. I didn't like making figurines much and my skills were not great, but I felt it would be good to copy Rudeus and practice doing that at least to a certain degree. As Aris was practicing her shortened incantation sitting at the side, she served as my model. When I said that I wanted her to act as my model for a figurine, Aris became very angry, but after I explained to her that I wasn't making fun of her, and after I showed her how I do it, she suddenly became very happy to be my model instead, rapidly shifting moods. In general, I felt I understood Aris even better after this month, and understood how to handle her. She is, to be frank, a bit stupid. When complicated things are told to her, she would often assume that people are insulting her. Because she's bad at arguing, she would then instantly raise her fist to shut them up. Perhaps that's what happened back in school for nobles. So if Aris was ever angry, I only needed to explain to her that I wasn't making fun of her, and she would immediately calm down. But although she would calm down and form a smile on her face when I compliment her, for example, she would still try to punch me. It's as if expressing herself by punching someone was her default response when she doesn't know what to say. It was a bad habit she had yet to correct, but at least it made me see that she didn't always punch people just out of spite. Hua, hua.
At one point while sculpting I heard hooting behind the window. I knew it couldn't be anything else but my owl familiar. After thinking for some time, I decided to give my owl the name Lia.
Lia was a smart bird.
At least, that's the idea I got from watching her.
She was also quite obedient.
She didn't randomly fly away and didn't rip things apart. She mostly hovered near me when I was outside, floated around the manor as if searching for threats or simply slept in a cage I made for her. She became something like a guardian of the Boreas manor. Perhaps as expected of an owl, Lia liked to frequently nap during the day. She liked to stay in the stone and cage I made for her, probably because it was dark and cold, and right now we had the middle of summer. At night, she would appear at the window of my room and hoot. Aris often gave her high-quality meat from the kitchens while petting her, but Lia also seemed to be going out to hunt each night. She would often drag back a dead mouse and place it at my window still as if to show off. Or maybe she expected me to eat it. Either way, Lia seemed quite happy with her life. If she were really from the north, which has a harsher climate and way more high-rank monsters, then I could understand that it would have a more carefree life here. At this moment, Lia flew right inside through the window that I left half open. While flying through the room, she then dropped something onto my bed. That something was a green lizard. The lizard didn't immediately start running away, it just laid there and was only slightly twitching. It seemed as if its spine was crushed by the owl's talons, but it was still alive. I had a blank expression on my face.
Hua.
Lia landed on my desk and hooted, a slender snow-white figure. She seemed very proud of herself. "It's a lizard, Harry. Is that what she's saying?"
I thought.
It was another time that she brought me her game. When she first started doing that, I chased her away, trying to teach her that I didn't need it, but she would instead bring me something else, if not a rat or a mouse, then a snake or a frog. Now it's a lizard. But although Lia seemed to work hard to please me, I could not appreciate her efforts.
"Oh. Let's eat it,"
Aris said and excitedly grabbed the lizard, lifting it up by its tail.
"What?
"We can make a fire and grill it. Like a real adventurer's meal." Before I could rebuke her, Aris had another bright idea. "No, I can use fireball. Let the great protection of fire be on the place thou seekest. I call the bold head of a torch here and now.
Fireball. Disturb magic." "Huh? What?"
Aris looked in astonishment as her fireball dissipated. "You still have a long way to go," I told her, nodding.
"You did something." She glared at me. "Yes.
Don't start a fire on my bed. Then let's fry it outside." Aris was very determined to eat the lizard hunted by Lia and wouldn't give up. Fearing that she might do something stupid, I followed her. That evening we made a small bonfire at the square and grilled the lizard with Gislan, and ate it together. It wasn't very good. But Aris liked it. Afterwards Lia often brought me lizards for dinner. It took me a long time to teach her that I don't want them. Lia was pretty smart and cute, but she was still a bird brain in the end.
Finally, a full month passed.
It was time for me to prepare for my trip back home to Buena Village. But before that, before Paul sold me off at a cheap price, I visited Philip. "Uncle, I have a selfish request," I said.
"A selfish request?
"What is it?" "When I begin to work here in the future, I want my friend to be able to stay in the manor as well."
"Your friend?" Philip looked surprised. "Yes." I nodded.
"She's a girl that I saved from bullies back in the village and began teaching magic." Philip raised his eyebrows, looking at me.
"Why?
"Is she your girlfriend?"
"No, she's my student," I said.
"She's very talented and she managed to learn silent magic using my method." Philip stared at me with some kind of analytical expression. I continued, "She's being bullied back in the village because she has green hair like a superd, but she's only an elf. I want her to be able to stay in the manor, and I also want you to hire her a home tutor, so she could learn things like reading and writing. Aren't you asking for a lot?"
I faintly smiled. "I don't think so.
I'm a saint-ranked magician, and I'm teaching Aris silent magic. I don't think there's a price you can place on that. But isn't your method just experimental? There isn't a guarantee that Aris would be able to learn it." "There isn't a guarantee, but one of my students already succeeded. I'm also spending a lot of time training Aris physically, and I motivate her to study other subjects."
"And there is more."
"Sylphiette herself is very talented. In the future she could become someone useful to the Boreas family."
"Uncle, please consider it."
After saying what I had to say, I bowed my head and went silent. I think Philip would be able to judge pros and cons. If not, I'll argue with him until he yields. In truth, I don't think he would be able to reject me after everything I said. After being silent for a long while, Philip slowly said, "I could make this happen, as long as you can promise me that you'll keep Aris motivated to keep studying. But to receive permission for someone to stay in the manor, you would still need to convince father."
"No problem. Thank you, uncle."
I smiled happily like a kid happy that he could see his friend. "Act more childish," I reminded myself inwardly.
"What?
"You want some village brat to stay here in the manor?" Soros roared at me when he heard of my request.
"Yes.
Sylphiette is a very timid girl, so she won't fight with Aris. Aris doesn't have any friends. Wouldn't you want Aris to have a female friend her age?" Why would I not want that?"
"Philip, make it happen."
The meeting with Soros went smoothly.
"Just as planned. I am impressed."
"You even already found out a way to deal with father," Philip told me afterwards.
He.
I laughed sheepishly. Yes, it went too smoothly. When dealing with people with simple two-dimensional personalities, having meta-knowledge on them is simply too good. In the morning of the next day, I boarded one of the carriages of the Boreas family together with Lia. Instead of Gislan, Gilbert was the one who was supposed to escort me back home this time. I have already bid my farewells to Gislan and Aris yesterday, but the two still got up in the morning to see me off.
Seraphim, come back soon.
Aris unrestrainedly waved her hand at me with a bright smile. Seeing this scene, a small tear rolled around in my eye. It was such a change compared to the bratty violent girl I was greeted with at first.
I did a good job.
You have to teach me more magic.
Aris called again. Okay.
She was still the same selfish little girl, but her attitude toward me has changed a little, hasn't it? As I waved my hand to Gislan and Aris, the carriage set off. Driving back to the Buena village, I began to wonder how Syphy was doing. I told her before to use my name in case the bullies surround her again, so I think she was fine when it came to that. I was quite infamous and feared among the village brats by now. Other than that, Sylphie was probably quite lonely with me gone for a whole month. She was that kind of girl. I hoped she practiced her magic well even without me, but I think she was diligent. Philip's POV. As Seraphim was leaving, I secretly watched the square through one of the windows, observing Aris wave at him with a happy smile. It has only been a month that he's been here, but the influence that Paul's son had on my daughter was enormous. First she picked up the sword way more seriously, then suddenly became interested in studying subjects that she earlier avoided like fire, and has been very hardworking ever since. She became somewhat calmer as well. It was a very sudden transformation that even seemed magical. During this 1 month I had many thoughts about this kid called Seraphim. Initially, before meeting him, I only thought that Paul was overpraising his own son, and that was it. If it was that Paul, then it wouldn't be strange. It's only later that I understood that what Paul wrote to me in his letter was all an understatement. Seraphim is a young prodigy of magic and a bright mind that makes me not believe that he is even a child. When conversing with him, I don't feel like I'm talking with a little boy, but a person with age and intellect equal to mine. This is in fact what made me feel uneasy for quite a while. Perhaps it's just his rare childish quirks, small lacks in vocabulary and lack of some common knowledge that remind me that he is, in the end, a child with limited knowledge of the world. Yet despite his limited knowledge, he is still extremely bright and intelligent. Unfortunately, it was a kind of intelligence that sent shivers down my spine. His greatest ability is how skilled he is in understanding people and making them do what he wants. In this short amount of time he completely won over Aris's admiration, earned Gislan's respect and father's sympathy. He's very observant and he can easily notice what makes people click and how he can manipulate them. It's like he could always grasp the essence of the situation at hand in a flash. Seraphim's skill at scheming and manipulating people was frightening, to be honest. How could a child who is only 5 years old be so cunning? For example, before meeting me to have his friend live in the manor, he already prepared a full list of strong reasons to convince me, and he seemed as if he expected no other result than me agreeing. He even already came up with a method to easily convince my unreasonable and highly irritable father, which succeeded as well. He even made up an elaborate kidnapping plan that in an instance allowed him to win over my selfish and problematic daughter's admiration. At first I just thought he was only that, intelligent and useful, but it didn't take long before I began to straight out fear him. I feared of allowing Aris to get close to him, since he might completely wrap her around his finger, manipulate and exploit. He's in the end still Paul's son, so it isn't impossible he did everything so far just so a cute girl would go crazy for him. The only incongruity I felt is that I never sensed any malice or perversion in what he does. He is skilled in manipulating people, but he doesn't seem to have an addiction to that feeling of control over others that corrupt politicians I'm often dealing with would usually have. It sounds too good to be true, but it's as if he uses his scheming ability just to help others. Logically, there was never a need for Seraphim to go out of his way so much to help Aris. After the kidnapping incident, he didn't need to do anything more, because he had already done enough to win over Aris and seduce her later if that was his goal. Yet as the days passed he continued thinking of ways to help her out of his own goodwill. He always had her best interest in mind. I thought back and realized that he didn't even need to plan the kidnapping in the first place and was willing to even risk his life to help Aris and obtain her heart. Afterwards, he didn't complain one bit, wasn't overly greedy and seemed even ready to take the blame. Back when we argued about Aris's schedule, I felt as if he might even fight me, so I would allow Aris to do what he thinks is best for her. He sometimes seems like a parent or an overprotective older brother. To summarize things, I still think that Seraphim has a dangerous level of intellect, but there were never any signs that he is dangerous himself. I had Gilbert carefully observe him all these days as well. Even though he had also praised the boy's genius, he didn't notice anything wrong with him that he'd call dangerous. He said, "The boy is a good kid, and he has a very bright future ahead of him. He must be nurtured well, so he won't go the wrong path and waste his talents. He's probably a Miko, but it would be too wasteful if he was turned into the country's tool. Gilbert dotes on him heavily. It seems that Seraphim had won over him as well. I also heard that the guild master of Roa's Magicians Guild apparently is even more fond of the boy, going out of his way to take him as his disciple and tutor him extensively. As a result, my attitude toward Seraphim is still complicated. He often doesn't seem like a child at all, and that's what bothers me. I logically excuse Seraphim's accomplishments by believing that he is a Miko with exceptional inborn intelligence and magic talent, but it doesn't stop me from dreading him a little. I don't know how Paul was raising his child. Was he a proper parent actually, or is he the same Paul the First? No. Did he raise him as a manipulative womanizer? I really need to have a chat with him one of those days. But Seraphim is useful, that's for sure. Perhaps because he is still a little child, he doesn't have the charisma and also lacks experience, but he is the kind of genius that you know would do well in anything he does. He especially has an incredible talent for politics. Becoming the next court magician of the Azura Kingdom is the least he would accomplish. With his talent for magic, it would be a simple matter, actually. If I guide him in the direction of taking over the Noto's family, he'd be able to find a way to become the family head even by himself, I'm sure. One issue is that his potential and intellect make me slightly worried that if I tried taking advantage of him, it might backfire. I should probably be careful here. If I can't control him, then perhaps the best thing I can do for now is continue playing the role of good and kind uncle, so he'd owe me a debt. I feel Seraphim is that kind of person, a person who repays kindness. I look forward to seeing what the boy will accomplish in the future. Hopefully, I'll be able to use him well. If it will cost me Aris to become the family head, then it's a price I'm willing to pay. Gislan's POV. After staying in a manor for a month, Seraphim is eventually returning home for a while. Ever since our first meeting, this youth constantly made me feel astonished. After hearing Philip describe to me Seraphim based on Paul's letter before I set off for the Buena village. From what I heard, I thought that it's just Paul being overconfident and overly proud of his child. When I first met Seraphim in person, I only thought that the child was just as overconfident as his father, challenging a sword king with his little magic tricks and with no idea of what it means. That's when he shocked me for the first time. I always felt that a magician was useless during duels against people, but I have changed my mind completely after meeting Seraphim. With the special magic technique he created, he suspended me in the air, practically crippling me as a swordsman. Just that alone was a frightening technique. Truth be told, as long as I was close enough, let's say around 10 meters, as a sword king I could still use Longsword of Light, and cut off his head even at range. At high-level experts of the sword god style can slash apart at their enemies even at a distance. Granted, because I could not brace my feet against the ground, only my upper body would be active when executing my move, so it would significantly reduce the strength of my Longsword of Light. When attacking from such an unstable position, even an average water saint might be able to block my technique. But the important point here was that Seraphim was only 5 years old. If our fight started at more than 20 meters, the likely outcome is my defeat. Using that move, he can already bully most opponents in this world when paired with his other powerful and versatile magic, or he can be an outstanding support in a party. Just how powerful could he grow up to be in the future? Besides, it wasn't Seraphim's only special magic. He also developed his own technique to improve his speed and strength. I don't know how he does that, but it is clearly not battle aura. I observed it with my demon eye, and it is magic. It's a layer of magic wrapped around his body, bright golden colored just like the color of his mana. If one day he manages to manifest battle aura and pair it with his strengthening magic, he could become a frightening sword god style user. Apart from that, he also has his third and final special magic technique that he showed me. Assaulting me with strange magical power, he can put pressure on me, make my body feel incredibly heavy and slow. Sword god Sama had once made me train under the pressure of a heavy waterfall, and this move gave me a similar feeling to trying to move under a waterfall. In that state my speed and my Longsword of Light are both severely weakened. It's a powerful technique that weakens all melee fighters and monsters that would try to attack him. When used against magicians, I feel it would probably immediately crush their weak bodies. I could only endure the pressure thanks to my strong battle aura. Seraphim made it clear that Aris Oju Sama shouldn't come anywhere close when he's using that move, probably because of that reason. The downside of his technique is that Seraphim seems to be unable to quickly change the location he wants to affect, making him practically only able to stand in one place while he's using it. Otherwise he might probably affect himself once he steps into the area by accident, breaking his own bones. Still, this move is very strong and would be perfectly paired with the water god style in a situation when he would stand in place and wait for his weakened enemies to attack him. And in case his opponents don't attack him, he might simply assault them with magic from range. These were just his 3 special and unique magic techniques he made up himself. Apart from this, there was still his more ordinary silent casting. His stone bullets are incredibly quick, his quagmire is quite annoying, and his wind magic you cannot help but have to cut apart, otherwise you would be flung back. These were just some of his spells that he could cast without chanting. Moving at high speeds while using magic spells to attack and hinder the enemy, having all kinds of magical techniques that a swordsman cannot avoid, this kind of opponent is an unimaginably tricky foe for a swordsman. It is an ideal North God-style user. I heard that Seraphim was always facing Paul as an opponent, and that immature Paul definitely went after him with his full strength during training to knock him down. As a result, the boy has obtained perfect experience in handling a swordsman. It's a fluke, but Paul sometimes would do something useful. Unlike Oju-sama, who has a clear predisposition for the offensive sword god style, Seraphim is more all-round and has all the tools and qualifications to excel in all: the sword god style, water god style, and also the north god style. Apart from having potential, he thinks rationally about his fights, yet is still able to decide things in a heartbeat. His combat instincts are good. He still makes mistakes and has signs of a newbie when he easily flinches at feints and at any attacks coming at him, but that's something that has to be fixed with training. Seraphim once said that he wants to become the strongest. If it was anyone else who had said that, I might have laughed. God rank is not something that mortals can understand. But when Seraphim said it, I was only silent. If it was him, I think he could do it. He could be the strongest. If not a child prodigy like him, then just who would have the qualifications? Even if not with the sword, he might succeed just with his magic. The magician named Roxy must have agonized over how to educate him for the future. Even though I think it's quite embarrassing that she ran away from him, I can't blame her. Instead, I should probably even thank her. Because of her, I began learning magic. Being taught by Seraphim, even I, as someone with a terrible memory, became able to reliably cast magic. I could not yet fully cast a fireball, but just the spark I'm able to consistently make now would have helped me greatly in making a bonfire if I had to travel by myself again. After teaching Oju-sama fireball, Seraphim didn't move on to teach her other spells, but started lessons to teach her silent casting. Under the situation of not being able to use both hands, one can still use simple magic. Even if you forget the incantation completely, you can still cast the magic this way. It's quite logical. My master, who's the reigning sword god, has told me countless times to be logical. Being logical refers to the foundations. This is the golden advice from Sword God Sama. Training in the foundations after a long period of time will logically allow you to attain the essence of the sword. The young me hated training in the foundations, but my master tirelessly trained me. He kept repeating lessons to let me practice. Eventually, I attained a Sword King's strength that I don't deserve. Seraphim's training closely resembles Sword God Sama's training. Unlike the foolish young me, he understands it already and always seeks rationality in his training. Without a doubt, he has a mind like none other. In general, it is difficult to imagine that he is just a child. Even for this highly problematic Aris Oju-sama, he gained her trust and sympathy in record time. Not by beating her up like me, but with patience, wit, and kindness. He even made a learning schedule or something for her, and thought of all kinds of ways to motivate her to attend the classes. The kidnapping incident was also planned by Seraphim alone. Although it turned out that the butler was greedy and made use of this incident, Seraphim by himself had dealt with the two men who were hired by the butler and tried to kidnap them. After investigation, it later turned out that one of the kidnappers was indeed a known advanced rank North God-style swordsman, while the other was an intermediate one. No matter if they underestimated him or not because he was a child, I was not surprised he could deal with them. Before I went out to receive Seraphim, Philip told me, he's Paul's son, so even if he's so young, the fact that he likes pretty girls won't change. At that moment, I thought it would probably be something like that. But I couldn't believe Seraphim is Paul's son after seeing how gentlemanly and kind he is. It is true that he is only 5, but there was no reason for him to do so much for Oju-sama's sake, who was so rude to him at first. Apart from being kind, he's a hard-working person that Paul can never match. He's a diligent person that Paul can never match. And he's an astute person that Paul can never match. I think he might not be Paul's son, that's the truth. What's wrong, Gislan? When I was thinking about this, Aris Oju-sama asked me. She had changed a lot during this past month. The first time I saw her was just over a year ago. At first I thought she's an uncontrollable willful girl. The first time she attended sword lessons, I gave her so much painful love that she couldn't even stand up. She then took a wooden sword and attacked me in the middle of the night. Even though she didn't get her revenge and was more obedient afterwards, she was still waiting with sharp eyes for the next few months for her chance at vengeance. I was a bad apple back in the past, and I felt an affinity for her actions. I was like that too. At first when Aris Oju-sama practiced the sword, she always complained about this and that, but she's become more diligent and calm recently. Rather than saying that she's learning it from the tutors, I think it's fair to say she's imitating Seraphim. I'm thinking about Seraphim, I answered.
Why? No reason.
No point thinking about Seraphim.
He'll be back soon enough.
It's time for our magic practice. These few days Aris Oju-sama has been fully dedicated to her sword and magic training. I think it is especially so ever since Seraphim said he won't take her on an adventure if she's too weak. It was another clever trick he used to motivate her. Aris Oju-sama is definitely talented in the sword god style. I noticed it during this 1 month. If she earnestly continues the path of the sword, she might surpass me one day. In the future I hope to bring Seraphim and Oju-sama to meet the sword god Sama. I wonder what he'd think after meeting them. I'm really glad I have a chance to teach these two kids. I'm grateful to Geese for giving me his advice in the past, that I should become a sword tutor given a chance. Sometimes it seems that he has clairvoyant abilities. He often made eerily accurate predictions. If not for Geese, I would have probably not had the confidence to pick up the job of teaching Aris Oju-sama the sword. Aris's POV. Seraphim is amazing. He's small, but he can do all kinds of cool things. He's really strong too. He can even kill advanced rank thugs. But he isn't arrogant like the other kids in the school for nobles. It's probably because he's from a village. Sometimes I want to punch him, but he's nice to me, so I'll forgive him. At the start I thought that if I only tried harder, I could beat him, but it's impossible. Everyone says that I'm talented, but they're all liars. Why do I have to do things I'm not good at? Seraphim said that he wants to become the strongest. He's a genius, so I can't beat him. But it doesn't matter because I don't care about becoming the strongest. So I decided to try becoming the second strongest. It's because I want to go on an adventure with Seraphim. If I'm too useless, he won't take me. When Seraphim is away, I'll train hard to surprise him. I hope we'll go on an adventure soon. If it's with Seraphim, I'm sure it will be an amazing adventure.
Buona Village.
1 month ago.
Paul's POV.
I watched as the carriage of the Boreas family was disappearing into the distance. There were complicated feelings in my heart.
That's my son, all right.
Even making a sword king lose their composure. I guess you could expect that much from the prodigy who developed a new kind of magic and gave a water saint rank magician an inferiority complex. Apart from this, I will never forget when after his 5th birthday, Seraphim had tested a special move on me that put heavy pressure on my entire body. I was not prepared for it. One of my legs instantly broke and I folded to the ground like a house of cards. The boy is downright terrifying. When it comes to his combat ability, he's a monster. But for some reason, that made me happy. Up until now, I'd been jealous of anyone more talented than me, but when my son was concerned, all I felt was pride. Wait a second though. Seraphim is about to start special accelerated training under a sword king. Once he begins training under Gislan, would he have any respect left for my strength as a swordsman and a man? How long will it be until he can beat me with the sword alone?
Oh man.
My paternal dignity is on the line.
Zenith, dear?
Now that Seraph is gone, I think I'll have to start training a bit seriously as well. Zenith glanced at me with a disinterested expression. You'll never put in a bit of effort unless your pride feels challenged, won't you? You've always been like that. As Zenith said this, I felt as if I was already somewhat lacking in the paternal dignity department.
Ah well.
What's dignity good for anyway? My old man was a walking lump of pride and nobility, and I was never exactly fond of him. I want to be a friendly, fun, and lovable kind of father, not a dignified one. I think that's what Seraphim would need the most. So for now, I'd plan to just keep pretending to be a goofy good-for-nothing guy with a weakness for women. Until my son grows up, at least. Thinking this, I glanced at Zenith out of the corner of my eye.
Damn, that's a nice body.
She shouldn't change with one more kid, or even with a few. That's one way to earn myself an extension, so I can keep pretending, I guess.
Nihi.
My eyes slowly wandered toward Lilia at the side. Lilia's figure is sexy as well. She pretends to be disinterested, but I can see the fire in her eyes. I've seen this look too many times.
He.
Dear, you're scaring Sylphie-chan with your perverted grin. I suddenly got back to my senses at Zenith's cold voice.
Crap.
Did she notice I was looking next to her?
I hope not.
I looked down and saw the green-haired little girl nearby. Right, Law's kid was still there. Seraph had asked me to train Sylphie with the sword, and I accepted without thinking. On second thought, why would I need to spend my time teaching some foreign kid the sword? But I think that if I didn't do it, Seraph would look down on me when he gets back. Well, let's get started with it. He said that as I kept practicing my magic on the way, after several hours of travel the carriage eventually reached the peripheries of Buena village. The sky was murky since morning, and as we began approaching our destination, the originally soft rain that started at one point intensified. The ground soon turned muddy and the surroundings gloom. The carriage wheels through the mud around, our carriage stopped. As I looked out of the window, it was a mildly familiar scenery. It was still before the stone gate of our house. A small wooden window opened, and Gilbert's face became visible from the driver's seat, wearing a raincoat. "Young master, I will have trouble turning around if we enter, so that's where we'll have to disembark."
Okay.
The same thing happened when Gislan arrived, so I wasn't surprised. Horse-drawn carriages are not quite as maneuverable as modern cars, it seems. As I looked outside at the rain, I then realized that I didn't have a good way to avoid with it even with all of my magic arsenal. I could dispel all of the rain clouds, but to avoid it? No, if it's something as light as rain, then I can still use gravity magic. In particular, the defensive application of telekinesis that I still cannot make the best use of in combat. "I'll carry the baggage for you," Gilbert said as he opened the door from the outside.
Thank you.
Seeing Gilbert already come over in a raincoat and wait outside, I only pulled Lia closer and prepared to exit the carriage with her. Using telekinesis, I formed a spherical shield around us and directed all of the water droplets away.
Huh.
Lia hooted and began to wave her wings in the rain seemingly in anxiety, but she soon turned to cocking her head around as if surprised that no rain hit us. Indeed, training in the rain might be the best method to train my gravity magic defenses. I cannot yet bend the trajectory of a blade or deflect an arrow for sure, but resisting the rain seems like good beginner practice. As I stood there thinking of this, I noticed Gilbert silently watching the scene in front of him from inside the carriage. For Gilbert, he already knew too much about me, including who my parents are, so I didn't care about showing off a small trick like deflecting some rain droplets. Given that Philip trusted him, I could only do the same, since he seems to be my assigned bodyguard going forward. Realizing that Gilbert was waiting for me to lead the way, I began to walk closer toward the house and soon passed through the familiar stone gate. Seeing the familiar medieval building and our garden with the small roofless stone gym, a feeling of nostalgia hit me. This is where I reincarnated and where my journey in another world had started.
I'm home.
As I approached, the doors opened as if the people inside were already waiting. Zenith, Paul, and also Lilia in the back, they were all there, looking at me with careworn expressions. "My son, you're back." Zenith did not care about the rain and ran out with what seemed to be tears in her eyes to greet me. As she came closer, she briefly sent me a strange look, whether because of the owl or the rain shield, but then ignored it and pulled me into a strong hug, together with Lia.
Huh.
My mouth slightly opened and closed as I searched for the right words, and I eventually voiced out through the rain, "Mother, I'm home."
Welcome home.
Because it was raining so heavily, Zenith invited Gilbert to take shelter in the house. If it kept raining, he might even spend the night here. "Thank you for your hospitality, madam, but Lord Philip should expect my return." "I'll have to return immediately." Gilbert then passed Paul a letter from Philip, bid farewell and swiftly left. As Paul began to read the letter, Zenith tended to me instead. "What's that?" she asked, pointing at the white owl I held in my arms. "It's my familiar."
Her name is Lia.
"Okay, but what are we going to do with it?" "I'll just put her in my room for now. Later I'll make a place for her to live in."
As expected of my son.
"So reliable. You already thought of everything."
Haha.
After leaving Lia in my room, I came down to the kitchen where everyone was still waiting for me and for Zenith to recite her grace. Afterwards, Zenith immediately began to question me about my stay.
How was it, Seraph?
"How was that young miss? I heard that she's a violent brat and she's older than you."
She didn't bully you, did she? Bully him?
"Zenith, I would pity any kid that would try bullying our Seraph. I'm sure he quickly tamed her and pushed her down, hee."
Paul laughed. I hope not.
"I hope he's not like you in that department." Although Zenith somewhat bickered with Paul, it didn't seem like it was out of ill will. It seemed more as if she was trying to put reins on him. I found it a little funny. It soon turned out that Zenith did not even know about the kidnapping incident, let alone the fact that I originally staged it myself. As Paul later told me, he read the letters from Philip, but he kept them a secret from Zenith and didn't inform her about the kidnapping to not worry her. Before the day passed, I went out and did my strength training for the day, in the rain. I feel that in this world there might be no point of things like rest days or deloads. That's because instead of exercising the body, what real swordsmen do is growing their battle aura. And for this, just like with training mana capacity, it should probably happen every single day. Perhaps that's how the saying of "if you train with the sword, you should train every day, otherwise it's pointless" came to be. That's the training ideology that Gislan also drilled into us as well, to train every day without any rest days. Even if misconceptions are common in this world, I felt that there was logic in this, so I also began to follow this principle. Rain or not, I had to do my daily training. Seeing what I planned to do, Zenith tried to keep me in the house, but Paul defended me and allowed me to go outside. After going out, I pointed my hand toward the sky and then cast reversed squall spell. As I poured my mana into the clouds, the rainy clouds gradually dispersed and the rain suddenly stopped falling. Since I used to always train in the mornings, it wasn't my first time that I cancelled a naturally formed rain. After that I used fire and wind magic to dry off the floor and the equipment, then finally created a roof over the gym's building, ignoring Zenith's previous worries. I guess all this could count as magic training. Following that, I completed my daily training volume. Afterwards, I cast Squall again to make it rain in the evening. It's to avoid the crops nearby from drying out after I cancelled the natural drain earlier, balancing things out. Next day, I got up to do some sword training with Paul in the morning. Father wants to test you. He told me yesterday. It seemed to me that he was itching to do some bonding with his son after the month's separation. Being the perfect son I was, I couldn't decline. Either way, I also wanted to see how I improved when fighting Paul. Paul threw me a wooden longsword and our sparring began. During that fight I used spacebending, all of the sword techniques I had practiced countless times, utilizing the experience I had gained while fighting Aris and Gislan. I didn't hold back. Still, the difference in our size, strength, speed and skill level was too much to overcome with sheer will. Using ordinary methods, I couldn't touch Paul at all. His perception, reaction speed and skill were too good. It was literally like a child fighting an adult. You improved. You were still clumsy with the sword before, but you're much better now. I guess it's good to practice with someone closer to your level, Paul said, nodding. I faintly nodded back. Yes. Gislan was also a good teacher. Well, that woman has muscle for brains, but I guess she isn't bad when it comes to teaching others the sword. I said nothing. Although they were companions in the past, the disrespectful tone that Paul often used to talk about Gislan still irked me. Paul stabbed his wooden sword into the ground and continued in a solemn tone. You probably aren't as strong as a trained adult, but just based on your speed and technique, I think it's right to call you a legitimate elementary rank sword god-style swordsman. My reaction to that information was reserved. Previously Paul already called me elementary ranked in sword god style and water god style, but he admitted that it was stretching it. I was fairly skilled, but my real strength was not quite there yet. In truth, having reached an elementary rank in a swordsmanship style did not mean being a beginner. On the contrary, it signified a certain level of mastery of the sword and strength that allowed you to reliably beat your average thug. And I guess, if I now had to fight with a typical bandit lacking battle aura, then just by using a sword and spacebending I could win thanks to my speed advantage. Although spacebending is technically magic, I personally count it more as a swordsmanship magic technique, since it can combine it with swordsmanship perfectly. I don't view it as cheating, but just a part of my strength as a swordsman. There was also the high gravity field that I could combine with water god style and use against Paul. However, this move is so strong and inflexible that it's more along the line of a pure magical technique. I still struggle with adjusting the range and affected area of this move during combat. Paul crossed his arms and said, Seraph, we'll talk about the other stuff later. I first have to do my patrol in the village. Okay. By the way, there's someone who wants to see you. Paul motioned with his chin to the side. I looked over and saw Sylphie being there, peeping from behind the stone gate with a timid look. As Paul began grinning, I walked over to Sylphiette and greeted her with a small smile. Hi, Sylphie. Seraph. You're finally back. Sylphie ran up to me a bit with tears forming in her eyes as if to hug me, but then suddenly stopped, and only started sniffing while standing in place. I faintly smiled. Yep, I'm back. How was your magic training? Sylphie's embarrassed expression rapidly changed and she started reporting. I did like you told me to. I practiced magic every day. I also practiced with Miss Zenith and Miss Lilia. I think I managed to send mana out of my heart too, like you asked me to. You did? Then let's see it. I brought Sylphiette to the side of the garden to sit down together. The method of drawing mana from the heart to send out without a magic spell is basically my method of pure mana expulsion. That's as far as I could explain it to her. For the rest, she had to rely on her talent and practice. At that time, as Sylphie described to me the feeling of what she was doing, it seemed she managed it. She managed to consciously expel raw mana into the atmosphere. With this, I could probably slowly teach her disrupt magic. Then I can begin practicing my skill to resist magical interrupts of other powerful magicians myself. Were you bullied when I was gone? I asked her at one point. Sylphie smiled a little and shook her head. No. No one would dare. They came to me, but I told them that you'll be back in a month.
I see, that's good.
Then what about your sword training? Did you practice with my dad?
Yes, Mr. Paul taught me every day.
But I'm not very good at it. Well, it's good that you're training. By the way, I have something special for you. Sylphie looked at me in anticipation with large eyes. I added, before leaving I promised you a gift, right? I could see her eyes begin to shine at my words. Actually, for the gift, I originally planned to summon her a pet, so she could have a friend while I'm gone. For example, a juvenile dog or a wolf magic beast familiar. But in the end I decided to bring her to Roa already instead, so I'll skip it, otherwise Aris will also want one and it will only distract the two from other more important things like training. I kinda feel responsible for holding back from meeting Sylphie earlier and beginning to teach her magic at least 1 year earlier, which I did purely out of my own selfishness, so I wanted to compensate her like this. Of course, I did not owe her anything in the first place, but if she came to Roa now, she would still have a chance to grow stronger than in canon. And so, I told her what my special gift for her was. I convinced the lord of the manor in Roa to allow you to come with me and live in the manor.
Ha!
I made it so that you'll receive a tutor and will be able to learn all kinds of things, I explained, nodding. But when I told her this, Sylphie looked distressed and instead shook her head.
And no.
I don't want to go. Why can't we just stay here? It's fine like this. You'll be able to learn so much more in the city, I replied patiently.
I don't care.
So it turned out like this. Sylphie did not like my gift at all. Instead, she wanted to stay with me in the village. Fortunately, I had enough time to think about it yesterday, so I was already prepared. I said, then when I go to Roa again, would you prefer to stay alone in the village?
What? You'll leave again? And no.
You said it will only be one time.
Waha.
Tears formed in her eyes and she began crying.
I didn't say that, I muttered.
I never made this kind of promise. It seems it was something she made up herself to convince herself it's fine that I'm leaving. Looking at me teary-eyed, Sylphie grasped my hand and begged, I don't want to go. Let's just stay in the village.
Please.
I let out a sigh.
I can't.
If I stay in the village, I won't be able to improve. Seraph is already amazing, you don't need to improve. Yes, I'm amazing for my age, but I don't want to waste my talent. I have to give it my all while I'm still young. I want to become the strongest magician, stronger than the heroes in the legends. I said the last line in a manner that even a child could understand. Anyway, I was hired as a magic tutor of a young lady in Roa. I'm going to live there most of the time from now on.
And no.
Sylphie was strongly opposed to me going to Roa, and she also did not want to go herself. She continued crying her eyes out and trying to keep me in the village. In an attempt to convince her, I began to describe to her the opportunities she would have in the city, told her about Gislan and also talked about the manor itself. Even so, she still preferred to stay with me in the village. I knew at that time it would be tiring to convince her, but she probably will still eventually come with me rather than stay by herself, so I didn't worry. One of those days, I visited Sylphiette's parents as well. Apparently Paul had already told them about Sylphie's invitation to Roa. When I met the two of them, they were very grateful and they thanked me with tears in their eyes for giving their daughter this opportunity. They said they'll convince her. One day, Sylphie suddenly changed her attitude and happily told me with determination, then I'll go with Seraph. I'll come to the castle. I'm not sure what caused this change, but I guess it's good. Aris is like a school bully, while Sylphiette is the bullied kid type instead. The two of them meeting seems like a recipe for disaster. However, I personally think that the two will ironically get along and become good friends. Sylphiette's POV. Before I went to sleep, my parents often told me stories. A long time ago, there was a princess who was bullied by a bad witch. One day, a gallant prince riding a white horse came and saved her. The princess and the prince then got married and lived happily ever after. This was my favorite fairy tale. When I first met him, I knew for sure that Seraph was that prince.
He was my prince.
That's why he'll marry me and will always protect me.
Then why?
Why did he want to leave me? When he said that he will be living in the city from now on, I cried. He was supposed to marry me and always protect me.
So why?
I didn't know what to do. But I can't let him leave alone. He's supposed to protect me. That's why I decided to come with him to the castle. He probably doesn't like that young miss at all. I heard from Miss Zenith that she's a violent brat. He's bringing me away from the bad people who bullied me and we're going to happily live in the castle. It should be like this. Because we're meant to be together. Although when it came to training it might seem like it at first, my days in the Buena village weren't just wasted time in comparison to training in Roa. Now that I was back in the village, I had an opportunity to do silent magic that I restrained myself from doing in the manor with everyone's eyes on me. For example, large areas of effect silent freezing magic or wind blasts. Or large area telekinesis practice and also stone cannon practice that I minimized back in the manor to not damage things. I went out to the forests, to the hills, and experimented with my magic freely. One of those days I was slashing at mud statues with the steel sword that I received on my 5th birthday, with Paul watching over me. Although it might sound weird, mud actually made an excellent material for dummies for sword practice. Using solidified hardened mud like slightly hardened clay, I created a few dummies with pillar shapes. They offered perfect resistance. They were not easy to cut through, but they also didn't bounce the blade like wood and didn't shatter too easily like ice. After you cut through a clay statue cleanly, it would also show the result of the cut cleanly, whether you did it well or not. The only problem is that the edge of the sword dulled quickly, but that was the price for having a chance to practice sword slashes at something with strong resistance. Holding a real sword, I practiced the long sword of light, slashing technique basics that I learned from Gislan. Before this I have already talked over the matter of my magic tutor job with Paul. It was decided that I would stay in Roa for 3 months at a time, then come back home for 1 month. There is no concept of a week in this world, so perhaps that's why people prefer to deal with months. Travel is also long, annoying and tiring, so it was likely another aspect why I wouldn't travel back and forth very often. Paul seemed a bit anxious at first when he proposed that, but I agreed without a fuss. After all, the opportunities in the city are in the end better than in the village, without a doubt. My salary is supposed to be 2 silver coins per month. I guess it's only something like a small monthly allowance for the sake of formalities. I didn't complain, since as a compensation I would already be receiving an all-inclusive stay in the manor, training under Sword King Gislan, as well as a sponsored stay and a home tutor for Sylphiette. One day Paul told me, it seems there were some movements in the forest.
Come with me.
Seeing a live scrimmage is a good learning experience. And so I grabbed my 2 stone cannon wands with a 5x speed modifier that I brought and went with him. Laws reported when we got to the watchtower. According to the marks left in the forest, it's a Terminator boar that's been causing a disturbance recently. It also seems to have some assault dogs in its pack.
Got it.
So it's a standard, Paul said.
He then turned to me.
Seraph, these are the most common monsters in the Azura Kingdom.
Nothing special.
Just stay in the back and you'll be safe.
Yes.
Laws followed the tracks and led our group deep into the monsters' forest. The other men stayed to keep watch in the watchtower. It seemed that the monsters did not hide their presence, but instead clearly marked their territory. We eventually reached what seemed to be their nesting ground. The monsters detected us and rushed out to meet the intruders.
Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr
They're the assault dogs, common E-rank monsters. And amongst them was a huge boar-faced creature standing up on 2 feet similar to a gorilla. Terminate boar viewed as D rank alone, but his danger level can be ranked as C or even B depending on the size of the monster pack it leads.
2 assault dogs.
It's good we have a chance to take them out before the pack grows, Paul lightly commented while smoothly drawing out his sword. We have to kill them, right?
I asked.
Laws, previously slightly anxious, looked at me as if I was retarded.
Me?
It isn't that I'm slow, but I felt I had to ask first before proceeding to decimate these things into pieces. Why yeah, Paul replied after a moment's lag.
Cool.
Then it's time to test my babies on real targets.
On real monsters. Then I'll do it. Cover me,
I said, then raised my 2 wands at the pack of monsters.
Fire.
With this command, my magic power poured into the magic tools and my bullets immediately started raining down. One after another, 2 bullets shot out from my wands. First assault dog, second assault dog. I shot one after another in the head while they were still stationary. Concentrating on a single target at a time, I first shot out my bullet from the first wand, then immediately after from the second wand. One of the wands shot out spherical bullets, the other cylindrical, but both had velocity cranked up to 5x your average stone cannon. Both were extremely deadly. The bullets shot out from the wand soundlessly and mysteriously made no sound as they tore through the air. The only sound that could be heard came from the target being hit and their skulls shattering.
Grrrrrrrr.
Each wand took no more than 0.5 seconds to power up a bullet. 1 second after taking out the 2 assault dogs, I switched to the huge boar which started becoming restless and began rushing at us on all fours with a grunt, then inwardly targeted a round of 2 bullets into its skull.
Bam bam.
My bullets landed at the Terminator boar's skull, and whilst beginning its 4-leg charge, the monster bore to the ground headfirst, carving out a small line in the earth with its heavy body before stopping.
All targets eliminated. Clean.
As the boss was confirmed dead, I lowered my wands and looked at the men around me. Paul and Laws stared at the scene with frozen expressions.
What the? Paul muttered. What just happened?
Before they realized it, the two monsters were already dead. And Seraph had barely seemed to have put effort into it.
Seraph, right?
What did you do? What are these magic tools? Paul asked with a faint voice, looking down at me with an expression as if he not certain how he should react. I made these with my master. They're great, aren't they? At the two still confused men, I smiled like a kid expecting praise. I saw Paul's excited expression before this. It seemed that he wanted to show off in front of his son.
Sorry.
In my eyes the fight was a bit anticlimactic, but for the other two men they only looked at me as if scarred by this killing potential. I guess this is what medieval soldiers would feel after witnessing the deadliness of a gun for the first time. Following that, both the boar and the dogs were brought back to the butchers at the village to turn into meat that would be sold off. Even for Paul, the elephant-like Terminator boar would be too heavy to carry, but he managed it when I surrounded us in a low-gravity zone. Paul dragged the boar back while from time to time cutting the trees on the way. Meanwhile, Laws carried back the two assault dogs over his shoulders, also within range of the low-gravity field. Meanwhile, I focused on maintaining the gravity magic around us as we walked. As we entered the village, some villagers began to stare with wide eyes at Paul, who was dragging the humongous boar without a sweat.
Good job, Seraph. Thanks for this.
This way we don't have to bring butchers into the forest to cut it up and transport it piece by piece. Paul thanked me afterward with a grin.
No problem. I gently smiled.
I might have asked for compensation, but I'm a nice and perfect son, so of course I didn't.
Just kidding.
If I was broke I might have asked, but I'm good. Back in my room in Roa, I still had more than 90 gold coins left over from the reward I claimed for saving Aris. Since we were already in the village, after dropping off the monsters at the butcher, we visited Zenith at the clinic. Paul and Zenith immediately started sloppily kissing in public right after meeting, and Paul started grabbing her butt. I ignored this with a heavy sigh and began to talk to the herbalist instead. I began to read through the botanical encyclopedia these days. I didn't bother going out into the world and searching for the plants, and I was only interested in learning the effects of herbs that seemed useful. Apart from recovery herbs, there seemed to also be some other endurance and vitality boosting herbs that should not be useless for training, though I didn't get my hopes up for feeding medicine that can boost battle aura. If those existed, they'd have to be a heavily guarded secret. Perhaps because of that one time in the forest, Paul started taking my method of training more seriously. Instead of simply moving the weights and viewing it as a play, he began training for real. Over the month that he trained in my gym, he became a little stronger for sure. He brought more steel poles from the blacksmith and asked me to make him heavier and more weights. His usual training so far consisted of pumping up over 100 sit-ups or push-ups in a row, thus I attempted to drill it into his head that my training is based on doing low reps. That being said, my low reps still went up to 15. It is just that in this world it's the norm to do ridiculous amounts of repetitions on exercises that are normally not a challenge to the swordsman at all. I also considered whether it is how it's supposed to be done here, pumping up hundreds of reps, and perhaps I'm the one who's in the wrong, but I rejected the idea. Even if high rep training works, I believe my training should be more efficient. At a certain level of strength, like the superhuman Paul who can lift hundreds of kilograms and rival a horse in speed, a push-up is simply too easy and light. Not quite, but it could be compared to a normal person bending their arm with no weight at all for hundreds and thousands of repetitions until they become tired. Just how can you train like that? This kind of high rep training should have come from swordsmen who are used to swinging their sword hundreds of times to practice their technique, and in the end become stronger, perhaps thanks to accumulating muscular fatigue, but it doesn't mean it's the most effective. There should probably be at least a little more resistance there. Perhaps the weights don't need to be heavy, but I feel they should have some resistance. I viewed my training ideology around this and centered my training around the hypertrophy range of 8 to 12 repetitions for the most part, and now I even bumped it up to 8 to 15 repetitions. If I end up wrong, then I'll simply have to adjust my training and increase the amounts of reps, but my training shouldn't be useless either. As Paul took his training seriously, I also thought of taking his training seriously. And that's because I became curious. Paul was a talented swordsman during his youth and had reached advanced rank in 3 different sword styles. So why is it that he cannot progress further? Why is it that he never after years became a true saint-rank swordsman and never grasped the long sword of light? According to him, he traveled with Gislan for years and she had already taught him the basics. He knew the stances for the long sword of light and how to perform it. He already had all of the know-how, but was simply unable to do it. When I asked him, he brushed it off saying that his talent is simply not that great. But if he had a lack of talent, then how did he reach advanced rank at 11 years old, which should be similar to Aris in canon? Since he asked to train with me, I put him on the ground and against a wall, and tested his flexibility. I also tested his strength using unilateral exercises. And I think this way I discovered the reason why he failed to reach Saint rank. Basically, Paul was pretty strong, but he was screwed up. According to Gislan, in order to perform the long sword of light, the young practitioners of sword god style from a young age are always made to practice the same amount of sword strikes with their left hand as with their right hand. The reason for that was that the strength of their two arms needs to be balanced, so the sword's tip would remain steady when performing the technique. This is how she trains me and Aris as well, and it's exactly this point where Paul is screwed up. His body was imbalanced. There was an imbalance in the strength and flexibility of his limbs and muscles. It's probably something that Paul acquired during his life as an adventurer. People training routinely in a sword god-style dojo from a young age should not have these problems. Actually, would that be the reason why there are so many North Saints and North Kings, but so few Sword Saints? Long Sword of Light is supposed to be a straightforward technique, but very few are able to pull it off in the end. Either way, even though the difference in the strength of Paul's two arms was not too great, which Gislan might have picked up otherwise, there was a difference in flexibility when the rotations ranges of both shoulders were compared. There was also a large difference in flexibility comparing his two legs when bent at the knees and a strength difference when comparing his two legs. These affected his hips, his spine, and the rest of his body. Unless he corrects these imbalances, he would never be able to bring out the most strength out of his body. It might also be what's preventing him from executing a perfect, long sword of light. Things like lack of flexibility and poor posture are very common in the modern world, so I knew just the right exercises to fix him up thanks to my experiences as a personal trainer. I gave Paul exercises to help him return balance to his rotator cuffs, to his knees and hips. It was a long, annoying to do and painful full body routine of stretches and corrective exercises that took around 45 minutes if performed properly, but it was for sure effective. I also told Paul to train his lower body unilaterally for some time to bring up his weaker leg. I wonder if it might help him. If it does and he reaches Saint rank, he'd owe me big time. Actually, I kind of owe him from bringing me into this world and giving me all kinds of opportunities while I, secretly an adult, acted as his son, so let's just say we'll be even. I gave him 1 billion gold coin advice that he wouldn't get from anyone else in this world. I at least hope he will take this training seriously. Another time. After learning advanced rank healing magic, and after studying all kinds of detoxification magic, I tried to give a shot at curing Lilia's injured leg. Lilia didn't seem convinced it would work, but I told her that because I can do it silently, my healing magic is special. She eventually rolled up her skirt a little and allowed me a good look at her thigh. With full professionalism, I placed my hand on her leg and tried to use silent advanced healing magic to cure her injury. After trying things out for a while, I was honestly not sure of the result, so I asked Lilia to stand up and try it. Lilia stood up, then lightly stomped with her foot. Her facial expression turned into a pained grimace. Restraining her expression after a while, she gently smiled at me and said, "Thank you, young master. It helped a little, but this kind of injury isn't easy to heal." I let out a sigh. I gave it one more try, but it failed again. It seems that advanced rank healing magic is not enough. I assumed that the injury from the poison should have already become a part of her body. I read in the advanced rank healing book that in the case of saint rank magic, as long as the bones are in one's possession, the flesh can be fully regenerated. Perhaps saint ranked healing magic would do the trick. Unfortunately, I doubt I'll have a chance to learn it anytime soon. Days passed by. I did my daily strength training, sword training with Paul and with Sylphiette, teaching Sylphie magic, magic training in the woods, magic circle studies back at home, and so on. I often simply taught Sylphie magic in the garden, but because I often went out to practice my magic in the wild, we sometimes did it outside. That's when I taught her my secret knowledge. Using it as a chance to practice my earth magic, I created a house for the two of us near the large tree to hide from any rain and just for some privacy and comfort. Burying into the side of the hill and with most rooms being underground, reinforced with thick stone walls all around, it was more like a military base. However, even though it was a military base, Sylphie still loved it. She loved the concept of playing a house with me, even though I didn't quite participate. I slowly began to feel a bit bad. There was obviously no way that Sylphiette would not fall in love with. What then? I guess I'll have to take responsibility. In that case, I'll have to make her do squats daily and begin to work that booty. It sounded a bit wrong. But that was the reality. If I rejected her, I would surely completely break her heart and I feel she might never fall in love again. Without the mana disaster, she might also keep her green hair and be discriminated against forever. In the original timeline of canon, she was alone for her entire life, just like Roxy. But she was cute and talented, so why not accept her? I'm a man of culture. I like cute girls of all types and sizes. Either way, all this was something to consider in the future. As I trained Sylphie, I eventually also managed to teach her disturb magic. But there was a small complication. Unlike me, who could grasp it intuitively after one try, she had to take her time separately practicing how to disrupt each different spell. Since it was the only difference between us, I explained it with the difference in our Laplace factors. My talent for magic was simply greater, cheat-like even. I tried teaching Sylphie how to dual cast spells as well, but there was no progress with it all. For this, I didn't know any good training method, as it was the result of my natural talent, so I simply hoped that she might figure it out herself by trying to do it at a young age. As the days passed, eventually a full month flew by. Paul's POV. During the month that Seraphim was gone, I played around and trained in his gym. When Seraph returned, tested me and compared with my results a month before, I became clearly stronger. In comparison, I've been doing my usual training for years, but if you ask me, I can't really tell you whether I was improving or not. Probably not really. I never counted my repetitions and simply did my training for the sake of doing it and staying in shape, simply pushing myself every time I trained. I did the things others told me to and what I thought was right, but I never quite put much thought in my own training myself. Seeing that Seraph's methods were clearly effective, I decided to take my training more seriously. I seriously asked my 5-year-old son to guide me in my training once again. Perhaps the usually proud me wouldn't be able to lower his head and do that, but I can no longer deny Seraphim's talent and shrewdness after the time in the forest. The boy is a monster. It isn't just smarts that he has for the sake of learning useless stuff and never putting it to use like those noble bastards, but with the things he learns, he always finds ways to use them in practice, and to a terrifyingly effective degree. Even when it comes to physical training, his foresight shouldn't be completely wrong. The stretching routine that Seraph gave me was painful and annoying as hell to do, but I've got to give it a shot. For years I have been stuck at the advanced rank. Although my combat experience and strength rose, I've been unable to rank up. As someone advanced in 3 different sword styles and with rich combat experience, I'm sometimes called to have strength comparable to a saint rank, but in the end it's only comparable to. I'm not a true sword saint. I'm not sure how far I can advance, but if I give it my all for once, reaching saint rank should be possible. My son isn't conceited, so I think that if he sees his old man giving it his all, he won't laugh at me even if he ends up stronger in the end. In the meantime, as I trained with Seraph and Law's kid, the scheduled time came for the two of them to leave for Roa. In the letter, Philip had asked me to come over because he wanted to talk with me about Seraph. Although I had my duties as the assigned knight of the village, since the town's mayor himself allowed me 2 days off, I guess it is fine. Hee, I could see it in the letter. Philip was blown away by how amazing my son is. I can't wait to see his reactions in person. Seraphim's POV. To reach Roa we did not ride a carriage this time, but instead Paul brought in me and Sylphiette on top of Caravaggio. We used a special saddle for more than one person. Sylphiette was seated in the front of Paul where she was the safest from falling down, and I in the back. As we traveled, Lia followed us in the air. From time to time she would land on a tree nearby, sometimes flying ahead as if to scout the way. The journey was painful, but compared to riding the carriage, I guess it was quicker. Starting in the early morning, we arrived in Roa around noon. When we entered the city, Paul jumped down and began to walk while guiding Caravaggio by the reins. Me and Sylphie also dismounted to stretch our bodies. To not cause a commotion, Sylphie wore a headscarf that completely hid her green hair, so people didn't pay much attention to her. While walking slightly ahead, I could see Sylphie look around the bustling city in childish amazement. "Whoa, so many people," Sylphie muttered. "Yeah. Roa isn't the biggest city in Azura, but it's still one of the big ones," said Paul, slightly smiling. Sylphie pointed toward the castle in the distance. "Are we going to live there from now on?" "Yeah," I said. "Amazing." After entering the manor, Paul brought Caravaggio to the stables. Sylphiette and I got off. The staff then brought all of us to the reception room where each of us received a cup of tea. Suddenly, the door burst open with a bang and a man marched in. It was Soros. I sent Sylphie signals with my eyes, quickly got up and did my greeting. "Soros-sama." Sylphie also did a silent commoner woman's greeting that I had her learn beforehand. "You fool. What do you think you're doing? Greet me properly. Have you not learned anything since the last time?" Soros roared. "Aya." Tears rolled in Sylphie's eyes and she looked like a frightened rabbit. But I saw that it wasn't Sylphie that Soros was roaring at, but at Paul, who also did a commoner's greeting next to her, bowing low with his head. "Yes. It's my mistake." Paul humbly straightened his posture and then did a noble's greeting instead. Soros snorted at him with a glare, then looked at me. His expression turned warmer as he smiled fondly and stroked my head. "Seraphim, my boy. Good job teaching Aris silent magic. She was so happy when she managed it for the first time. She ended up burning her entire room.
Ha ha ha.
My granddaughter is so talented. In a blink of an eye he transformed into a doting grandfather.
Hee hee.
I lightly chuckled as my hair was being ruffled. So Aris managed silent magic while I was gone for a month?
It's a relief.
In the end, she wasn't talentless. And it's also good to see that my method works. Continue teaching her well. Soros said, then suddenly turned toward Sylphie.
And you? Sylphie jumped up.
Her ears stood up in fear, then began to droop down as her anxiety seemed to rise. Soros seemed to stare at her for a while, then his expression relaxed a great deal and he said, I give you my permission to stay here. I hope you'll be good friends with Aris.
Why yes.
After saying what he wanted to say, Soros strolled away through the doors that were previously left open and remained open. Through the open door, Philip came in. It seems father is in a good mood again, Philip said as he walked in with a gentle smile.
He then did a half-hearted bow.
Paul Seraphim Kuan, it's been a while. Paul and I returned our greetings. Sylphiette repeated her commoner's greeting like she was taught. Philip glanced at Sylphie and gently smiled.
Aha.
I think I know now why father was so happy.
HM?
Is it because Sylphie looked pitiable? Philip sat down then asked us, do you know the story of the Boreas family and how it came to like the beast race? Somewhat, Paul replied, sitting a bit stiffly. No, I replied honestly. Well, let's leave it for another time, said Philip.
I slightly frowned.
Why did you mention it then? Now I'm curious. Philip slightly smiled, then turned to Sylphiette.
He touched his chest.
My name is Philip Boreas Greyrat, father of Aris and the city's mayor. I heard from Seraphim that you're quite talented at magic. Seraph said that I am.
I see.
I interjected, yes, Sylphie is talented.
I wouldn't lie. Very well then.
When it comes to hiring a tutor, I already have someone prepared.
Thank you.
I talked with Philip about Sylphie's tutor before leaving. He mentioned the possibility of Sylphie and Aris attending the same classes under Anastasia, but I rejected the idea. Because of their differences in learning ability, namely Aris being slower, they would be learning at very different rates and it would not be good for either of them. It would make them frustrated and slow down their individual progress. Each of them having their own tutor was better. A while later, Sylphie and I were led to our rooms by the servants, while Paul stayed behind to talk with Philip. Philip's POV. I'm glad that Paul came over. I finally had a chance to talk with him and figure out how he was raising his son. There was also something that I wanted to investigate. To be honest, while the boy was gone I began to suspect that Seraphim was not a child at all. His accomplishments, shrewdness, talent in magic and training methods that are not known in this day and age make him too suspicious. Among them all, the most suspicious point was his magical abilities. I first explained things by thinking that he's a blessed child, but I started doubting this theory when I saw my daughter suddenly grasp the legendary silent magic. Apart from this, Seraphim even seemed to use strange magic that I have never heard about and that I could not find any information on in the library. Legendary strange magic, lost teaching methods, adult-like intelligence. Rather than a blessed child, it is more likely that he's a reincarnation of a demon god from ancient times. My troublesome daughter who originally had difficulty, seemingly ordinary magic talent and no desire to learn even the simplest magic grasped silent spellcasting within a month. How else could I explain it? I know this idea sounded a bit fantastical, but over time I found this explanation to be more likely than him being a talented young boy. And so I wanted to question Paul. It was a rather extreme topic, so I started off by mentioning Seraph's good points and then eventually began asking about his upbringing. In turn, Paul was very happy as I talked about his son, then proceeded to brag about him himself, about how Seraph almost never cried, about how he learned to speak and read in a flash, how he taught him swordsmanship from a very young age and so on. At one point I said, to be honest, Seraph is so mature and shrewd, he is not like a 5-year-old child at all. And his talent in magic is the most unusual. He can use strange magic and even develop methods to teach silent spellcasting at just 5 years old. Did you ever think that perhaps he isn't actually a child? And that perhaps he might be something like a reincarnation of a demon king? After hearing my question, Paul looked at me stunned. In just a moment, his expression hardened and he raised his voice. A reincarnation of demon king? What are you saying, Philip? Seraph is my son, not a demon king. He doesn't even know the demon god language. This intrigued me. He had his home tutor teach him that from scratch. I heard it myself, he originally hasn't even got the faintest clue about the demon god language. Philip, I know that my son is talented, but you're going too far. Do you think I wouldn't notice if my son was a reincarnated demon king or something? I watched him grow up all these years and helped to teach him the language from scratch. He picked up everything extremely quickly. In all honesty, he's so clever and mature, it's frightening. But he's not a demon king. Though I wouldn't be surprised if he was a Miko. Paul finished with a nod. I was silent for a while before saying, I understand. Well, forget what I said. Paul smiled bitterly and forced a laugh. Haha, I'll just take it as a joke. Seraphim is a demon king, hee hee. I'm sure Zenith would have laughed if she heard that her angel of a son is a demon king. Paul immediately rebuked my idea and began to defend his son. At first he just seemed agitated, but as I interrogated him some more, the things he told me about Seraphim only pointed in the direction that he was simply an unusually intelligent and mature child. There were no suspicious points that made the boy seem like a reincarnation of a magic genius from the past or a demon king. When it came to magic, he had learned everything by himself while experimenting and studied things from his magic tutor from scratch. Paul was sure of it. As for Seraphim's unusual kindness and habit of helping others, rather than manipulative tactics, it seems that Paul and his wife simply raised the boy well, that's it. It seems I was overthinking things. After hearing everything that Paul had to say, I began to feel very silly and embarrassed for bringing up the thought that he is a reincarnated person. I'll keep observing Seraphim, but I feel I've been worrying unnecessarily. A 1 in 1,000 years magic talent, blessed child genius. He's probably this kind of prodigy. In addition, researching this topic also made me re-evaluate Seraphim and his potential. I originally didn't know much about magic and about powerhouses. In the current age, just an emperor-ranked magician is a legend that hasn't appeared in the last 300 years. It was too distant of an idea for me to think about. For Seraphim, I only thought that he would be a versatile king-ranked genius magician, and did not think very far in the future, since it had little to do with the current me. But if anyone, Seraphim should be able to reach emperor rank in the future. As a 5-year-old saint-rank magician and a silent spellcaster, wouldn't he? As for god rank, the only god rank magician that I have decent knowledge on is the demon magic god Laplace. Would Seraphim become an existence at this level? I simply had no idea. But if he does, he won't just be a national power like a genius king-rank magician, but should have the power to shake up the entire world. Such a scary magic genius had fallen into my hands. I shouldn't screw it up and make good use of this opportunity. Unlike I initially hoped, Seraphim was not a village boy that I could push under my boot. He clearly understood his own value, even though his official status was that of a commoner. It seems that being a good uncle is the best I could do. He previously asked me to help him find some tutors. I'll do just that. Seraph's POV. Despite her status as a commoner from the countryside, Sylphie also received a high-class room for guests, and it was even next to mine. After eating lunch brought in by the maids, I helped Sylphie settle in her room and then brought her to my own room to show her some of my figurines and some of my drawings. Seeing how anxious she was in the new environment, I felt it wouldn't be right to simply leave her alone in her new room. At one point, Paul visited my room. So this is where you've been staying. It's a nice room, he said with a smile as he walked in. Father. I stood up to greet him. Paul grinned at me and Sylphie. Staying alone in the same room with a cute girl, you weren't doing anything naughty. I looked at him blankly. No. Paul wryly smiled. Your expression says, please, I'm not like you, Dad. Is that what it is? I was stunned for a moment. I honestly didn't think much about it, but did it appear like that? I said, you're strangely good at reading faces, Father. Paul let out a long sigh. I guess after staying in Roa you already heard opinions of other people about me. Well, your father has a weakness for the ladies, it's the truth. But I am still the coolest dad, right? He grinned and looked at me as if expecting praise. As he continued to stare at me, I soon felt forced to say something. Yeah. You're a bit cool. I would also like to be popular with girls in the future. An answer that was not entirely wrong, it should satisfy me. Even if I had prejudices against him, I'll keep them to myself. Paul was nothing but a good father for me so far, it even surprised me. Hee, aren't you already? Paul looked at Sylphie with a teasing smile. Being stared at by Paul, Sylphie's face began to redden. Dad, why are you here? I asked, shifting the topic. Paul clasped his hands and faintly smiled. No reason, I just wanted to see my son and check where he's staying. We won't see each other for 3 months after all. Where is that Oju-sama I had heard about? Didn't she come to greet you yet? He asked. Since she hasn't come yet, she should be in the middle of her lessons. I see, Paul said. He then observed Sylphie for a while, then turned to me with a small smile. Do you remember Philip mentioning the story on how the Boreas came to like beast girls? Yes. What is it about? Paul sat down and then began his explanation. The story was something like this. It is said that the founder of the Boreas family was a man with a very short temper and was prone to fits of anger. If he saw something like a little insect inside his manor, he would immediately call the maid in charge of cleaning to whip her, and sometimes he might even cut off her head. Even among the nobles, it was told not to let your daughter go to apprenticeship in the Boreas house. However, it changed through generations of owners. In fact, eventually the maids in the house all became members of the beast race. At first it was only one of the maids. A girl kidnapped from the great forest and sold as a slave on the market. She was bought by a previous family head and became a maid. It was said she was not a talented person who often made the Lord angry when she failed to complete simple tasks. However, although the Lord rebuked her, she was never sentenced to whipping or decapitation. Why? The rumors said that when he saw her animal ears trembling while he scolded her, his anger just disappeared. Paul continued his explanation. Philip told me this story before. The way their ears twitch and tails move when nervous or when complimented, it tells you all about their emotions. Philip spoke about it very enthusiastically. So, the Boreas family is fond of the beast race for this reason. I think the way Sylphie's ears move is similar to the beast race. It should be why Soros was so lenient with her when he met her, after seeing her ears droop down when she was anxious. Oh, so he basically found her ears to be cute, so he immediately liked her? Paul got up and said, "Well, see you later. There are some things that I want to take care of in town while I'm here." "Okay. Don't do anything naughty with Sylphie after I leave. Do it only if she agrees." Paul sent us a teasing smile and winked before leaving. I didn't need him to tell me that. After Paul left, I looked at Sylpy's ears. Indeed. They moved up and down according to her emotions, like a rabbit. It was quite cute. Sylphie's face was bright red as I looked at her. She timidly muttered, "If you want to do something naughty, I don't mind." My brain lagged for a moment. What did she just say? Did I just travel to another dimension? Is this a hentai world? No, this 5-year-old girl should not even know what naughty stuff means. But she still agreed. She's way too submissive. Not that I mind the last part, but she's way out of my age target range. Girl, you're lucky I'm the reincarnator here and not someone else. Thinking this, I shook my head and said with a straight face, "No. We're too young for any of that stuff anyway. Forget about what my dad said. He was only making fun of us." "Ah, okay. Seraphim. Are you here? Seraphim." At one point I heard a familiar voice as someone started banging on the door. I called back, "The door is open." The doors were violently pushed open and Aris appeared in the door frame. "Seraphim." "Humph." Aris snorted as she noticed Sylphiette inside the room. She spread out her feet wide, crossed her arms, raised her chin and glared at her. "What is this? Why is your hair green? Are you a superd?" "No." Sylphie quietly answered. "What was that?" "I didn't hear you." "No. I am not." Sylphie tried to speak up, yet outwardly she only retreated backwards. "So you are not." After that, the conversation hit a dead end as Aris silently glared at Sylphie with crossed arms. Being glared at so intensely, Sylphie slouched in fear while sitting on the bed. She stretched out her hand and grabbed mine as if to feel safer. I stood up. "Aris, this is Sylphie. She was bullied and hated in the village because she has green hair like a superd. She doesn't have any friends apart from me and said that she wants to be your friend." "Ha." Sylphie showed a surprised face. "That was because she never said this, I just made it up." I said, "Sylphie, tell her. Tell her that you want to be her friend." I want to be your friend." Sylphie obediently complied. Aris continued glaring at her, then her expression melted and she confidently smiled in understanding. So you want to be my friend? Fine, then I'll agree. I'm Aris Boreas Greyrat, but just Aris is fine. Not everyone gets to call me Aris. Consider it an honor." Seeing this, I let out a breath of relief and smiled. Aris is very simple. I only needed to imitate what happened with Rudeus in the novel, and she was happy to make a friend. The first meeting of Aris and Sylphie went smoothly, guided by my hand. All according to Kikaku. After observing Sylphie for a moment, Aris turned and ran up to me with an excited expression. She said, "Seraphim. I learned how to cast fireball silently. Look." Aris formed a face of concentration while extending her hand and letting out sound, and a moment later a spark of fire appeared in front of her palm which then transformed into a small ball of fire. Very nice. While I was gone, Aris really grasped silent magic. During a little more than a month, she managed to shorten her casting, then took another step and learned silent spellcasting. While I lightly smiled in satisfaction, Sylphie next to me backed away from the fire. One day I'm going to make huge fireworks like Seraphim, Aris said with pride, then looked at me with an expression as if awaiting praise. After a moment's lag, I faintly smiled and said, "Amazing.
Good job. You worked hard. He he he."
Aris adapted an expression of a happy cat while being praised.
She then said, "Seraphim,
now teach me how to shoot it out. I burned my old room trying to do it." She admitted to putting her room on fire without a shred of guilt or shame. No, it even sounded like bragging. I previously repeatedly warned her of the dangers of fire hazard, but it seems it went on deaf ears. But at least she didn't burn her hair. As for what she said, I replied, "I'm your magic tutor, so I'll teach you. But how are your other studies?" Philip said that I can only teach you magic if you study hard in the other subjects.
What?
Father didn't tell me that. Aris frowned and glared at me. Yes, he didn't, because he didn't actually tell me that either. It's something I made up to motivate Aris a bit more.
He didn't?
But that's what he told me. I'm forbidden from teaching you magic if you don't study hard in the language and mathematics.
Aris stomped her foot. But I am studying hard.
I didn't even miss any of the lessons yet.
Much?
So you did avoid your lessons?
Only a little bit.
I was still working hard, okay? She looked at me with pleading eyes as if about to cry. I felt she wanted her efforts to be appreciated, but I shot her down and this hurt her.
Okay.
If Miss Anastasia says that you worked hard, then I'll teach you more magic.
Humph.
She pouted in a manner that was difficult to read. She then turned to me and said in a softer tone, "Anyway, Seraphim, why do I need to learn all that boring stuff? It's super boring. You can already read and count, so if we go on an adventure, I don't need it. So you expect that I'll always do everything for you if you can't do something?"
I asked her.
After a moment's pause, I continued, "Why? Why do you think I'll even take you if you can't do basic things like this?" Gislan couldn't read and count, and she was still a great adventurer, she said. But she still wants to learn now, right? Don't you want to be even more amazing than Gislan was? More amazing than Gislan, Aris muttered and then appeared to have spaced out.
Right.
To adventure with Seraphim, I need to be more amazing than Gislan.
He.
Something seemed to have clicked in Aris's brain and she suddenly appeared to be incredibly motivated and in high spirits. She looked at me and asked, "So if I learn how to read and count, I'll be more amazing than Gislan?"
Yes.
Become a swordsman who's very strong and also smart. You'll be really amazing. Hearing this, her enthusiasm somewhat died down.
Smart.
But I'm not very good at studying.
I shook my head.
It doesn't matter. You only need to learn the basics. I heard that most swordsmen in the Sword Sanctum can't even read. If you can be a very strong swordsman and be educated, you'll be better than all of them. Better than all of them.
Ha. Ha ha ha.
And I'll be able to use silent magic too. Aris started grinning silly. It seemed that the thought of being superior to the swordsman in the Sword Sanctum made her quite happy.
Well, good.
You can never have too much motivation. Aris is simple, so if I can motivate her to try even harder, then it's only good. She'd have better results, waste less time and be happier in the process. After grinning for a while, Aris spread out her legs again and thrust her finger at Sylphie. "You. What was your name again?" It's Sylphiette," Sylphie replied meekly. Her voice was so quiet that even I barely heard the last syllable of her name.
Sylphie.
"I heard you're good at magic. Can you do this?" Aris showed a focused expression and silently formed another fireball. With the fireball pointed at her, Sylphie shrunk back.
Not yet. What?
You can't even do that. But Seraphim said you're good at magic. Sylphie appeared intimidated like a puppy being shouted at by Aris. I said, fire magic is Sylphie's weakness, but she's great in all other magic types. She can already silently cast elementary rank water magic, wind magic, earth magic and even healing magic. Sylphie is afraid of fire after burning her hand in the past. That's what makes her bad at fire magic.
Really?
You can use all magic, but not fire magic. So we'll make a good team. Aris nodded, rapidly shifting moods from surprise to satisfaction. So I'll be the swordsman. And Sylphie will be the magician.
Or the healer.
What about Seraphim? He can do everything. Aris started talking about her imaginary future in excitement. I said, I'll be the leader. But don't worry about all that. Just focus on trying to become the best you can.
Got it.
I'll try hard to become better than people in the Sword Sanctum and become more amazing than Gislan.
Aris nodded.
Good, That's a good clear goal to strive toward. I applaud that. Aris had already formed an idea in her head by herself that one day we'll definitely go on an amazing adventure together, but I don't feel like calling her out on this. In truth, I did not want to miss out on an opportunity to gain a demon eye or two when I know the location and timing of how to find the starving demon Empress Kishirika, so we might really set off on an adventure for the demon continent in the future. This kind of trip wouldn't be bad to help me acquire combat and life experience either. Putting this thought aside, I asked, Aris, don't you have your lessons?
Shouldn't you go eat? It's fine.
It's time for my strength training. So are you going to slack off here or go train?
No. I'm going to train.
I trained every day when Seraphim was gone.
Right.
Seraphim, help me train.
It's better with you.
Please train me.
I was silent.
I wouldn't decline if she genuinely asked me to help her, but when she asked, her true attitude was more of ordering me and expecting no other outcome. It seemed as if she had returned to her usual self. You're asking me that, but I can't feel your sincerity. You know I don't need to do everything you want. I'm not your servant. Reluctantly, Aris slowly grabbed her hair into twin tails, but then, as if noticing that Sylphie was also there, stopped herself and pulled back her hands. Attempting to appear humble, she said, Please, help me train. I slightly smiled. Okay. Aris is very nice, so I'll help you. Sylphie, you come with us too. I hoped that by observing Aris, Sylphie would become more motivated to train seriously as well. I previously instructed Aris to do 3 different alternating full-body workouts every single day. Because the daily volume was rather low and she was taking the healing herbs, there should have been no problems in recovery. I wonder how much she improved. Following that, a year slowly passed. At one point, I turned 6 years old. While hiring various tutors with Philip's help, I continued training and studying in Roa together with 2 cute girls that gradually grew closer. My plan for the future was simple: increase my personal strength as much as possible while hoping I could avoid Hidegami's attention until I'm at least 10 years old. I aimed to learn various things in the meantime, but I tried to limit my influence to the city of Roa. In other words, I tried to not call in tutors from the outside. Throughout the year, I picked up and learned the beast god language thanks to Gislan, began practicing water god techniques under Gilbert, and started studying many other subjects like history, politics, and etiquette. I was also forced to realize that even though I practice the sword god style and water god style with a longsword, it's unlikely that I will often use a longsword in the future. Most often, my combat style will probably include holding a self-designed magic gun in my left hand for the main means of range defense, while I would hold a one-handed sword in my main hand for defense and for versatile close-range combat. In other words, dual wielding. However, it was brought to my attention by Gilbert that a two-handed sword and a one-handed sword are used differently, and the transfer of skills from two-handed sword use to a one-handed sword was limited. To put it simply, if I planned to use a one-handed sword in the future, I would need to learn how to use a one-handed sword. Gilbert said that there are water god-style practitioners who use a one-handed sword often paired with a shield, but he personally only could teach me two-handed techniques. Thus, I had Philip search for a tutor, but I was limited to the immediate surroundings of Roa, since not stirring up Hidegami was the top priority. In the end, it was not a water god style user, but I still managed to find someone good. Eventually, Philip's generous offer attracted an adventurer who called himself Blades, having a dual-wielding combat style and holding an advanced rank in North God style. This didn't mean that my training with a longsword was useless and I abandoned it. The majority of swordsmen in this world use longswords, so ranking up with a longsword would certainly teach me how most swordsmen fight and how to counter them. Furthermore, the longsword of light is fundamentally a two-handed technique and is much easier to perform with a two-handed sword. If I wanted to grasp it, I'd have to first learn how to do it with a longsword. But what I still had to do is begin learning how to fight with a one-handed sword. As a result, every day I would practice sword god style techniques under Gislan, water god style techniques under Gilbert, and dual-wielding North God style under Blades. My days were fully packed with hard training and exhausting studies from early morning until nighttime. It was a simple and hard yet satisfying time. Magic was my primary strength, so I naturally continued practicing my magic every DOS as my priority. My gravity magic improved, my space bending became stronger, my stone cannon became faster, the intensity of my explosion spell intensified, and there was an overall improvement in my magic. I also studied magic circles in my free time, but because of how busy I was, it became somewhat secondary. On the topic of swordsmanship, after coming to Roa, Sylphie also began to practice in the sword god style with me and Aris under Gislan. One of those days. Sylphie still has a long way to go, Aris confidently said after easily knocking away Sylphie's sword from her hands. Aris, don't be arrogant. You're 2 years older than her and train for longer, said Gislan, not giving Aris any slack when it came to swordsmanship lessons. Normally she would address Aris as Oju-sama, but during lessons she called her by her name.
She said it's a must. Aris said, I know.
And she's better at magic too. Gislan turned to Sylphie. Sylphie, I don't know what to do about your flinching. You have to overcome it yourself. You also have to learn to never let go of your sword. Sylphie was silent as she slowly lowered her gaze and walked over in defeat to pick up her practice sword. I looked on from the side. I knew that Sylphie didn't dislike spending time with Aris and me on sword training, but she didn't especially like it either. The reason was that she simply wasn't good at it. She was clumsy with a sword and was afraid of fighting. Every time you attack or you're attacked, you flinch.
You have to stop it,
Aris told Sylphie. Her tone was condescending, but I felt she was simply considerate and tried to help.
And indeed,
whether it was attacking others or being attacked, Sylphie would always cover and flinch in fear. I was also similar at the start, but slowly improved thanks to being repeatedly pounded by Paul, Gislan, and Aris. I tried using my tricks to help Sylphie improve, but the results were mediocre.
Gislan said, but it's strange.
She trained already for a year, but she still has a habit of flinching. It's because fighting is scary, Sylphie replied.
What?
Why are you so pathetic? That's why people are bullying you, Aris said and crossed her arms, glaring down at her. Being glared at so strongly by Aris, Sylphie's ears drooped down like a frightened rabbit's and tears slowly began to build up in her eyes.
What to do?
Aris muttered in a panic, then turned to me. Seraphim, do something.
Right.
This is how things looked like. Aris, despite being a bully type, did not have the habit of kicking bunnies. She was not that kind of bully. Somehow, Sylphie had awakened Aris's protective instincts as an older sister. Except that Aris was bad at communicating and bad at being an older sister. Even so, I felt that the relationship between the two was good. Aris was superior in swordsmanship, and Sylphie was better at magic. Whether it was their abilities or personalities, they complemented each other well. Unfortunately, when it came to my own swordsmanship, I slowly began to have some worries. My progress remained slow. And perhaps if it was only that, I wouldn't think much of it. However, while my progress was slow, over this 1 year Aris had a complete transformation and had already surpassed me in strength. She continued growing stronger, whereas no matter what I tried, I could not catch up to her progress. This made me feel slightly depressed. I know that Zenith has no talent for the sword, but was my own talent also quite bad? Either way, it was not as if I had no talent for battle aura at all, since I could still grow slightly superhuman.
I did have some talent.
It is only that my talent was rather weak. As I continued persevering, I only hope that in the future all of my efforts will be worth it, and at the time when I enter puberty, bear fruit. Young Master Seraphim, Lord Philip wanted me to inform you that the thing you requested became available. Alphonse visited me one day to tell me this. He was the manor's head butler, and these days he also served as my main history, politics and etiquette tutor. You mean a dwarf slave? I asked directly. Correct. Hearing this, I became slightly excited. Over this year, I had put aside any money-making plans. The reason for this was because I did not need additional money at this point and any money plots could only cause a commotion. That's because the most important aspect of my combat strength was my silent magic, and this was something that I could practice by myself while hiding in Roa just like Rudeus. Going back, even just visiting the Magician's Guild in the first place was something that could have been avoided. Because it allowed me to create magical sticks of destruction, I accepted it. However, any more attention than that was unnecessary. As long as I can reach 10 years of age without being detected by Hitagami similar to Rudeus, the point when my magic reserve stopped growing, that was the most important aspect of my growth plan. In my impatience, I have already created a bit too much noise here and there. As for the dwarven slaves, after I learned the beast god language, I asked Philip to purchase me any promising female dwarf children that appeared on the slave market. That was not to create a degenerate lowly harem, but to take them on as my disciples and begin teaching them silent earth magic. Why did I ask for females and not males, you may ask?
Personal preference. Well, not quite.
It is said that male dwarves have rough and big hands. As for female dwarves, they are more similar to human children. They have slender hands and are known to be dexterous and good at handiwork like sewing and creating jewelry. So while male dwarves made good blacksmiths and craftsmen, female dwarves are better at more delicate work, and seemed as if they would have more interest and a better sense of aesthetic for things like painting dolls. In general, dwarves are seen as a branch of the demon/magic race and their talent at magic is much more frequent than in humans. They also have a natural affinity for earth magic. A doll maker that Rudeus raised in the novel was a female dwarf as well, so I opted to imitate him. As my own skill in magical combat increased over the years, I could use this time to raise a few skilled doll makers at the side. Putting aside the fact that I would probably allow these children to have a better life than whoever else would have purchased them otherwise, it felt like a very beneficial thing to do during my sheltered childhood. Perhaps I could even make them my personal army of little dwarven gunners. An army of children with guns. As for those doll makers, they were all screened out by Gislan using her demon eye to ensure that they have a degree of magic talent. Gislan's demon eye had a use like that, screening for magical talents. I'm surprised no one picked up on this before. It seemed that rather than searching to raise talents, magician families were more concerned about preserving their bloodline and keeping power in the family. According to Alphonse, that was one of many reasons why the Azura kingdom is walking on the path of decline. Perhaps things like this happened in some of the foreign kingdoms, but I wasn't aware of it. Either way, if I wanted to, starting from a young age, I could raise an army of chantless magicians loyal only to me. That was certainly an idea for the future, at least. Father, mother, I'm home. As it always was, every 3 months I would return to Buena village. Seraph, you are back. Zenith greeted me with a placid smile. Next to her, Lilia also smiled, but her smile was a little forced. That one time, this quite strange scene greeted me. Instead of greeting me with her usual bright smile, Zenith's expression was gloomy. I could sense a dark cloud brewing behind her small smile. But rather than being angry, her face was colored with disappointment. At the side, I saw Lilia holding her hand as if to support her. Without a doubt, something had happened. And without a doubt, my first suspect was Paul. I guess this was a canon event, just a matter of time.
Who was it with? Lilia?
But Lilia's expression was strange.
Just what happened?
It was only something that I learned in detail much later, but the situation was basically like this. While I was away from home, Zenith became pregnant. It would seem that I would have a sibling.
Probably Norn.
But it wasn't just that. A month later after Zenith became pregnant, Lilia came to her. Madam, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it any longer. I wish to leave the household and serve young Master Seraphim in Roa.
You want to leave, Lilia? What brought this up? What can't you handle?
Did something happen? Zenith's first reaction was naturally concern for Lilia. Madam. Lilia hesitated for a while, before deciding to be frank. The truth is that I'm in love with Paul. This was the truth. While saying this, Lilia involuntarily thought back to when she was first hired as a maid of the Greyrat household. Canon side story, first job of the night's maid. It was the day Seraphim was born. Lilia baked a cake with dried fruits. That night, Paul was having dinner alone.
He, my son. He didn't even cry. My son.
Paul was drinking as he kept repeating the words, my son. Sometimes he grinned like an idiot. He must be over the moon for Seraphim's arrival in this world.
But once he saw the cake, he frowned. What is this?
It's to celebrate young Master Seraphim's birth.
I see.
Paul kept poking his piece of cake with a fork without eating while sipping at his beer. Looks like the master doesn't like it. I might have messed up. Just as Lilia was thinking about what she did, Paul opened his mouth. Say, Lilia, why did you become my maid?
By why, you mean?
I meant your reason. Didn't I tell you already when I was hired?
No, I know your situation.
But there should have been better choices than coming to my family, right? Oh, how should I say it? Back then there was a chance Lilia might be assassinated for political reasons, so the best place for her to go was somewhere as far away as possible. And with someone who could protect her. Location aside, finding a protector was easier said than done. You could count on the fingers of one hand the amount of people that would be willing to help her knowing she was being targeted by the Azuran royals. But Paul had a debt to Lilia. Lilia thought if she negotiated right, there was a chance he would protect her from assassins if needed. She didn't know whether Paul understood the meaning behind her situation. In the end, he didn't spend much time interviewing Lilia before accepting her. Actually, I didn't really understand why you were willing to hire me, said Lilia. Well, there weren't many people willing to come to a rural village like this one.
Paul stopped, then looked Lilia in the eyes.
That was one of the reasons. When I saw your name, I realized there was something I needed to tell you. However, I thought you wouldn't like me bringing up old wounds. So I haven't talked with you about it.
Old wounds.
After Paul brought it up, Lilia remembered her first time. Afterwards, when she worked as a royal maid in the Azura Palace, lots of bad things happened. The impact of that first time faded, but she would never forget it, and it wasn't a good memory. However, after my son's birth today, I made up my mind, Paul said. I'm really sorry for that time. I understand it's not something that you can forgive just because I apologize. But I still hope that you could forgive me.
Lilia was surprised.
The Paul that she knew was a literal hellion. Doing bad things was the norm for him. Like he thought that he was the most important person in the world. Because of this, Lilia planned on using her incident in the past to negotiate. For a married man, he surely didn't want his wife to know about his dark past. Give him a taste of his own medicine, Lilia thought.
Ha!
Lilia was at a loss for words at this unexpected apology. Whether or not to forgive him wasn't an issue. Lilia had already settled the matter in her mind a long time ago. Considering the future, the correct choice would be to say that it didn't bother her anymore. In that case, please finish the entire cake. The words flew out of Lilia's mouth before she even thought about it. Paul was somewhat surprised, but he slowly nodded and started eating the cake. He definitely didn't like it. Rather, he probably hated it. He choked a couple times while he was eating. Even so, he didn't spit out any of the cake. With tears gathering at the corner of his eyes, he forced himself to finish the whole cake. As Lilia recalled that scene, she still couldn't understand why she said that to this day. But of one thing she was certain. That moment was when she truly forgave him and fell in love with him. After hearing Lilia's confession of love for Paul, Zenith seemed to have trouble accepting what she just heard.
After a while she said, Lilia.
You're actually serious.
But why Paul?
He's my husband. Madam, the truth is that I have a history with Paul. Back when we were still young. Paul was the man who had taken my first time. Lilia started with this. Of course, she skipped saying that at that time Paul had actually forced himself on her. If Zenith heard that Paul had done something like this, it would forever stain their relationship and their family.
She knew how Madam was. Ah, so he was...
Zenith had a complicated expression on her face. Lilia continued, yes. While cleaning your bedroom every day that smells of a man and a woman, hearing your loud moans every night. I thought that I could suppress my urges, but I'm afraid that your pregnancy might disrupt this balance. Before something unforgivable happens, I would like to leave the household. Zenith looked at Lilia for a long while, then said, I understand. So before you happen to sleep with Paul, you'd prefer to leave the house. Did Paul make moves on you before?
This?
It was nothing serious so far. Nothing serious.
Zenith parroted.
Lilia answered with silence. It would be awkward to tell her madam about Paul's occasional sexual harassment. Lilia herself didn't quite mind it, but it would certainly paint things in a very bad light for Paul. But Lilia's silence caused Zenith to have suspicions which in truth were only stronger than the reality. She watched her for a bit, then sighed.
Sigh.
Lilia, I know Paul has a weakness for women, so I prepared myself for the day he would cheat on me. But if he had done it with you, I just don't know how I would feel. At that time she would not only feel betrayed by her husband, but also by her best friend. Zenith said, Thank you Lilia for telling me this. Lilia didn't answer. Zenith stared at Lilia's face for a long time. After having made up her mind, she said, Lilia, how about we test him?
Madam.
Lilia was confused when she heard this. Zenith forced a small smile. Paul has been better these days, probably because of Seraph, but it might only be a matter of time before something happens. In that case, I would rather be proactive about it. I sincerely hope that he wouldn't do something malicious like betray me with my best friend while I'm away from home, but if he tries it, it will be a lesson for him. Even if he does something, I would rather have him do it with you here than with a strange woman. As Zenith spoke, soon tears began to stream out of her eyes. I love my family, I love my current life.
Paul.
He's a piece of work, but he's a man I love, and I want to believe in him. If he betrays me this time, then I'll use it to make our family stronger. This was the story. Which is what led to the current predicament. At the first chance, Paul cheated on Zenith with Lilia when she invited him into her bedroom, and Zenith was filled with utter disappointment. However, the plan was for Lilia to pull away the moment that Paul started doing that. But once things started, it was impossible for Lilia to hold herself back. This happened while Zenith was at the clinic. Rather than feeling betrayed by Lilia, Zenith was forced to forgive her and not blame her, since it was her idea in the first place when she even knew Lilia's situation.
But there was more.
That one time also caused Lilia to become pregnant. After that truth came to light, Zenith felt forced to accept Lilia into the family. However, there were no bad feelings related to it. The two women seemed to have banded together and looked to be even closer. It seemed that, despite the twists and turns that I learned about, the outcome was the same. Rather than Lilia leaving the house and Paul sleeping with a random village woman when he felt horny, Lilia swept with Paul and became pregnant.
It felt like fate.
So I'm going to have siblings. Not just one but two.
Would that be Norn and Aisha?
If something like fate can't be ignored in this world, then I feel that probably yes. At present time, Zenith had told me about her pregnancy and also told me about Lilia joining the family. She also told me about Paul's betrayal. Of course, the one who received all the blame for this incident was Paul. His betrayal at the earliest convenience and the attitude of not caring about the consequences still affected Zenith. While ruffling my hair, Zenith exerted more pressure with her hand and continued, "Make sure you don't grow up to be someone like that, okay, Seraph?" She gripped the top of my head even more firmly. "Make sure you're honest with Sylphie-chan and Aris-chan, and treat them really well, okay, Seraph?"
Ah yes. Ouch, it hurts.
It seems as if she was nailing down what I should do in the future. Well, honesty is one thing I want to have in my relationships in this world. But what was that, suddenly putting Sylphie and Aris in the same sentence? Was Zenith fine with that? Actually, there was a time during winter when Aris came to the village to visit me and Sylphie, and had even stayed at our house, so Zenith saw how close the three of us are. Perhaps, after seeing that and after what she had done, she felt that she no longer had the rights to hammer down monogamy on me. Well, that was good. When she used vague phrasing, I also felt she wanted me to stop at just Sylphie and Aris or only choose one of them, but well, that conveniently went over my ears. At any rate, following that incident, Zenith and Lilia bonded, and Paul's position in the family dropped to the bottom. Sometimes the two women would even sleep together, but Paul would always be excluded and neither of them had sex with him. It was a hard time for him. I'm not aware what their conversations looked like when I was gone. Perhaps Zenith threatened him to leave for Millis with Lilia and me if something like this happened again, but the result was that Paul seemed to have learned his lesson this time. After he betrayed Zenith, and Zenith instantly knew about it right after the fact, he must have also felt like a fool. Rather than being forgiven like in the novel and then bragging about how he now has a harem, after falling into the trap, he seemed to have realized his mistake and simply tried to do better. As someone who wasn't involved in all this, I somewhat felt like a neutral party. Zenith and Lilia seemed to be happy as a result and everything ended rather smoothly, so what was I supposed to feel? I knew about Paul's faults, but I couldn't hate him too much. In all honesty, I was glad that Aisha might come to this world. Unlike in the novel where she wasted her potential, I would like to have her learn magic from a young age and receive proper education. Well, it would obviously sound very wrong if I had relationship plans for someone who's supposed to be my future sister, but it's true that I really liked Aisha in the story. I especially liked her among the characters for her intelligence, loyalty and her hard work. I simply didn't think about it much. But I certainly wanted to see Aisha realize her potential. Even if not being a high-ranked magician, she could become amazing at Magic Circle rather than just a maid. Going back to Paul. Dear Diary, should I perhaps write about Paul's good points for once? In short, one of those days Paul managed to launch his first Longsword of Light, and had unofficially become a saint-rank swordsman of the sword god style. Yes, Paul reached true saint rank. His overall strength and control over battle aura also increased. He managed to reach this point in less than a year, so without a doubt, it should be the result of my corrective exercises. Having reached saint rank, Paul's confidence shot through the roof. Or should I call it arrogance? When he reached saint rank, Lilia's admiration for him had also grown considerably. This was still before they slept and perhaps contributed toward the current development. Either way, after Paul had shown off his longsword of light, I tried to convince him to not reveal his status as a sword saint. The goal was to have his true combat strength be a hidden card of our family. Paul looked very reluctant, and probably wanted to brag about it to Gislan and Philip, but eventually agreed. While being excluded by his two women, he turned to begin training even harder. He seemed to want to earn his place and respect in the family. Well, his motivations were admirable and he should have also felt further motivated by seeing progress, so I could only support him on that. Several months passed without any major happenings. One day, Zenith gave birth. It was a rough experience, a breech delivery. With Lilia gravid as she was, she called for a midwife from the village, an older woman, but even she said the situation was hopeless. That's how bad it was. Fortunately, all this happened on the day that I was back in the village. Whether it was fate or luck, this allowed me to be helpful. I assisted Lilia and continuously cast silent healing magic. In the end, our efforts paid off and the birth was a success. A healthy baby girl was born, with a tiny bunch of sparse blonde hair. Soon after that, Lilia went into premature labor on the same day. We were already exhausted, but I remembered that Norn and Aisha had a birthday on the same day and kept it in mind. I quickly kicked Paul out of his daze and had him carry Lilia into one of the rooms where I already had some clean cloths and towels prepared. This time the midwife was able to play her part, because premature births were something she claimed to have experience with. Things went smoothly. The moment the baby was born, Lilia boldly cried out Paul's name. He was at her side, clutching her hand. The baby was smaller than Zenith's, but let out the same kinds of healthy cries all the time. It was a girl as well. 2 daughters. 2 little sisters. Paul chuckled sheepishly to himself even as he mused about both of his new children being girls. For the second time that day, I got to see the big dumb grin of a new parent on his face. Zenith's daughter was named Norn, while Lilia's daughter was named Aisha. At one point I became 7 years old. The Citadel of Roa. In the early morning, I held magical lessons with Aris, Gislan and Sylphie as my students, as usual. Aris let out a focused hum while concentrating at the top of her palm. A while later, a spark appeared on top of her hand which quickly transformed into a large swirling fireball. Seeing this happen, she excitedly turned to me. Seraphim, I did silent intermediate magic. I slowly nodded. Aris cast silent intermediate magic when we tried it. I didn't find it surprising. What she cast was the flamethrower spell, an enhanced intermediate rank version of fireball. Given that I had her practice her magic compression and focus by overloading silently cast elementary rank fireball and stone bullet, it wasn't strange at all that she could quickly grasp silent intermediate fire magic when she put some effort into it. I smiled at her and said, "Good job. If other adventurers saw what you can do, they'd be amazed." Hee. It's still nothing compared to Sylphie and Seraphim. Aris smiled sheepishly. After giving out my share of praise, I continued, "Now you have to focus on improving your silent healing magic. As a swordsman, it will be way more useful if you can cast silent intermediate healing magic on yourself." Hearing this, Aris's enthusiasm died down and could see a slightly grumbling expression on her face. I guess she also logically knew that it would be the best thing for her, and she'll still practice, but the truth is that her progress in healing magic was slow and it was difficult to practice. Healing magic wasn't her strength. During these 2 years, Aris reached elementary rank in all 4 basic magic systems, being able to cast at least one spell of each school silently. She also learned silent elementary healing magic and detoxification magic, while now she pulled off silent intermediate fire magic after practicing it for a while. Primarily, Aris is a swordsman genius and her talent for magic is average. I was aware of this from the start, so when it came to her magic training, rather than raising her rank as a magician or teaching her all kinds of spells, I focused on having her master a few silent spells that would be useful to amplify her strength as a swordsman. What she first learned was how to silently cast fireball to make a fire, and to silently cast a water ball to be able to make drinking water. Because it was still among the basics, she also learned how to silently create rocks and a strong gust of wind. After that, we focused on having her learn silent healing and detoxification magic. What she was doing the most over the last several months was trying to improve her healing magic and detoxification magic, to reach intermediate rank first with an incantation, but she wasn't there yet. Practicing healing magic was normally harder than other kinds of magic, because you needed to actively heal wounds to improve. To help her with this, I had Philip arrange it so that she would help out in the church's clinic every once in a while. Seeing Aris pout, I encouraged her, "Now you can even cast an intermediate rank spell silently, so it won't take you long to learn intermediate rank healing magic. Just keep practicing healing magic, and keep practicing your magic compression." "Yes," Aris said with forced determination. "You're doing great, keep it up." I smiled and patted her head. Aris snorted, pushed away my hand and pouted like an embarrassed cat. After checking up on Aris's progress, I moved on to Sylphie who was silently practicing at the side, from time to time looking over as if with a bit of jealousy. "How is your magic training? Do you need help with something?" I asked her. For Sylphie, she would learn the basics of magic directly from her private tutor. Her tutor was a halfling man that used to teach in the capital. He was a competent, intelligent, and knowledgeable little man, so I had no complaints about him. During our lessons, I simply taught her what he could not, filling in the gaps. Well, I learned how to make fog with melded magic, but I don't really understand how it works. Can you explain it? Sylphie asked me with a shy smile. Well, I already talked about it before, right? About the 3 states of matter. It's related to that. With enough heat, water dissolves into the air and turns into vapor. When you cool it down, it turns into ice. Basically, anything melts if you heat it up enough. And it turns back into solid when it gets colder. Anything can melt? Even rocks? Aris joined in on the conversation and curiously asked. I looked at her. Yeah, you only need high enough heat for that. Oh, Seraphim. Could you melt one? Aris asked excitedly. Sure. At this time, my explosion spell itself had long stepped into a blue-violet stage. The heat from this was very intense. Melting some rocks and turning them into magma can be considered very easy. How cool.
You have to show me later, said Aris. No problem. I'll try to melt one too. Okay, just be careful. After satisfying Aris's curiosity, I turned back to Sylphie and continued my explanation. In essence, by using water ball, heat island and icicle field in this order, you would create fog. By using spells from different schools in succession, it is possible to create other phenomena like water vapor or fog. This is known as melded magic. The basic magical guidebook had spells on how to create rain, but nothing about creating fog. Therefore, magicians had to use spells from multiple schools in sequence to reproduce various natural phenomena. If it's winter and it's very cold, you will not even need to use icicle field to create fog, just waterfall and heat island will be enough, because the cold air will automatically cool down your water vapor to create fog. Do you understand now? Yes. Somewhat. Sylphie slightly nodded. Judging from her look, it seemed that my explanation was still too complicated. Oh well, I was not a science teacher, so I did the best I could. I once again tried to explain the cycle of evaporation, condensation, and precipitation. Sylphie was only 7 years old, but she was a smart kid, so I felt she'd understand the process after putting it into practice. When it came to her magical ability, over these 2 years, she already learned to silently cast all intermediate rank spells that I knew, including intermediate healing magic, detoxification magic, and even fire magic. For healing magic, she would practice in the village's clinic, helping Zenith. She could already silently cast advanced rank, Earth Fortress, and Sonic Blast as well. She made very rapid progress, and I think it's thanks to my teaching methods. Rather than doing traditional practice, Sylphie's main training method was through practicing magic compression while casting magic silently, mostly earth magic. Through magic compression, one can practice how to cast gradually more and more difficult spells, having a perfectly smooth progression. It seemed to be a more effective way to improve as a magician than practicing spells divided into ranks. With traditional practice, a lower rank spell might be too easy for the caster, while a higher rank spell would be too difficult. It's easy to see how it's easier to improve when practicing silently. Hardening rocks was also a kind of practice that can require huge amounts of focus and mana at a high level, but won't cause any destruction. That's why Sylphie primarily trained by strengthening stone bullets. The side training that she did was sending out those stone bullets at a high speed, in preparation to teach her how to handle a stronger and stronger stone cannon wand in the future. After checking up on Sylphie, I moved on to my last student who was silent so far and only looked on with a small smile, Gislan. Over these 2 years, Gislan learned elementary rank fire magic and water magic. Unfortunately, what she could do was limited to just the fireball spell and water ball spell, and she could only cast them with an incantation. She still practiced to attempt to pull off silent spellcasting, but I know that it was a pointless endeavor. Gislan's talent for magic was simply too weak and she was too old to begin magic training. However, one thing that I discovered is that Gislan's mana reserves are actually quite large. At least, she could cast tens of fireball spells in a row and still not run out of mana. As I questioned her about it, I learned that her demon eye was something that she was born with. Since birth, her demon eye was active and made her see sparkling blinding lights that irritated her and made her go crazy until she began to cover her eye. So since her demon eye probably drained her mana since birth, I was not surprised that her mana reserves might actually be pretty high. Summing it up, Gislan's talent for magic was not good, but she had high amounts of mana reserves. Because of this, I thought of getting her some useful magic tools in the future. These would be perfect for her. After doing morning magic practice, the 4 of us moved out to do sword training in the square under Gislan. As usual, we started with a warm-up and with 200 swings in the air. After that, we made pairs and began to cross blades, performing another 200 practice swings. For this, I paired up with Aris, and Sylphie paired up with Gislan. Following that, we began to practice the technique of our sword strikes for over an hour, before we were made to spar. Once again, my opponent was Aris. That's because our levels were the most similar. During this 1 year, Aris' strength had skyrocketed once again. Her body's strength had pulled even further ahead of mine. At this time, I held a legitimate intermediate rank in Sword God style, and an elementary rank in Water God style and North God style. Since I began seriously training it 2 years ago, my space bending has clearly improved. It gave me at least a 50% boost over my baseline strength and speed. With my strengthened body, using space bending, I could now go head to head with an average trained knight or maybe even defeat them in case they have no talent for battle aura. On the other hand, Aris was only an intermediate rank in Sword God style, but she already had early signs of battle aura manifestation. It seemed that at this rate she would become an advanced rank swordsman before 10 years old. Being faced with each other, Aris adapted the high guard of the Sword God style, while I adapted the middle guard. Among the 3 basic guards,
The high guard was the most offensive guard that violent people like Aris would tend to use. It fit her the most. On the other hand, there was the low guard that swordsmen who are good at predicting their opponent's movements and can move in to interrupt their flow would use. As a beast woman with great senses and perception, this is the stance that Gislan excelled at. As for the middle guard, it was a balanced stance that I felt the most comfortable with as someone without any preferences, and without inclination toward either of the fighting styles. Despite preferring the middle guard, when my sparring with Aris started, I did not hold back, activated space bending and aggressively attacked. With clanging sounds, our blades clashed. Because of the nature of space bending, my speed and striking power was enhanced by 50%, and my own eyes could not keep up with my speed at all. Because of this, my only chance of beating Aris was by going on the offensive. Even so, Aris still managed to parry and blocked all of my attacks. Her basic strength and speed were at least as high as mine, but unlike me, her reaction speed and senses were enhanced as well. I already knew it wouldn't be easy to beat her, so I pressed on with the offensive. Using speed that my brain could barely keep up with, I continued with a series of sword strikes from various angles. We dashed through the courtyard while clashing swords. Unlike the violent beast that she was before, Aris narrowly parried the attacks with grace and skill. Even when going all out with space bending, my assault ended with my sword being knocked aside and my chest being slashed. Panting after this exchange, my shoulders dropped down. Aris became even stronger. Meanwhile, I was only being left further behind. Hee hee. Aris grinned in satisfaction. Perhaps to console me, she then thoughtfully said, "Seraphim's talent for the sword is not very good. But it's fine because you're a magician." Hearing this, I formed a wry smile. This is exactly what I was telling her many times during the magic lessons, that her talent for magic is not good, but it's fine because she's a swordsman. I could feel that her intentions were good, but having the same words being thrown at me still felt strange. After all my training, how could I not feel like crap? Regardless, the fact remained that I could not keep up with Aris, who was 2 years older, and her talent for the sword was very good. Even so, over this year while sparring with a difficult opponent like Aris, I improved my technique by a lot. At this time, I continued sparring with Aris, and I could feel the growing gap between us. Once Aris reaches advanced rank, we probably won't even be on the same level anymore. After the sword practice, Aris began to walk away to eat a meal while happily grinning and muttering under her nose, "Hee hee, I can now easily beat Seraphim. Hee hee. And I can cast silent intermediate magic too. I have to tell father and grandfather." I sighed while overhearing her happy murmurs. At this time, Aris looked quite accomplished by being able to beat me. I guess it was a kind of achievement for her. Putting my depressing thoughts aside, I also went out to eat a meal. Because our official standing in the mansion was similar, Sylphie followed me and we ate together. During the meal, Sylphie spoke up shyly at one point. Seraph." I looked at her. "Yes? Do you like Aris?" As she forced herself to say those words, I could see the embarrassment on her face. After thinking for a moment, I answered like an oblivious kid. "Of course I like Aris. Why are you asking silly questions?" Clearly, Sylphie was jealous and thought I would be taken away from her by Aris. So I thought, why not answer like this? "Hey, we're all friends. Of course I like her. Why are you asking obvious questions?" No, nothing," Sylphie muttered, then her face reddened further in shame and embarrassment. This is not what she wanted to ask, but it would be too embarrassing to clarify it now that Seraph misunderstood. This is probably what she thought. "I like you too," I added. Hearing this, Sylphie's complexion took on a deeper shade of red as she looked at me. I smiled and said, "I like you both. So I hope we can always be friends." Okay. I ended things on this note. I'm such a bad scheming man. Philip's POV. Based on canon side story, Reunion with an Acquaintance. Today, Aris rushed into my office and happily told me about how much stronger she became. In particular, she was very happy that she could beat Seraphim in swordplay. But even though her demeanor was quite selfish as usual, I saw that there was little arrogance in it. She simply viewed Seraphim as a formidable opponent and felt accomplished. It's interesting how people change over time, I thought to myself. My daughter Aris has grown so much in the past 9 years. I thought back to when she was only 2 years old, when my days were an endless cycle of hopeless boredom. Due to political strife, I had been removed as head of the Boreas family almost a year before, and was reduced to serving as mayor of Roa. My life had become a monochrome blur of tedious mayoral tasks, attempts to pacify my neurotic wife, and enduring the daily orders and demands and verbal abuse of my father Soros. As someone who had been yelled at since childhood, I was used to the latter of the three. I should have been complacent, but I found myself growing anxious about the lack of opportunities to demonstrate my strength. Time seemed to crawl by without any significant improvement or variety. One day, however, Paul Greyrat appeared at the door to the mayor's mansion. I saw that he was familiar, but something about him had completely changed from when he had last seen him, nearly 10 years before. "I'm begging you. There's no one else I can ask." Much to my bewilderment, Paul took to his knee and bowed his head while asking for a job. This was the greeting used by villagers and craftsmen, not the greeting of Azuran nobility. I regarded Paul in scornful horror. Kneeling before me was Paul Notos Greyrat, the oldest son of Notos Greyrat, the intended head of the family. As soon as he had fled, he had been disinherited and was no longer considered a member of the nobility. To me, Paul was no better than trash. At that time I thought back to the past. The first day that I met Paul was when I happened to travel with my father to the Milbots region, which is the Notos' territory. I still remember the thrill of seeing the grapevines and windmills in the Milbots region. It's in the Notos estate that I met Paul for the first time and played together as kids. Following their first encounter, Soros traveled to the Milbots region many times, and each time, I tagged along to play with Paul. When I turned 7, I began attending the school for nobility in the capital, and Paul was there too. Paul and I got along surprisingly well, and we considered each other soulmates. Though Paul lacked book smarts, I lacked physical strength. We worked on our opposing weaknesses together while causing all sorts of trouble. With Paul by my side, I was game for any mischief he might suggest, and we would execute devious plans without a care. We were best friends. But at some point, I changed. As I grew up, I began to form relationships based solely on what I might gain from others. I wasn't sure when or how the change occurred. Maybe it happened when I heard that Paul, who had graduated from school and returned home, got into a fight with his father and ran away. It might have been when me and my older brother, James, found ourselves in competition for the position of head of the Boreas family. Regardless, before I realized what was happening within me, I found that I tended to appraise and judge others based on their potential utility. At that time when he came to me, Paul's name had long been removed from the ranks of the Azuran nobility. I had thought I would never see Paul again, but there he was, his head lowered before me, pride swallowed for the sake of his unborn child. I observed my old friend. To me, the man who knelt before him appeared to have changed little from when they first met. I turned toward the butler. "Tomas, the resident knight of Buena village, recently died during an encounter with a monster, did he not? Paul is proficient with a sword. Let's leave it to him." Paul's eyes snapped up in surprise. "Philip, your social status will be that of a low-grade noble. You'll be living in a remote village that doesn't even have a market of its own, but that will do, won't it?" "Of course. I'm in your debt." A smile full of joy spread across his face, and Paul bowed his head in gratitude. 8 years from that day, I still didn't understand why I had made that choice. I was so accustomed to judging others for their usefulness to me that I wondered why my memories of the past caused me to take pity on such a useless man. But as I watched how my little girl changed over the past 2 years, I thought to myself, Paul really did change. 2 years ago, my daughter was hardly able to write down her own name, and there was no force in this world that could possibly make her want to study. She was an unruly, uncontrollable, violent brat. Despite that, ever since Seraphim appeared and motivated her to study, the tutors had continuously praised my little girl's efforts and how much she improved. It was not only in academics, but I could also see her improve in her behavior as a lady. Originally, even I thought that Aris was hopeless and had no future as a member of a noble family. That's why I hired Gislan to teach her swordplay so that she might at least become an adventurer. Aris's upbringing was filled with violent outbursts and events that only strengthened me in this belief. But on this day, seeing her happy expression as she talked to me with excitement and respect, I could see how much she had changed and had grown. A worry filled my heart when I realized that Aris will mature into a lovely woman within the next few years. That's when I thought of Paul's son, Seraphim. It was Seraphim's influence that had brought about this change in my daughter. Paul had changed because of Seraphim too, I noted. The neighborhood bully had become a father. I realized that from the moment I gave Paul work, I had changed a little too. Although it was indirect, Seraphim had something to do with my own evolution as well. Seraphim was a talented magician, a wonderful tutor and a politician with a promising future, and I couldn't help but find myself intrigued by his frequent use of trickery to achieve his goals. An evil smile formed across my face. With Seraphim developing at this rate, and with him being able to manage his once unruly daughter, he had great potential as a future political tool. I stopped myself right there. Taking up the role of one of Seraphim's tutors to personally teach him politics, history and etiquette with Alphonse, I aimed to groom him for use in his own quest for influence. But I quickly realized how absurd my idea of controlling Seraphim was. This cunning child could clearly see through my tricks.
I lost myself in thought.
What if Seraphim became the head of the Notos family instead, and I made Aris the head of the Boreas family? Then I would once again be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Paul. We could conspire like we used to, and, as a bonus, we might even be able to drink and laugh in each other's company again. I considered this possibility. This seems way more interesting than becoming the head myself. When Sylphie left to attend her lessons under her tutor, I went to check up on my 2 other students. These students were the dwarf slaves that were captured and sold on the slave market, and which Philip helped me to buy. One of them was already with me for close to a year, and the other was here only for around 2 months. The first one was sold off when she was 6 years old, so she's now 7.
Her name is Ollie.
The new girl is 5 and is called Bree. The dwarves have a culture of not giving children a name until they're 7, so I'm the one who gave them names, which they quite like to receive. At first these were meant to be Alice and Bridget, but they both preferred a shorter name that's easier to pronounce, so in practice they're Ollie and Bree. I came to the servants' quarters and after knocking, went into their shared room.
Master.
Ollie stood up and bowed when I came in.
Master.
Bree followed, imitating Ollie. Among the 2 girls, Ollie was clearly older and far taller. She had dark blonde hair the color of straw, and was the better-looking one among the 2. Meanwhile Bree had ginger-red hair you might expect from a dwarf. I don't know what the girls went through after being captured by the slave traders, but ever since I took them in, they were grateful and treated me well. It seemed they had a hard time. It seemed that while Ollie was meant to be sold, to put it bluntly, as a sex slave for a perverted nobleman, Bree was more like a worker dwarf and was more malnourished when I met her. Either way, both proved to have decent talent at earth magic and managed to pick up silent spellcasting with time. The only problem is that they can't speak the human language, so teaching them the first incantation was a huge challenge. Luckily, they were talented at magic, so after managing to repeat the incantation they more or less triggered the spell and we worked from there. It took them more or less a month to manage silent casting. More in the case of Bree, perhaps because she was younger and had difficulty remembering the words. I smiled to make them feel more at ease and asked both, How is your earth magic? Master, I made this. Bree called out in an excited tone as if to show off. She had only managed earth magic recently. I watched her run to the side, pick up something from a shelf and showed it to me. That something was a roughly shaped straight stick or a thick chopstick that looked as if it was made from hardened clay. It wasn't much, but the base of the earth magic that they practice is the earth bullet spell, so even just making a stick out of it is already a kind of accomplishment. I received the stick and pretended to appraise it with a serious expression. Then I patted Bree's mop of hair with a small smile.
Very nice. It's straighter than before.
Now keep working and try to make a spatula and a spoon.
Yes. I nodded.
After that I'll make her create a fork, then a cup and other things from the kitchen, which is what I did with Ollie. I added, just don't make trouble for the workers in the manor. Be a good girl like Ollie.
Yes.
When you become tired you can come back and draw in your room.
Yep.
I slightly chuckled when I saw this cheerfully reaction. The 2 dwarf girls view making things out of earth magic as playing. I tried to make them see it as such. Apart from this, I also bought them all kinds of drawing tools, so they can further practice their artistic skills in their rooms in their free time and when they're out of mana. Perhaps because I didn't supervise or force them to draw, they seemed to especially like drawing. Apart from that, both of them can only speak the beast god language and were currently communicating in that language. This was also the reason why I started off with learning the beast god language under Gislan. The beast tribe, the elves, the dwarves and the halflings of the Meles continent all use the beast god language. However, most of the servants in the Boreas manor are the beastkin and many of them can also speak the beast god language, so the 2 girls are not lonely and the maids seem to have taken them in well. After checking up on Bree, I turned to Ollie with a small smile. Ollie, how is your earth magic? I'm trying to copy the goblet. But I ran out of paint. Ollie took out a wine glass-shaped clay cup and gave it to me. I quickly looked over the decorated clay goblet, which was a copy of a silver goblet that she was trying to copy for a while now. It was naturally a far more complicated item to make than a clay stick. Even so, I could still see all kinds of small inconsistencies in the goblet's shape. It wasn't symmetrical and still required some work.
I looked at Ollie. Good job.
Try to make it more even and try to copy the shape more perfectly. Also remember to make it as hard as you can, but first is the shape.
Ollie slowly nodded.
I smiled and added, later I'll buy you more colorful paint and you can paint it how you like it, no need to copy how it looks.
Really?
Yay.
Haha.
I chuckled and soon left the 2 dwarf girls. I then returned to my study room. Later I would practice some water god techniques with Gilbert, but at this time I had some personal time. Inspired by the girls, I used it to practice my earth magic as well, so I'm not behind the two. Except that rather than making decorated cups or figurines, I focused on creating weapons. The first one was a kind of cone-shaped bullet that I tried to have as sharp a tip as possible. Naturally, making it extremely dense was also a given. Another one was a stone knife with a blade as thin as I could make it. What came to my mind in this case are obsidian blades that I saw online to be called the sharpest blades. It is said that at the thinnest part, an obsidian blade can get as thin as a single atom and could even cut molecules apart. The second part of this story is probably only hypothetical and seems exaggerated, but what remained true is that I hope to practice magic control at the molecular level exactly by trying to make such a sharp stone blade. I felt it was a rather good way to practice magical precision without wasting time on all kinds of fluff that came when creating figurines. Or rather, it was just my preference. I wasn't a fan of making dolls and more so enjoyed drawing. In general, to raise my combat strength to the maximum, my main focus these years was naturally practicing magic. Magic was always my strength from a young age. As my explosion spell stepped deep into the blue-violet stage, and the strength and coldness of my Frost Nova combination spell I learned from Roxy intensified to the point I can freeze a tree's core solid, I believe I am now unofficially an Emperor-ranked magician. I didn't have a chance to test myself, but I think at least that much should be a given. Outwardly, however, I was only Saint-ranked. The only difference was that compared to before I was now Saint-ranked in water magic and also wind magic. One of those days Pascal taught me 2 Saint-rank wind spells that he knew, Tornado and Violent Storm, thus I'm now unofficially, since only a few people know, a Saint-ranked wind magician. For other magical progress I made, I learned all the intermediate rank and advanced rank detoxification spells that were available in the Magician's Guild, making me an extremely skilled advanced rank healer. Apart from that, there is a hard limit to how much effective magic training I can do in a day, so I had a lot of time for other things. Practicing any spell repeatedly again and again seems to have a slow and compounding effect on making me better at it, but nothing helps as much as my mana pool simply growing over time. At this time the usual practice was giving me very slow and marginal improvements that I couldn't even notice. With a lot of free time, I practiced my swordsmanship, magic circles and other non-combat subjects. I was still slightly too small for horse riding, but I once went out on a trip with Soros over the Fatoa region and learned the basics of how to ride a horse. Under Philip and Alphonse, I learned the basics of the Azuran nobility's etiquette, the basics of history and politics. Through Philip, I also hired a tutor and learned to speak the fighting god language. As for mastering the demon god language, I delayed it for later when I hopefully received a message from Roxy, since there are no reference books or tutors that I could rely on for smooth progress. The human language, the beast god language, the fighting god language and the demon god language were the most used main languages of this world and the most practical to learn. There was also the sea god language that the secluded races of the sea use, the sky god language that the heaven race from the tiny heaven continent are said to use, and the extinct dragon god language. For those unpopular languages, the learning materials were even more scarce than for the demon god language, while finding tutors in Roa was impossible. I delayed the thought of learning those for the future. During this time I also delayed any money-making schemes to avoid drawing unneeded attention. When I eventually run out of gold, I decided to simply rely on Philip. I'm sure he'd be happy to help, while to me it is a very minor matter. In the future, even a few hundred gold should be nothing to me. At this time, after practicing creating atom-shaped stone blades for a good while, I switched to magic circle study. I learned that when it comes to magic circles, there isn't much actual studying to be made. After learning various standard magic circles and basic lines and symbols, I have already reached an intermediate level at magic circles under Pascal. Improving my skill at creating magic circles and magic tools was now about accumulating experience. Creating magic circles is like programming computer programs and applications. Using basic commands, a magician has to create a complex structure to achieve a certain goal. By creating different simple commands, solving all kinds of problems and comprehending their solutions, a magician would accumulate experience, in turn making him better at magic circles. Learning all kinds of simple magic circles that already exist to invoke known spells is also very helpful, and makes a magician better at solving similar or related problems. In large part, after learning how to copy the existing magic circles, excelling in the craft relies heavily on talent, or rather on intelligence, imaginative thinking and good reasoning. As such, I could see that Pascal was knowledgeable on magic circles, but he lacked the talent to take a step beyond the intermediate level. At this time, I had to rely on myself. I studied the remaining magic circles from a textbook while experimenting with modifying them. It's also necessary to be good at drawing to create any kind of magic circle, but fortunately I have practiced drawing since I was young. That day, I later did my daily strength training, water god style practice with Gilbert and dual-wielding north god style practice with Blades, who was late once again, while doing all kinds of self-training on the side. At one point, 3 continuous months passed since I came to Roa, and it was time for me and Sylphie to visit our families back in the village and stay there for a month. After bidding farewell to Aris and Gislan, and after leaving some homework for the dwarf girls, the 2 of us boarded the carriage and began our return trip with Gilbert at the reins. While traveling, I began to do some miscellaneous magic practice with earth magic like usual, while Sylphie used her disturb magic and attempted to disturb me. I feel that after this 1 to 2 years of practice, Sylphie could probably completely shut down your average skilled adventurer magician and make them impotent as a spellcaster. But without surprise, I could also completely brush off Sylphie's attempts at disturbing me. While we practiced, I suddenly heard a strange panicked hooting sound of my owl outside the carriage.
What's wrong? Lia.
Frowning, I stretched out and opened the window. After the window of the carriage opened, my white owl, which had slightly grown by now, flew in, landed on my knees and began to hoot. My frown deepened. We didn't speak the same language, but I could instantly tell that something was wrong. This wasn't the first time I saw it. For Lia to react so violently, it could only mean that she was trying to warn me about something. What's wrong, Seraph? Sylphie asked worriedly, as if noticing my unrest. I glanced at her, then ignored the question and silently looked outside the window, trying to learn something by listening in. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear anything. After a few seconds, I got up and knocked on the wall connected to the driver's seat. A while later, a small window at the front opened and a part of Gilbert's face became visible. Through the loud noise of the hoses and the carriage, I leaned in closer and told him, "Gilbert,
Slow down.
and watch out for what we talked about before."
Young master. Understood.
After passing my message, I looked at Sylphie seriously. "Sylphie, there might be a fight. Take out your stone cannon wand."
Say Seraph.
"Why a fight?" Sylphie was startled and confused.
Just do it.
After telling her this firmly, I reached out underneath the seats and pulled out my 2 babies. These 2 were both double-barrel magical wands with a shape similar to a shotgun. I am Seraphim of Buena, and I have 2 guns. One is a silver gun for slaying monsters, the other is an obsidian one for killing humans.
Not quite.
These magical tools were both carved out of wood, but it's true that they were optimized for different purposes. One of those was designed to shoot out 2 stone bullets simultaneously like a double-barrel shotgun, making it practically impossible for a water god-style user to deflect. The other shot out a rain of bullets one after another, providing a more continuous fire. At this time, I picked up the shotgun-style wand. While I felt that the potential of my gravity magic would eventually surpass my other spells, stone cannon included, a gun wand was still my most practical and easiest weapon to use. While holding my shotgun in my hands, I kept my attention on our surroundings while the carriage continued. Looking out, I thought, it's unlikely that there were monsters in the forest so close to the city that would make Lia panic like this. That's why the chance that we're being tailed is at least 75%. As for who could tail us, my suspicions immediately landed on Philemon or Darius. Ever since I began making more public appearances in the city, I always kept in mind the possibility of an attack from either Philemon or Hitagami. That's why I told Paul to keep his advancement a secret. Right now, unless I was wrong and it was only something random that startled Lia, which I believe is unlikely, there are now 2 things that could happen. Either there is an ambush prepared for us up ahead or our family would later get attacked at night. If I was a bad guy, what would I do? If it was me planning the assassination, to start I would probably attack the carriage with a sudden long-range magical bombardment while the people inside are unaware of anything. No, I would do that without a doubt. Especially when targeting a squishy mage prodigy, I'd certainly do that. While keeping this in mind, I pulled Sylphie to my seat and then pulled her closer into my arms, shielding her.
Say Seraph.
Sylphie was surprised. Just stay close, I told her and then silently formed a magical shield around us. Why yes. As Sylphie suddenly melted into my arms, I began to reinforce the magic shield. My barrier magic was only at the elementary rank, but with enough time I could make it able to resist an advanced rank spell or perhaps even stronger if I made it thick enough. After making the magic shield decently strong, I then used telekinesis as a second layer of protection inside the barrier to deflect any shrapnel and physical damage. Dual casting and maintaining those 2 spells in a tight space, it was not easy. While I was focused on that, I felt Sylphie cuddling me with a happy, embarrassed smile, clearly taking advantage of the situation.
Ha! I smiled.
I certainly didn't dislike it and didn't dislike affectionate girls. Pushing that thought aside, I forced myself to focus on maintaining my magical spells and on our surroundings. If it ended up being wasted effort, I might just drain myself of mana and tire myself out. And so I thought, it would be better if we were attacked sooner instead of later.
Boom.
Suddenly, a huge bright fiery explosion blew up the side of the carriage, blinding me.
Ah.
As I reflexively closed my eyes, I could feel my magical shield suffering damage. At the same time, in a brief moment, my telekinesis shield also received a heavy hit. Following that, the carriage seemed to have flipped to the side and we were both sent tumbling together as I squeezed Sylphie in my arms. And that's when I both felt glad for my preparation and also hated the fact that I was so often right.
A clear shot. Good. Now let's finish the job.
A man called out within the forest after seeing the carriage receive a direct hit from an explosive fireball and flip to the side.
Yes, sir.
The members of the assault squad rushed out from within the forest with blades in hand, following their leader. However, the magician that fired off the explosion spell hesitated as he frowned. Why was my explosion so much weaker than normal? But the other members of his squad already rushed out. Seeing this, he didn't think much of it and hurried after them. Apparently, the carriage was reinforced against fire magic. Even still, whoever was inside would be in a critical condition. This kind of unexpected artillery strike is truly ruthless and impossible to defend against for anyone but the strongest swordsman. Especially if it was just a kid, he might already be dead. Seraphim's POV. The explosion that happened forced me to reflexively close my eyes. My ears began to ring from the loud sound. At the same time, I was sent tumbling to the side together with Sylphie in my arms.
Aya.
While I tumbled, I heard Sylphie's muffled scream and my barriers receiving damage. I forcefully maintained the two spells around me, the stacked-up magic shield and the telekinetic shield beneath it, and tightly held Sylphie and my wand close to me.
Ugh.
I let out a gasp as I hit the ground. I kept my eyes closed while curled up on the ground. I could feel pressure on the telekinetic barrier. While I subconsciously maintained the two defensive spells that received a major hit, my conscious brain thought about the situation. It seemed that there was rubble on top of us. I opened my eyes, looked upwards and saw exactly that, the remains of the carriage laying on top of us, inches away from my face. After my situation fully dawned on me, my heartbeat began to continuously beat quickly.
Then there was a voice.
It seemed to be Gilbert. He called out something, but my ears were still ringing. I was already prepared for these kinds of situations, so even though my mind was frozen, I still began to use telekinesis to push away the debris and then clumsily crawl out. By the time I crawled out from the carriage and got up slightly, I saw Gilbert facing a group of 6 armed men that approached us, clearly with bad intentions. The other group seemed to be briefly hesitating while saying some things, but my ears were still ringing, so I couldn't hear them. They seemed surprised, perhaps because I was unharmed. At the back of the group there was a man in a robe that was muttering something while the others waited. May this small smoldering fire call forth a dash. Disturb magic. Before I could think, I shot out my left hand forward and disrupted the flame that was forming at the tip of the man's staff. Seeing the gathering flame become distinguished, the enemies seemed surprised. However, this stalemate lasted only a moment.
Kill them.
One of the men shouted out, and the group of swordsmen directly rushed out at us without giving me even a chance to gather my thoughts.
Damn it.
Seeing the several swordsmen rush at us, there was only one thing on my mind: I have to stop them. I sent out my mana and aimed to remove the effects of gravity in the area in front of me. No spell, just magic manipulation.
Ah?
What? What the hell? What is going on? The attacking men began to shout out in confusion as zero gravity affected their movements. As after hitting off the ground as they ran, many began to slowly and inertly float upwards and forward while flailing their limbs around in a panic with shocked faces.
Caught them.
Almost all of them. I inwardly thought. The only person not caught in the radius of my zero-gravity field was the magician. Just as I felt the situation was under my control, I noticed one of the men throwing a dagger at me. My eyes shot wide open in a panic. I thoughtlessly quickly cancelled my magic to stop the dagger with telekinesis. This, however, turned out to be pointless because Gilbert simultaneously stepped forward and deflected the thrown dagger with his sword. On the other hand, the swordsmen all dropped back to the ground as the effect of zero gravity was lifted. What was that? Attack! As the enemies rushed out again, I wasted no time and hurriedly recast zero gravity field, instantly controlling most of their movements. Immediately after, I followed this with a negative gravity field. From the state of zero gravity, I rapidly began to reverse the effects of gravity, making the enemy swordsman fall in the direction of the sky headfirst at a high speed.
Throw your weapons.
One of the enemies called out. By the time the assassins noticed what was happening, the distance between us already grew to nearly 30 meters as they rapidly accelerated. Gilbert shielded me with his much larger half-armored body, deflecting one of the thrown swords. However, all the other swords and daggers went completely off course, being thrown around in random directions with not even a slight chance of hitting the target, as if the assassins were drunk and had their sense of direction completely messed up. It was good so far, but the moment my enemies reached the 30 meters mark as they flew up, they had already left the area of my magic. Seeing the swordsmen lose their velocity and slow down their ascend, I quickly switched gears. From a negative gravity field, I changed the area below them into a high gravity field with a gravity roughly 15 times stronger than normal. If I had less shame, I would call this move Gravity Magic, Presence of the Demon King. As the 6 enemy swordsmen began to fall down like a thrown-up ball, they entered my high gravity field and began to hurtle down at a high speed as if hit by a wind hammer or were sucked into a vacuum in the direction of the ground. Ah dash! God dash! Panic shouts were heard, but in the next moment these were cut off as the 6 assassins slammed against the road's ground, akin to tomatoes thrown with full force against concrete. With the brief sound of countless bones being broken and skulls smashed, blood splashed out in all directions. It was a gruesome sight. At a glance, no one survived as the 6 swordsmen were turned into a bloody pulp. The men that wore armor had their chest plates squashed flat. Even though what they hit was just hardened earth off the forest road, it looked as if they hit concrete after falling from a skyscraper. I looked at that scene coldly, my heart quite shaken. That single move was far more brutal and effective than I ever expected. Aya cack. I turned to the side as I heard a girl's voice and saw Sylphie clutching her knees as she dropped and squatted on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She was shaken and terrified as she looked toward the ground wide-eyed. A demon god. He's a demon god. The remaining magician muttered in fear before turning tail with a panicked face and beginning to run away. Their assassination squad included a North Saint and also advanced rank swordsmen, but all of them were easily turned into a bloody pulp by that demonic child's strange magic. Not only this, but he could even completely cancel his spell with a casual move. He even survived a direct explosion of an advanced rank spell unscathed while the carriage was turned into rubble. What else could he be but a reincarnation of the demon magic god? Stop right there. Gilbert, previously also shaken, rushed out to chase after the fleeting mage. Seeing the assaulter, the magician pulled out a scroll from his pocket and aimed it at Gilbert. In an instant, air began to condense in his hand and then a blast of wind shot out. Tricks. Gilbert easily cut down the magic spell and continued his chase. He soon caught up to the magician and kicked his leg, visibly breaking it in one powerful blow. Aya! The magician let out a loud, pained groan as he tumbled to the ground. Standing above the magician, Gilbert aimed his swords down at him and said, "Give up. You're done." The magician looked up at Gilbert and the blade aimed at his neck, and gulped. Once a swordsman had caught up to a magician, it was game over. There was nothing he could do. Scrambling back he called, Please don't kill me. I'm just a mercenary. I'll tell you everything." Gilbert looked back at us as if to confirm we're safe, then backed down at the magician. Placing his sword directly against the man's neck, he stared at him and asked, "Why did you attack us? Who hired you?" It was the Notos. The leader of our squad was from the Notos house. He wanted to kill that demon child. I mean, that boy. He was our target. The magician pointed at me, his finger shaking. I slightly frowned, thinking, the Notos? So it was Philemon in the end. I see, so it was the Notos. You can take a nap now. Saying so, Gilbert punched the side of the magician's chin, knocking him out. After capturing the magician, Gilbert dragged him back, pulled out some ropes and tied up our prisoner. In the meantime, I used water magic to put down the fire of the burning carriage and stop it from reaching the 2 horses that pulled it. The horses were also hurt in the explosion from the shrapnel and due to being dragged by the tug lines when the carriage tumbled, but they survived and I managed to recover them to full health using healing magic. After I cut off the tugs and healed the horses, Gilbert helped me to tie them to a tree, then looked at me and said, "I'll now search the bodies of the assassins. You can take care of Miss Sylphiette. You don't need to see me do that." I replied non-committally and returned to Sylphie, who was still terrified after what happened. After reaching Sylph's side, I expressionlessly watched Gilbert begin searching the bloody corpses. I began to think. Noto's Seraphim Greyrat, he was my most likely suspect from the start, so I wasn't surprised by what the magician said. I had no way to tell whether Hitagami was involved, but he didn't need to because I'm Philemon's natural enemy. And although the situation was now under control, I still felt a deep chill in my heart and I was still shaken. If only I wasn't warned by Lia, who was scouting ahead and didn't put up magical and physical shields beforehand, I would have already died. This single assassination attempt came closer to taking my life than any of Hitagami's schemes against Rudeus's life in the novel. It was terrifying. It was very easy to lose life in this kind of medieval fantasy world. A single trap, a single explosion, or a single poisoned meal could easily kill a magician no matter how powerful they are. In truth, it was a miracle or just pure plot armor that Rudeus hadn't died 1,000 times in the novel while eating out in random restaurants, traveling around and living his carefree life. Thinking all this, I looked back at the wrecked carriage. Sylphie, Gilbert and I were unharmed, and so were the horses. But it couldn't be said that no one from my side suffered. My familiar owl, Lia, died. When the explosion happened, she was ripped to shreds. I tried to heal what remained of her body, but it didn't work. I let out a breath.
What a shame.
After hesitating for a while, I left Sylphie's side and approached Gilbert.
Gilbert.
Yes. I'll take one of the horses, Sylphie, and go check up on my family.